Chapter 2134. The predicament roared, it held its wounds in pain. The dark capital's strength tiger totem created a huge hole, its condition fell rapidly. Its body continued to shrink, like a leaking balloon. It shrunk until it was about half its original size. Only then did the edges of the large hole close together, mending and mending. The predicament stabilized itself, but it did not dare to fight Hey Lulan anymore. It screamed and escaped. Hey Lulan did not chase it. She picked up the rank 6 immortal goo on the ground and continued to move forward with Lu Tonglan. The two walked on the uphill road with all their strength. They gained more and more. After a while, there were 2 rank 6 immortal goo and 1 rank 7 immortal goo. Their encounter made the others realize it. They started to walk on the uphill road with all their strength. Gradually, some people expended all their strength and fell from the heavenly road, landing on Tianyu tall slopes yellow soil. Some people encountered predicaments but could not break out. They died in the predicament's stomach. Even though some defeated the predicaments, their strength was greatly expended. They had a worried expression. The predicaments were mystical beasts. As long as their battle strength surpassed their limits, they would lose. But strength path methods were more effective. Hey Lulan found it harder and harder to walk. When she defeated 2 more predicaments, she found that out of the original 88 people, there were only 30 or so left. I can't walk anymore. I expended most of my strength, but the predicaments are getting stronger and stronger. With my remaining battle strength, I can only defeat 1 predicament. Hey Lulan gritted her teeth, feeling indignant. Don't worry, I have a way. Let's continue. Lu Tonglan patted Hey Lulan's shoulder. She had an optimistic attitude. When they encountered the predicament again, Lu Tonglan used the blue phoenix totem and the dark capital strength tiger totem to defeat the predicament. Be careful, don't let it go. This time, Lu Tonglan reminded, she attacked in time and killed the predicament before it escaped. Eat. Lu Tonglan dissected the predicament's flesh, handing a portion to Hey Lulan. Hey Lulan had read The Legends of Rinzu. She gained some understanding. Every time she ate a piece of the predicament's flesh, she could feel her strength rising. By the time she and Lu Tonglan had divided the predicament, her strength had almost recovered. However, this method would also be exposed. Many goo cultivators saw this and started to follow suit. But a portion of the goo cultivators were not surprised. They knew about this method long ago. You can't eat too much of the predicament's flesh. Eating too much isn't good either. It will cause your heart to burn and your mind to collapse. Lu Tonglan sighed. Let's keep going. Another 30 minutes later, Jiaohu caught up with Hey Lulan and Lu Tonglan. What do you want? Lu Tonglan pretended to shout. Jiaohu snorted coldly. There are only 7 of us left. Of course we want to cooperate. The enmity between us can be settled after we leave this place. But now, we should look at the big picture. Lu Tonglan was silent. Patriarch Jiaohu is right. The predicament is getting stronger and stronger. We should work together. Yellow Bell tribe leader also followed. He looked at Hey Lulan. Holy Son, hello, you are qualified to cooperate with me and travel together. Next, Yellow Bell tribe leader looked at the others. Since we have come this far, we are qualified to work together. What do you say? Among the remaining 7, 1 was rank 6, 2 were rank 8s, and the remaining 4 were rank 7s. Everyone looked at each other. They were silent for a while. If we work together, we can go longer. But how do we split the immortal goo and immortal materials? The rank 6 goo immortal asked the crucial question. If they fought for them, he would not be able to win. Yellow Bell tribe leader pondered for a while. There is no need to fight for the immortal goo and immortal materials. We can take turns to get them. As for the order, we can discuss it. If anyone does not follow the rules, they will be our common enemy. The heavenly road only appears once every 10,000 years. Anyone who goes against the agreement will be hunted down by us. Sure. Another rank 8 goo immortal agreed. But the order was still something that everyone argued for a while. The people who got it first would naturally have lower value. The goo immortals who got it later would have higher value than the ones who got it first. But who had the confidence to last until the end? Right now, everyone was at their wits' end. Otherwise, they would not be forced to work together. If the order was too late, they would be eliminated before they could get it. That would be a huge loss. Everyone thought about it carefully before deciding on the order and moving forward. After defeating 2 more predicaments, the first rank 8 immortal Gu appeared. According to the order, it was the rank 6 Gu immortal. Under everyone's gazes, the rank 6 Gu immortal picked up the immortal Gu while trembling. The 2 rank 8 Gu immortals did not fight for it, they were at the back of the group. At the same time, this rank 6 Gu immortal had a high status. His father was a famous rank 8 expert. The appearance of a rank 8 immortal Gu made the group of 7 nervous. After walking for a while, there were no more predicaments blocking their way. They found a stalk of dragon horngrass. Dragon horngrass was an immemorial desolate plant. It was shaped like coral and resembled a dragon's horn. Every time it was cut into a finger-length segment, it would grow another segment every month. According to the order, it was Jiao Huo's turn this time. Jiao Huo put away the dragon horngrass, feeling helpless. He hoped it was an immortal Gu. Longevity heaven did not lack such immortal materials. Everyone, I can't go on anymore. I am truly sorry, please check carefully, I am not trying to slack off. After walking for a while, the rank 6 Gu immortal's expression was pale, his body was shivering. Yellow Bell tribe leader nodded, go back, if you continue, you will die of exhaustion. The rank 6 Gu immortal bowed deeply before falling down from the heavenly road. While in the air, he fainted, but thankfully, there were people on the ground who were waiting for him. The rank 6 Gu immortal's departure was like a start. People reached their limits one after another. First was the rank 8 Gu immortal, followed by Lu Tonglan. That rank 8 Gu immortal was at the back of the group. He was eliminated before his turn, thus he had an ugly expression when he left. Lu Tonglan was also exhausted. She could only tell He Lulan to be careful. She had no choice but to leave. Only 4 people were left, He Lulan, Jiao Huo, Yellow Bell tribe leader, and another young rank 7 Gu immortal. What Gu is this? Everyone's eyes shined. The rank 8 immortal Gu that they encountered was not ordinary. It was like an ant, fist-sized and emitted 5-colored light. This is quantitative change Gu. Yellow Bell tribe leader laughed loudly. It was his turn now. With this immortal Gu, he could make one target turn into 10, 10 into 100, the number would rise sharply. Of course, the immortal essence expenditure would also rise sharply. Some targets could not be quantitative change, for example, any immortal Gu. Of course, this immortal Gu could be used in battle. For example, when the enemy used fire chi to fill the sky, quantitative change Gu could reduce the number of flames and quickly weaken the enemy's attack. However, to take this immortal Gu, they had to defeat the predicament in front of them. After a fierce battle, everyone won. They split the meat together. Yellow Bell tribe leader was the happiest. Not only did he obtain a top-grade immortal Gu, his strength had also recovered. Everyone continued to move forward. There was another predicament blocking their path, but there was nothing on the ground. There was no turning back on the heavenly road. Everyone was helpless. They could only fight and kill the predicament to take the meat. Everyone recovered some of their strength as a result. As they moved up the slope, a rank 8 immortal Gu appeared. It was a rhinoceros beetle. It looked like a steel ingot. It had thick armor and a muscular body. This is actually Fortitude Gu. Fortitude Gu, am I seeing things? It really is Fortitude Gu. This is an immortal Gu recorded in the Legends of Rinzu. Everyone was shocked. They looked at the young rank 7 Gu immortal. According to the order, it was his turn to take it. This Gu immortal could be said to be the biggest dark horse in the myriad tribe's ceremony. Right now, his body was trembling in excitement. After an intense battle, the predicament screamed as it fell to the ground. Everyone split the food. The rank 7 Gu immortal took Fortitude Gu. This trip was worth it. It was definitely worth it. The rank 7 Gu immortal muttered in excitement. Yellow Bell tribe leader tried to recruit him. Let me think about it. The rank 7 Gu immortal rejected him directly. Yellow Bell tribe leader frowned slightly before relaxing. This person's future is not going to be good. He Lulan saw this but did not say anything. This young rank 7 Gu immortal had already become arrogant. He did not care about Yellow Bell tribe leader at all, he was waiting for the best offer. But it was not strange. He Lulon could easily guess that during this period of time, many people had come to recruit this rank 7 Gu immortal. Maybe this rank 7 Gu immortal had already heard all these words and heard them. Everyone set off again. The predicament blocked their path but did not have any immortal Gu or immortal materials. They could not turn back on the heavenly road, they could only kill this predicament. But Jiao Hua rejected the predicament's flesh. I can't eat anymore, I have reached my limit. If I eat anymore, my heart fire will burn and I will die. Jiao Hua sighed, taking a deep look at He Lulon before leaving. Only He Lulon, Yellow Bell tribe leader, and that rank 7 Gu immortal were left. He Lulon had already chosen it, since Jiao Hua had left. According to the order, it should be Yellow Bell tribe leader's turn. But after several rounds of climbing, the three did not gain anything. Instead, they encountered two predicaments. After a tough battle, even though they had flesh, they could not make up for it, their strength fell sharply. Don't be anxious and discouraged. I have already seen the pattern. The further we go, the more predicaments there will be. Immortal Gu and immortal materials will appear less and less, but as long as they appear, they will definitely be of top quality. Yellow Bell tribe leader encouraged their morale. He was next. He did not want to fail at this crucial moment. Like he said, they finally found another rank 8 immortal Gu. This immortal Gu looked like a spider, but it was long and thin. It had many compound eyes that flickered with blue and fiery red light, resembling rubies. Ability Gu. Another famous immortal Gu from the legends of Renzu. He Lulon was tongue-tied. This immortal Gu is amazing. It is even more outstanding than my fortitude Gu. That rank 7 Gu immortal exclaimed. Chapter 2135. The three charged towards the predicament. This was a true battle to the death. The three of them did not have enough strength, but this predicament was unexpectedly strong. Calamities and tribulations continued. The three immortals exerted all their strength, using all their trump cards and squeezing out every bit of their potential. He Lulon's Dark Capital Strength Tiger Totem was crippled, Yellow Bell Tribe Leader's Golden Bell Totem was 80% damaged, the cost of repairing it was extremely high. As for that rank 7 Gu immortal, he had Rain Eagle Totem and Thunder Fish Totem. They had both lost their battle strength. But thankfully, this rank 7 Gu immortal had methods to combine these two tattered totems and form the Thunder Rain Fish Eagle Totem. They barely escaped death. After 15 minutes of stalemate, the three immortals risked their lives and killed the predicament. Yellow Bell tribe leader lay on the ground. He did not even have the strength to laugh. He could only laugh dryly. Ability Gu is mine now. You two are very good. Whether or not you want to join my Yellow Bell tribe, I owe you two a favor. What are you doing? Suddenly, Yellow Bell tribe leader stared with wide eyes, shouting in anger. Because he saw that the rank 7 Gu immortal had secretly crawled for a while, taking away the ability Gu on the ground. What else can I do? Snatch the Gu. The rank 7 Gu immortal placed ability Gu into his immortal aperture in front of Yellow Bell tribe leader. The Yellow Bell tribe leader spat out a mouthful of blood. He fainted on the spot, falling down from the heavenly road. He Lulon gritted her teeth. Just one step, damn it, damn it. She wanted to snatch ability Gu too, but regretfully, after getting out of the predicament, her position was not good. She was the furthest away from the immortal Gu on the ground. Thus, she could only watch as the rank 7 Gu immortal succeeded. The rank 7 Gu immortal smiled at He Lulon before falling down from the heavenly road. I don't have the strength to continue. He Lulon sighed deeply. Even though she had huge gains in this trip, she did not obtain any top-tier immortal Gu. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly froze. Her palm touched something. It looks like a formless Gu worm? He Lulon concentrated. Because she was in contact with this immortal Gu, she could sense the Gu worm's strength path aura. A rank 8 formless immortal Gu? What was it? Don't tell me. He Lulon was overjoyed. She grabbed this mysterious immortal Gu and left the heavenly road. The Legends of Renzu, Chapter 5, Section 34. It was said that the human ancestor had encountered the greatest predicament of his life, thus giving birth to his seventh son, the great strength true martial. Renzu was also saved. Renzu and great strength true martial traveled together. Great strength true martial asked, "Father, where are we going next?" Renzu replied, "My child, you still don't know the whole story, let me tell you. I originally wanted to save your brothers and sisters, but Fate Gu arranged everything and did not allow us to reunite. Right now, we can only reunite with our loved ones by breaking free from the shackles of fate." Great strength heard the entire story and shouted indignantly, "This Fate Gu is too hateful." At the same time, Strong Gu shouted in his heart, "Experts hate restraints the most, especially fate." Renzu patted great strength true martial's head, consoling, "Don't worry, I have already thought of a way. I will use self Gu to absorb strength and wisdom, then I will obtain freedom Gu to break free from Fate Gu's restraints. Now, let's go to a place called Qian Kun Crystal Wall and find wisdom Gu there." Great strength true martial nodded, "Then let's go together." Renzu and great strength true martial continued to walk. The road became uneven, there were many uphill and downhill slopes. Strong Gu encouraged great strength true martial, "Oh human, go and walk uphill. Even though it is hard to walk uphill, there are usually good things there." Great strength true martial nodded, "Experts love to walk uphill." Great strength true martial finally managed to climb up the slope. He looked around and shouted, "There's nothing here at all." "No, it is right beside you, quickly pick it up." Strong Gu reminded. Great strength true martial squatted down and touched the ground. As expected, he found a hard and formless Gu. "There is something good here after all." Great strength true martial suddenly smiled. "So it is effort Gu." Renzu felt strange. "My son, how did you know? We can't even see what it looks like." Great strength true martial scratched his head. "The moment I got it, I saw what effort Gu looked like. As for why I know it is effort Gu, it is because experts know how to work hard. This is natural, there is nothing strange about it." Others' effort could not be seen. The father and son continued to set off. "This is great, I have effort Gu now, it is of great help to me." Great strength true martial walked as he looked at effort Gu, he was very happy. He always chose to walk uphill. Renzu asked curiously, "Is effort Gu very powerful? Can it directly bring you success?" Great strength true martial shook his head. "Effort might not lead to success, but effort will definitely have a result. Regardless of the result, it is different from not working hard." Renzu was worried. "My son, you have just been born, don't be deceived by Gu. I was once deceived by wisdom Gu. I see that every time you walk uphill, you are covered in sweat and gasping for breath. I do not see effort Gu helping you at all. I have also heard rumors that effort Gu can lie at times." Great strength true martial shook his head, wiping his sweat. "Father, you cannot see my effort, so you misunderstood. You cannot understand how much effort I put in to walk uphill. Actually, the result of my effort is below my feet, I can walk higher with each step. There are many good things on the uphill road, people cannot obtain them without effort." "Is that really the case?" Renzu was skeptical. Renzu and great strength true martial continued to walk. Great strength true martial kept walking uphill, his status became higher and higher, thus, he obtained authority Gu and fortitude Gu. Later, on the way, he found modesty Gu and original forgiveness Gu. These two Gu worms followed great strength true martial. Great strength true martial asked them the reason, they replied naturally, "Because humility, forgiveness, is the privilege of experts to begin with." Because great strength true martial kept walking uphill, an ability Gu appeared in his body. Great strength true martial pointed at ability Gu, saying to Renzu, "Father, look, this is the result of effort Gu. It unlocked my potential and allowed me to have my own abilities." Renzu asked, "Then what is the use of this ability Gu?" Great strength true martial shook his head, "I am not sure. Only by using abilities can one know what their abilities are and how strong they are. But it is definitely useful, it can help me for life." Renzu shook his head, he felt that his child was deceived by Gu. Renzu and great strength true martial continued to walk. The road conditions became worse. Uphill was easy, but there were fewer and fewer downhill paths, while there were more uphill paths. Not just that, there were more and more predicaments on the road. Isn't there an easier path? Renzu felt helpless. Cognition Gu flew back to Renzu. Oh human, there is no helping it. The higher the value of the thing you are pursuing, the more uphill paths you have to walk, the more predicaments you have to overcome. Renzu and great strength true martial had to continue walking. As expected, like Cognition Gu said, they encountered more and more predicaments, to the point where they were completely blocking their path. Renzu said, "Don't be afraid of predicaments, we have always had hope. But hope alone cannot defeat predicaments. At this time, I am needed." Great strength true martial's ability Gu spoke. Great strength true martial used his ability to defeat many predicaments. Renzu sighed. "My son, your ability Gu is too amazing, it actually reached this stage. It seems that I underestimated your hard work and ability." Great strength true martial smiled. "Many times we do not lack abilities, we only lack opportunities to use them." Strong Gu shouted excitedly with great ambition, "Kill them, eat them all. That way we will become stronger." Great strength true martial killed many predicaments, he started to eat their losses. This is the suffering? It is really bitter. But I can feel that I have become stronger. He ate the losses of the predicaments again. Great strength true martial immediately spat out the losses. Experts do not like to suffer losses. He even ate the flesh of the predicaments. Strong Gu became bigger. Great strength true martial also became stronger than before. Strong Gu was satisfied with this change. In this world, as long as you are strong enough, you will not be bullied. Great strength true martial gave some of the flesh to Renzu. "Father, eat some too, you are too skinny." Renzu was so skinny that only bones were left. Finally, great strength true martial threw ability Gu into the calamities. Ability Gu went through a lot of difficulties, but it got bigger and stronger. All of the calamities and difficulties were opportunities to train, stimulate, and increase one's abilities. Several days later, Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan looked at the 2 rank 8 immortal Gu in his hands. They were Fortitude Gu and Ability Gu. This time, Jean Budu's clone did a good job, he made a huge contribution. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. It turned out that not long after the Fate War, Fang Yuan had arranged for Jean Budu to go to Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven. Fang Yuan already knew about Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven. In the 500 years of his previous life, he had relevant information. Ma Hongyun had once entered it and walked on the heavenly road, obtaining Fortitude Gu. Even though Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven was secretive, there were ways to enter it. If not for this, there would not be so many outsiders sacrificed in the Myriad Tribe's ceremony. Before annexing Langya sect, even though Fang Yuan knew about Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven, he did not have a way to enter. Langya sect, however, had a way. Land Spirit of Langya had once wanted to recruit Chudu, and even wanted to use Fang Yuan's help to achieve this. Because Langya sect also had this method, they wanted to send Chudu in and obtain benefits from it. The most popular paths in Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven were Food Path, Strength Path, and Transformation Path. Among them, Gu immortals who cultivated Strength Path were like fish in water. After Fang Yuan annexed Langya sect, this path was naturally his. He used this path to arrange for Jean Budu to enter. The gains this time were truly beyond his expectations. Fortitude Gu is very useful to me. After developing Ability Gu, my prospects will be even greater. As for He Lulan, she joined Longevity Heaven and seems to be in an important position. Unfortunately, at that time, Jean Budu's clone no longer had the strength to kill her. Fang Yuan did not have much regret. Chapter 2136. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Meng Qiuzhen explored another dream realm. Deep in the clouds, Meng Qiuzhen sat cross-legged at the edge of a cliff. Below him was a rumbling waterfall. Immortal, immortal. A young man covered in injuries crawled towards Fang Yuan, begging to become his disciple. You want to become my disciple? Meng Qiuzhen smiled. He was surprised as he tried to guess the rules of this new dream realm. If it were before, Fang Yuan could only test it with his own body. But now, Meng Qiuzhen had a dream path immortal goo, dream butterfly. He immediately activated dream butterfly immortal goo to investigate while trying to stall for time. You are just a mortal. Since you went through so much trouble to come to me, it must be fate. I have 3 paths, I can teach you one of them. The young man was overjoyed. He kowtowed as his forehead hit the hard rock, creating a dull sound. Meng Qiuzhen continued. The first path is formation path. Formation path pays particular attention to. Meng Qiuzhen spoke slowly. He was telling the truth. There were no lies. The young man nodded hesitantly. Lord Immortal, even though formation path cultivation is complicated, I will work hard to learn it. Meng Qiuzhen shook his head, saying, no rush. I have a second path, it is strength path. Strength path is fierce and direct. Its advantages. After Meng Qiuzhen said this, the young man became even more excited. I want to learn strength path. Meng Qiuzhen smiled again. I have a third path, wisdom path. Strength path is very common, but wisdom path is very rare. It has a long history. Among them, after a long speech, the young man was extremely excited. Lord Immortal, I want to learn wisdom path the most. Please help me. At this time, Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo finally finished investigating the dream realm. The dream realm was not small, it had 8 scenes. It turned out that the immortal had once unintentionally destroyed a mortal village. The young man's parents were among them. The young man was alone. He had tasted the bitterness of the mortal world. He did not know who his enemy was. The young man went through countless hardships and finally became the disciple of an immortal. He was talented and had one of the 10 extreme physiques. He was extremely compatible with wisdom path cultivation. The young man finally found out that his enemy was his master. He took revenge. The final scene was the battle between the master and the disciple, which was extremely difficult. No matter what I teach, this disciple will learn it 100%. Moreover, he will bring forth new ideas from the old, surpassing the master. Moreover, he also cultivates wisdom path and possesses powerful wisdom path methods. So, this first scene is the best chance to weaken this disciple. Meng Qiuzhen understood. Without Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo, he could only test it with his own body. According to normal calculations, he would not be able to pass the first time. His soul would be injured. Meng Qiuzhen needed to recuperate. This was a waste of time and resources. Then he would regroup and explore the dream world again. But now that he had Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo, he had the initiative and was no longer so passive. Even though Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo could only investigate, the value of crucial information was hard to estimate. Looking at the young man in front of him, Meng Qiuzhen thought about it and smiled. Then I will teach you wisdom path cultivation methods. This method isn't my original creation, but I've improved it. I call it the 9x9 multiplication formula. 9x9 multiplication formula? The young man's eyes shined. Just hearing this name made him feel that it was grand and immortal. Meng Qiuzhen continued to bluff. 9 is the extreme of numbers, 9x9 is the meaning of infinity, while multiplication is the rule of all beings. It is the essence of the great Tao of nature. It cannot be understood without comprehension ability. Come, I will teach you the first killer move, 1x1x1. The young man held his breath, his ears pricked up as he muttered, 1x1, 1x1, 1x1. Not long later, the final scene arrived. Master, this is my last. Shut up. Don't call me master, you evil disciple, I am not your master. No, even so, I have to call you one last time. Shut up. I nurtured you painstakingly. I taught you the strongest 9x9 multiplication formula in my life, but you repaid my kindness with enmity. No, master. No matter how angry you are, it is a fact that I killed my family. This enmity is irreconcilable. Let me call you one last time. Meng Qiuzhen did not reply. He directly activated a killer move and attacked his disciple. The disciple felt extremely stifled. He could not say the final word, master. Meng Qiuzhen wanted this effect. Because he understood this disciple, The killer move indulgence that he created was extremely impressive. It could amplify the power of all kinds of emotions in Wisdom Path. If he could say it, his mind would be clear and he would be able to activate indulgence. Once he activated indulgence, he would have a huge advantage in this dream realm. It would be very difficult for Meng Qiuzhen to pass. The battle progressed as Meng Qiuzhen expected. He attacked desperately, not giving his disciple any chance. The disciple was constantly suppressed by Meng Qiuzhen. He had no choice but to give up on indulgence. He used methods like the 9x9 multiplication formula to fight for a chance. Immortal killer move, 8x8x8x88. After dozens of rounds, the disciple finally activated this killer move. He had just activated it when the killer move failed. He suffered a huge backlash and lost most of his life. This is a wrong killer move. Master, for you. The disciple looked at Meng Qiuzhen in disbelief. My foolish disciple, let me tell you, the correct killer move is called 866. Meng Qiuzhen sneered as he attacked ruthlessly. The disciple resisted for a few rounds, but his head was still chopped off. He died with a grievance. Fang Yuan's main body was comprehending a killer move. Using goo worms alone often had all sorts of drawbacks or repercussions. To make up for the drawbacks and avoid the repercussions, goo cultivators started to try to use multiple goo worms in coordination. The development of killer moves naturally started on this basis. Killer moves were used by many goo worms at the same time. It was the art of using goo among the three aspects of nurturing, using, and refining goo worms. When goo cultivators developed killer moves, they were surprised to find that natural killer moves already existed in the natural world. Goo cultivators discovered many innate abilities from desolate beasts and desolate plants. These innate abilities had their own profundities. For example, the upper extreme heavenly eagle could enter grotto heavens and blessed lands. The upper extreme heavenly eagle had dense space path Dao marks. These Dao marks were arranged in accordance with the rules of space path. Thus it had the innate ability of freely entering grotto heavens and blessed lands. Thus, the most primitive form of killer moves were Dao marks. In this aspect, totem killer moves are the closest to this primitive form. Fang Yuan praised inwardly. Totem killer moves were developed in myriad beast fusion color heaven. There was no other use for them. Totem killer moves had a high status. They were on par with normal killer moves and battlefield killer moves. They had the same status. As for using goo, other than using single goo, there were normal killer moves, battlefield killer moves, ancient battle formations, current era goo formations, and immortal and mortal goo houses. But now, on top of this foundation, there was a brand new category, totem killer moves. Compared to other methods of using goo, totem killer moves had many obvious advantages. The most obvious point was that it was more convenient to use. It could be said to be used by fools. Totem killer moves required very few thoughts. They relied more on primeval essence or immortal essence. It was not like normal killer moves. When activating each goo worm, the steps were also very different. Secondly, totem killer moves had low requirements to create. The maintenance cost was also low. Normal killer moves required the goo cultivator to feed the corresponding goo worms. If the goo cultivator wanted to find a suitable goo worm, they would need to spend some time. But to cultivate totem killer moves, they only needed the corresponding food ingredients. Goo materials were naturally much easier to find than goo worms. The cost of feeding goo worms was huge, but once a totem killer move was created, it could be hidden in the body. There was no need to feed it. Of course, after it was damaged, it needed to be repaired. At that time, the goo cultivator would need to eat the corresponding food ingredients again. Thirdly, totem killer moves could be easily popularized. Many people could use them at the same time. Totem killer moves were compatible with all paths. Of course, totem killer moves had disadvantages. For example, the cost of creating them was not low. Another example was that after a totem was added to the body, it would have a huge impact on the goo cultivator's future cultivation. After all, they were Dao marks. Another example was that even though totem killer moves were powerful, they were fixed and could be easily countered. This was similar to goo houses. Fang Yuan thought about it. He felt that behind the totem killer moves, there was a hint of beast strength phantoms. The talents of these demon venerables and immortal venerables are immeasurable. Even though reckless savage demon venerable's nature is somewhat unexpected, his scheming ability is also amazing. Originally, reckless savage demon venerable's grotto heaven only had strength path and transformation path Dao marks. But Fang Yuan learned from old eccentric Tian Nan's true inheritance that reckless savage demon venerable made use of the beastman's ultimate method to fuse his own immortal aperture into the gluttonous demon frog. This was simply a stroke of genius. It was indescribably wondrous. The gluttonous demon frog was a legendary food path immemorial beast. With its immortal aperture and reckless savage demon venerable's method, myriad beast fusion color heaven had a food path environment. This food path environment was extremely crucial. Precisely because of the food path Dao marks, the Gu cultivators in myriad beast fusion color heaven could use refinement path methods to create all sorts of food to cultivate totem killer moves even though their food path attainment was extremely low. If it were the outside world, without the help of a food path environment, Gu cultivators would not be able to create such food so easily. This is actually food path cultivation. Fang Yuan thought of Southern Borders Paradise Earth True Inheritance. In this true inheritance, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had developed food path. He could perfect tea recipes into food path killer moves. Using Gu materials to create tea, after a Gu cultivator drinks it, they would gain the corresponding Dao marks. Cultivating totem killer moves in myriad beast fusion color heaven was like this in essence. Gu cultivators absorbed the Dao marks in Gu materials and added them to their bodies, gradually creating totem killer moves. Totem killer moves were very suitable for their respective Gu cultivators. In fact, during this process, the Gu cultivator's body would automatically filter and absorb the nutrients that the body could absorb. Fang Yuan's expression changed slightly, his thoughts paused. Wisdom path attainment level has risen to great grandmaster level. He sensed it and made a discovery, but his expression was calm. Chapter 2137. Soon, Fang Yuan put aside the matter of raising his wisdom path attainment level. He continued to comprehend it. Be it reckless savage demon venerable or paradise earth immortal venerable, they both have deep understanding of food path. In this aspect, reckless savage demon venerable cannot compare to paradise earth immortal venerable. After all, he only used the gluttonous demon frog. But his plan to use the food path environment to nurture totem killer moves is truly ingenious. Even a person like Fang Yuan could not stop praising it. Purely cultivating totem killer moves required the Gu cultivator to constantly deduce them. But in myriad beast fusion color heaven, the Gu cultivator only needed to consume Gu materials and use the food path environment to let their bodies select the most suitable nutrients, then let those Dao marks form naturally and form all sorts of totems. This was like using food path to make up for the lack of wisdom path, accumulating countless totem killer moves like 100 flowers bloom. And where did the Gu materials that the Gu cultivator consumed come from? It was naturally the continuous evolution of myriad beast fusion color heaven itself. Myriad beast fusion color heaven had a lot of transformation path Dao marks. There were many beasts and plants that mutated here. It had already formed a strong ecosystem that surpassed the 5 regions. Most of the beasts and plants that lived in myriad beast fusion color heaven were unique. There were no other branches of them. When the Gu cultivator ate these constantly mutating Gu materials, the totem killer moves they formed would also transform and become stronger. From this perspective, the Gu cultivator was using the natural evolution of myriad beast fusion color heaven to allow the totem killer moves to evolve along with it. Eventually, it would accumulate into an astonishing result. Just from the information that Jean Boudou had obtained during his infiltration, there were more than 9,000 basic totems in myriad beast fusion color heaven. Dark capital strength tiger, rain eagle totem, thunder fish totem, and golden bell totem were just one of them. Not to mention using these basic totems as the foundation to create personal special totems. These totem killer moves are not of much help to me, but the value of their recipes is extremely high. Fang Yuan had a portion of the food path true inheritance that came from Shadow Sect. It was the most authentic food path. Not long ago, Fang Yuan obtained Southern Borders Paradise Earth True Inheritance. He obtained all sorts of food path killer moves, tea recipes, which could increase the number of Dao marks on a Gu cultivator's body. Now, Fang Yuan obtained all sorts of recipes. He could draw out totem killer moves. Combining all kinds of accumulations, the path of food had already opened its mind and revealed its true profundity to Fang Yuan. All along, I thought that food path was best at raising Gu. It could reduce the burden of raising Gu. But in reality, this was only one of the advantages of the food path. The other amazing aspect of food path is to help Gu cultivators gain Dao marks and increase their foundation. Food path's advantage was to maintain the survival of the Gu cultivator and Gu worms. They could also use all sorts of special methods to strengthen their targets. Fang Yuan already had Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster attainment level. His Wisdom Path deduction attainment had risen by a huge margin. Thus, Fang Yuan could modify and deduce all sorts of food path killer moves from countless recipes. There was a huge difference between food path killer moves and the killer moves of other paths. Most of the food path killer moves were used on one's own side. Fang Yuan had a lot of immortal materials. If he expended them to create food path killer moves and used them on the sovereign immortal body, he would gain a vast number of Dao marks. Fang Yuan estimated inwardly, in terms of gains, annexing Grotto Heavens gives me the most Dao marks. Each time, I gain millions of them. But now that the sovereign immortal aperture's ecology is on the brink of collapse, if I continue to do this, I will suffer huge losses. Using these food path killer moves to increase my Dao marks, even though the gains are small each time, as long as I use them multiple times, I can accumulate a huge amount. Furthermore, for the sake of Crazed Demon Cave, I need to create some food path defensive methods to defend against Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Spectral Soul's Bitter Taste and Swallow Loss killer moves left a deep impression on Fang Yuan. He had to guard against them. At the same time, because food path was rare, ordinary Gu immortals could not defend against it effectively. Thus, if Fang Yuan developed food path offensive methods, he might be able to gain some benefits. Fang Yuan had some expectations for food path, but the extent was small. Because his opponents in Crazed Demon Cave were either Star Constellation Immortal Venerable or Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. The latter's food path attainment was definitely higher than Fang Yuan's. The former was a Wisdom Path Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster, a person who had once led the Celestial Court. How could she make a mistake in a small matter like food path? The opponents are too strong. Food path is just a minor method. It is probably not useful. But I still need to develop some. At least I need to be on guard against it. In the future, when I deal with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, I will not be passive in food path. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan gave the task of refining another batch of Immortal Gu to the Time Path clone. During this period of time, the Time Path clone had been controlling 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool, continuously refining rank 8 Immortal Gu. A large number of Fang Yuan's Immortal Gu had been refined to rank 8 level. The success rate of 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool's rank 8 refinement was too terrifying. Adding on the extremely abundant immortal material inventory and the abundant immortal essence supported by the rank 8 heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus. Fang Yuan did not face any difficulty in refining rank 8 Immortal Gu on a large scale. Most of the Immortal Gu had already been refined to rank 8. The Time Path clone had already started to refine some rank 6 and 7 Immortal Gu in his free time. Fang Yuan had a vast number of Immortal Gu recipes. These Immortal Gu recipes mainly came from Langya sect, while a portion came from other inheritances. Even without Immortal Gu recipes, Fang Yuan had even more powerful Wisdom Path deduction methods, as well as his Refinement Path Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster attainment level. He could make some gains with just a casual deduction. Some time ago, the Time Path clone had refined a batch of Theft Path Immortal Gu. Most of these Immortal Gu were rank 6, while a few were rank 7. Refining rank 8 Immortal Gu in 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool was a common thing. Refining rank 6 and 7 Immortal Gu was even easier. The only thing that could restrain Fang Yuan was the limitation of Immortal Gu. In this world, when Gu immortals wanted to refine Immortal Gu, They had to prepare to their limits. They might not succeed no matter how much effort they put in. The success rate of their gu refinement was too low. If they knew that Feng Yuan was refining gu like this, they would be shocked to the point of disbelief. In fact, 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool was an existence that surpassed the imagination of gu immortals. As for the theft path immortal gu that were refined, they were used by Feng Yuan to construct a new thieves' denver. The previous thieves' den immortal gu house had appeared many times. It was Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's original creation. It no longer met Feng Yuan's requirements. Thus, Feng Yuan modified it on this basis. The main thing was to make up for the gu worms that he lacked. The degree of modification was very small, because this immortal gu house originated from Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, be it its structure or killer moves, it was at the peak. Feng Yuan could modify it because of the advancement of time. Some new gu were produced that were more suitable for Thieves' Den Cooking Luck Pot, Thieves' Den, and Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress were Feng Yuan's 3 immortal gu houses. With Feng Yuan's current gu refinement ability, he could rebuild Dragon Palace and Myriad Year-Flying Warship, these 2 immortal gu houses. However, after Feng Yuan thought about it, he wisely gave up on the idea of rebuilding them. These 2 immortal gu houses had appeared too many times. Almost everyone in the world knew about them. Moreover, they were both peak creations. There was little room for modification. If Feng Yuan rebuilt them, he would definitely be targeted in future battles. It was fine if he was targeted by ordinary enemies, but Crazed Demon Cave had Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, and even Limitless Demon Venerable. If Di Zongxing was still enslaved by Feng Yuan, there would still be some value in rebuilding Dragon Palace. Unfortunately, Di Zongxing was sealed by the Celestial Court. If Feng Yuan attacked the Celestial Court because of this, he would expend a lot of effort. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would have more opportunities. Rather than rebuilding an immortal gu house, I should design a new immortal gu house. Rather than designing a new immortal gu house, I should focus on my combat system. Qi Si Ancestor had been preparing his combat system long ago, while Feng Yuan's main body was also facing the same problem. To deal with venerables, I need an excellent combat system. It is a pity that Duke Long is already dead. Demon Immortal Qi Ju is also sealed. Without these people as my touchstones, my combat system will lack a test. Feng Yuan had been thinking about his combat system. In fact, he hoped that some people with similar battle strength would appear and help him create a mature combat system. Currently, Feng Yuan's most mature combat system was still the sword path and time path he displayed during the Fate War. Now that he had rank 8 Fortitude Gu and Ability Gu, he might be able to create a combat system in strength path as well. Buzz buzz buzz, Cooking Luck Pot suddenly shook. Feng Yuan immediately raised his head, observing the luck of his clone and himself. Soon, his expression became rather strange. His main body's silver-white light pillar of luck actually formed many small gray clouds on the surface. Feng Yuan observed carefully and soon found that these clouds originated from Li Xiaobai. His other clones' luck were calm, only Li Xiaobai's luck was changing rapidly. Feng Yuan deduced in his mind, so Li Xiaobai is undergoing immortal ascension. Looking at the change in luck, he still has a small obstacle. But why would this obstacle affect my main body? Looking at this situation, it seems to be related to me. Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. Thunder rumbled, tribulation clouds covered the sky. Li Xiaobai was dressed in white, floating in the air. His body was covered in a thick cocoon of 3 qi. Li Xiaobai's immortal ascension had reached a crucial moment. Dear Li, you have to persevere. Su Qihan was extremely worried. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on the sky, on the figure that she was worried about. Swoosh! A pale green lightning ball with a long tail shot down from the dark clouds towards Li Xiaobai. Su Qihan cried out in shock. At the crucial moment, Li Xiaobai activated his killer move, turning into a poem wall that blocked the lightning ball. This Li Xiaobai, he is actually mediating the 3 qi while resisting the calamity and tribulation with ease. Far away, a young man gritted his teeth with eerie eyes. If you really ascend to an immortal, I, Du Zhishao, will never be able to make a name for myself. Oh Li Xiaobai, you can only blame yourself for being too outstanding. Being in the same generation as someone like you, the others can only serve as pitiful foils. The young man, Du Zhishao, said as he sent out a trace of gray smoke. The gray smoke floated into the tribulation clouds, causing the clouds to boil. Cloud Chi rumbled as 3 pale green lightning balls shot out. Chapter 2138. Seeing that the tribulation lightning was about to hit Li Xiaobai, Su Chi-han flew into the sky. She disregarded her own safety and charged forward, wanting to sacrifice herself to block the tribulation lightning. Sigh, silly child. A figure suddenly appeared and blocked Su Chi-han. Su Chi-han saw the person and was overjoyed, calling out, "Father!" The person was the current Imperial Minister Su, a rank 7 Gu immortal of profound literature Grotto Heaven. Li Xiaobai is the son-in-law of our Su clan. How can I ignore him? Just stay here and don't cause trouble. Imperial Minister Su consoled Su Chi-han while sighing internally. A grown girl could not be kept at home. Even though Imperial Minister Su thought highly of Li Xiaobai's potential, he had objections to his actions. Originally, Imperial Minister Su wanted to recruit Li Xiaobai as Su clan's son-in-law and teach him Su clan's inheritance, allowing Li Xiaobai to become an immortal and arrange for him to become an official in the imperial court, paving the way for him and building a pillar for Su clan. But Li Xiaobai was always wandering around outside. He did not want to become an official. This made Imperial Minister Su feel disgusted. He had tried and worked hard, but Li Xiaobai had high standards. How could he care less about a small imperial court in profound literature Grotto Heaven? He was one of Gyue and Fang Yuan's clones. He had great ambitions. Profound literature Grotto Heaven could not restrain him. Even though this lad does not understand the situation, he is still a member of my Su clan, the man my daughter loves. Even though his immortal ascension was too rash, he did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. But I still need to protect him. Imperial Minister Su sighed internally, waving his robe as a bright rainbow light shot out, intercepting the 3 pale green tribulation lightning bolts. Damn it! It is Imperial Minister Su after all. Du Zhishao saw this and trembled with anger. He shouted, "I am not resigned to this. Li Xiaobai, you are too lucky to be favored by such a major character. I hate you, this is too hateful." Du Zhishao saw that his scheme was about to fail, but at this time, a figure suddenly emerged from the ground on his left. This figure flew into the sky. It was a Gu immortal. The Gu immortal had his face covered as he attacked Imperial Minister Su. Imperial Minister Su could only fight him. He had an angry expression. "Good. I have many political enemies. Which one of them are you?" He actually has such a method. The masked Gu immortal purposely made his voice hoarse. "Minister Su, you are an understanding person. You have a good son-in-law, but this son-in-law is too outstanding. It's better if your Su family doesn't become so powerful. From now on, don't even think about helping him." "Someone is helping me." Good, very good." Du Zhishao was stunned for a moment before he was overjoyed and couldn't help but dance with joy. "Father!" Su Chi-han exclaimed from the ground, "Quickly help Xiaobai." Swoosh! The tribulation lightning arrived again. Li Xiaobai could only activate his killer move and form a poem wall. Du Zhishao screamed, "Don't even think about blocking it." Gray smoke rose from his body once more, and he actually unleashed the power of the calamity once more. The tribulation lightning destroyed the poem wall. Even though most of its power was neutralized, there were still some green flames that stuck to Li Xiaobai's body and started to burn. "Xiaobai!" Su Chi-han turned pale with fright and was about to rush over without a care for her own safety. Even if she did not have a way to resolve this, she wanted to live and die together with Li Xiaobai. But at the crucial moment, Li Xiaobai's arm came out of the chi cocoon. He waved at Su Chi-han. "Don't act rashly. In this situation where we are in imminent danger, my emotions are surging and inspiration is flashing in my mind. I have an urge to recite a poem." "What?" Su Chi-han was stunned. Minister Su and the masked Gu immortals battle also froze for a moment. Minister Su could not help but look over. The current imperial court and pugilistic world were talking about Li Xiao by reciting a poem to turn the situation around and revive from a hopeless situation. Again? I want to see if you have the ability to surpass heaven. Du Zhijiao's expression was extremely dark. Back then, he had a huge advantage and victory was in sight. But suddenly, Li Xiaobai recited a poem and turned the situation around. This experience became the deepest shadow in Du Zhijiao's heart. Everyone listened attentively. They heard Li Xiaobai recite, "Under the pine tree, I asked the boy, Master went to pick herbs. But in this mountain, deep in the clouds." 20 black words flew out of Li Xiaobai's mouth, forming into 4 segments that revolved around him. After a few breaths of time, these 4 segments turned into a dense fog that moved continuously. The pale green flames on Li Xiaobai's body were all absorbed by these fog. With a whoosh, the white fog vanished, the pale green flames also disappeared, they could no longer torture Li Xiaobai. Du Zhijiao was dumbfounded. Minister Su praised, "Good poem, good poem. The words are simple and direct, it is good for expressing emotions, there is profoundness in the plainness. Using simple words to write complex emotions, the emotions are sincere but there are also ups and downs." Su Qihan cupped her fists in front of her chest, she looked at Li Xiaobai with eyes shining with admiration. "Darling Li is truly extraordinary. This poem is simple and natural, but the colors are bright and the shades are appropriate. Lush green pines, floating white clouds. The lush green leaves contain endless vitality, the vast white clouds are deep and indistinct. It is hard to grasp, it makes one think of a beautiful woman in autumn waters that is nowhere to be found. It is too beautiful, this poem is truly too beautiful." The masked Gu immortal laughed heartily. I understand now. Li Xiaobai, you are a true hermit. The white clouds in the poem show your nobility and purity, the pine trees show your strength of character. You want to break away from the mundane, you want to go to the transcendent pine trees and white clouds. I was worrying unnecessarily, how can a person like you stay in the imperial court? Forget it, I will leave now. With your talent, it would be a pity to destroy you. It is a loss to the literature world. I do not want to become a sinner in history." The masked Gu immortal said this and actually left. Minister Su was left with a complex expression. He was let off just like that. Du Zhijiao coughed out a mouthful of blood, he staggered a few steps and barely supported his body, he did not fall down. This again, I was subdued by Li Xiaobai's poem talent again. I cannot accept this, this treatment should belong to me alone. Du Zhijiao screamed as a wisp of gray smoke appeared on his body again. At the same time, Du Zhijiao's youthful face turned old, he turned from a young man to a middle-aged man. The gray smoke flew into the air and was finally discovered by Minister Su. "You were the one behind this? Du Zhijiao, you were once the #1 scholar in the world, you actually did such a thing." Du Zhijiao smiled bitterly. "#1 scholar in the world? I am no longer one, I will reclaim this title." Minister Su shouted, "It seems that I have to kill you today." Wishful thinking. Suddenly, another person flew out from the valley on Du Zhijiao's right. This Gu immortal was also masked. "Someone is helping me?" Du Zhijiao was overjoyed. The masked Gu immortal and Minister Su fought. Minister Su was held back and could only watch as the gray smoke fused into the tribulation luck. The tribulation's power rose. This time, 3 pale green lightning balls shot towards Li Xiaobai. Minister Su was furious. "I have many political enemies, which one of them are you?" The masked Gu immortal smiled coldly. "So what if you guessed it? Your son-in-law will not be able to block this tribulation lightning, he is dead for sure." "Xiaobai." Su Qihan shouted, her voice was mournful and her face was filled with despair. But Li Xiaobai stretched out his hand again. "In this situation, in the face of danger, my emotions are surging, inspiration is flashing in my heart, I have the urge to recite a poem again." You are still doing it? I don't believe it. Du Zhijiao shook his head frantically. Minister Su was worried. The stimulation of danger can cause the gu cultivator's inspiration to burst forth. They can create a masterpiece on the spot and change their situation. Looking at the history of the dynasties, this has happened many times. But such things usually happen when one's potential is squeezed to the limit. It is something that can only be chanced upon. Li Xiaobai is in danger now. Xiaobai, I believe you, quickly recite it. Su Qihan was full of confidence. Li Xiaobai coughed, sighing internally. He did not want to be so high profile, but he had no choice. His methods could not block the tribulation. He could only rely on profound literature Grotto Heaven's killer move, aid to literary talents. This killer move was used by the original owner of profound literature Grotto Heaven. As long as the Grotto Heaven existed, it would remain effective. The original owner's immortal killer move. Any pure-blooded human, as long as they created or recited an outstanding poem, regardless of the topic, they would be able to obtain this Grotto Heaven's perception and reward. Earlier, Li Xiaobai had recited a poem and obtained the reward, dispelling the pale green flames on his body. Thus, Li Xiaobai recited again, 8,000 mountains with no birds, 10,000 paths with no traces of humans. A fisherman on a lone boat, fishing alone in the cold river snow. Once the poem was recited, the tribulation lightning faded. The effect was incredible. Good poem, a peerless poem. Fishing alone in the cold river, tranquil and cold. 1,000 mountains and 10,000 paths with a lone boat fishing. The word extinction showed extreme silence, absolute silence. Against such a backdrop, the extreme of yin gave birth to yang, and the extreme of all things reversed. Fishing in the snow immediately came to life. The painting floated, and everything became exquisite and translucent, showing the poet's ethereal and pure feelings of aloofness that transcended the mortal world. I understand, I really understand. Li Xiaobai, you never had the ambition to become an official. A person like you, such talent, I cannot bear to kill you, I'm leaving. The second masked gu immortal sighed deeply. After praising Li Xiaobai for a while, he left. Du Zhishao spat out a mouthful of blood as he fell to the ground. This again. I know his poems are good, they are really good. But the better they are, the worse my heart feels. I am tired of hearing these praises, I am sick of hearing them. I want you to die, I want you to die. Du Zhishao activated the gray smoke again, turning from a middle-aged man to an old man. Li Xiaobai was in danger again. Is there a need to do this? Li Xiaobai felt a headache. You want me to recite poems again? He did not want to do this, it was too conspicuous and eye-catching. It would arouse suspicion. Thus, when he became famous in the world, Li Xiaobai controlled himself and only recited 3 poems. Now that he was undergoing tribulation, he recited 2 new poems. It seemed like he was going to recite another new poem. I really don't know what to do with you, recite it. Li Xiaobai glanced at Du Zhishao who was lying on the ground, feeling helpless. Li Xiaobai recited loudly, the white sun shines on the mountain, the yellow river flows into the sea. If one wishes to see 1,000 li, one must ascend to the next level. Li Xiaobai's crisis was resolved, his tribulation luck dissipated, the 3 qi fused and formed an immortal aperture. He became an information path gu immortal. Oh heavens, since I was born, why was Li Xiaobai born? Du Zhishao shouted loudly. He was extremely miserable. He had an expression of grief, indignation, helplessness, and hatred as he breathed his last. From today onwards, you are poem immortal Li Xiaobai. Imperial Minister Su floated towards Li Xiaobai with a complex expression. He sighed. The younger generation will surpass us in time, so I have been underestimating you all along. I had wanted to arrange for you to become an official in the court, but you have such great ambitions. Compared to you, I am just an ordinary person. What a joke, what a joke. From today onwards, you can travel all over the world as long as you do not let down my daughter. What? Li Xiaobai opened his mouth. He wanted to say that becoming an official was not bad. He had resources and connections. But the poem had already been recited, his ambitions had already been expressed. Thus, Li Xiaobai could only say, Father-in-law, don't worry, I will protect Han Air. Li Xiaobai and Imperial Minister Su landed on the ground. Darling Li, you are too amazing. Your talent is as vast as the sea, you cannot be judged with common sense. Su Qihan flew to Li Xiaobai's side. Imperial Minister Su heard his daughter's words and felt a little uncomfortable, but he could not refute her. After all, he had seen everything with his own eyes. Chapter 2139. On Du Zhizhao's corpse, an immortal goo appeared on his chest. This immortal goo seemed to be made of crystal, it was shaped like a flea and was as big as a fist, it was curled up into a ball and did not make any sound, it was very silent. Because of this immortal goo, a mortal like Du Zhizhao was able to affect the calamities and tribulations. Li Xiaobai cleaned the battlefield, he naturally found this immortal goo. To activate immortal goo, immortal essence was needed. However, there were some special cases that were not bound by this rule. It seems that even mortals can use this mystical immortal goo. Su Qihan said, "This immortal goo is very rare. Let me check it." Imperial Minister Su looked at this immortal goo as he showed a peculiar expression, using an information path method. Profound Literature Grotto Heaven was an information path grotto heaven that had always focused on searching and accumulating information. Although Profound Literature Paradise lived in seclusion, it had never been bold enough to shut itself off from the outside world. It had always maintained close contact with the outside world. Moreover, Minister Su was an important minister of the imperial court and had a high level of authority. He could investigate many secrets and important news of the imperial court. Soon, he got the result. This immortal goo is actually Heaven's Envy immortal goo. Heaven's Envy immortal goo? This was the first time Su Qihan had heard of it. Imperial Minister Su explained in detail. Heaven's Envy immortal goo is a heaven path goo worm. Similar to it are Heaven's Fury immortal goo and Heaven's Sorrow immortal goo. This type of heaven path immortal goo cannot be activated even by rank 9 goo venerables. Father, your information is wrong, right? We clearly saw Du Zhizhao using this immortal goo earlier. We are making things difficult for Brother Li. Su Qihan immediately retorted. Minister Su shook his head. I'm not done yet. Immortal goo like Heaven's Jealousy was quite special, it could resonate with jealousy and be activated by itself. But the price was huge, the lifespan of the goo cultivator needed to be shortened. Because of this, Du Zhizhao turned from a young man to a middle-aged man, and from a middle-aged man to an old man. Su Qihan was stunned, she couldn't help but think of the Legends of Rinzhu. She said, I remember that, the Legends of Rinzhu has a similar record. Don't tell me Strength Goo and Wisdom Goo are also Heaven Path Goo worms? Imperial Minister Su smiled bitterly, I can't be sure either. Even though this is what is written in the Legends of Rinzhu. But Heaven Path Goo worms could not be used by Goo cultivators. The most famous example was Fate Goo. You've all witnessed the scene of the fated war. Su Qihan pouted unhappily, thinking, I thought this immortal goo would be useful to Li Lang, but to think it is a heaven path immortal goo. This immortal goo needed jealousy to activate on its own. But my dear Li is a magnanimous man, a remarkable man in the world, how could he have such emotions? Moreover, the price of activating Heaven's Envy immortal goo is too high, I will lose too much lifespan. Imperial Minister Su saw his daughter's disappointment, he smiled and said to Li Xiaobai, Xiaobai, this Heaven's Envy immortal goo is yours. How you deal with it is your business. But if you can hand over this goo to the imperial court, according to our imperial court's calendar, we will give you some compensation. Su Qihan's eyes lit up. Li Xiaobai pondered, then can we exchange for information path immortal goo? Minister Su hesitated. This, Su Qihan quickly grabbed Imperial Minister Su's sleeves and said coquettishly, Father, our Heaven's Envy immortal goo is rank 7, we will suffer some losses and exchange for a rank 6 information path immortal goo. Imperial Minister Su lightly patted his daughter's forehead, scolding her with a smile. You little girl, you think too highly of the imperial court. Do you think these goo immortals are so stupid? Even if a Heaven Path immortal goo is rank 8, its practical value is very low. It cannot compare to a rank 6 information path immortal goo. Su Chi-han did not want to give up for her beloved. Father, you are the current imperial minister. Imperial Minister Su sighed. Su Chi-han was his beloved daughter. I will think of a way to fight for Xiaobai. He could only say this. Su Chi-han laughed happily, continuing to exert pressure. Father, I believe you can succeed. Imperial Minister Su smiled bitterly. Little girl, I have never had such confidence in your father before. Li Xiaobai maintained his calm, thinking, my father-in-law has many political enemies. If I follow his path and ask for the immortal goo from the imperial court as a reward, I will face many difficulties. The chances of success are not high. Even if I succeed in the end, father-in-law will lose a lot of political leverage. This is not a wise decision. Thinking of this, Li Xiaobai said, Father-in-law Han Heir, I don't want to hand it over for now. Why don't I sell this Heaven's Envy immortal goo in jewel yellow skies first, and see if anyone wants to buy it? Imperial Minister Su nodded. That is a way. But Xiaobai, don't be too optimistic. Even though Heaven Path immortal goo are rare, everyone knows that no one can directly use them. Who would use an immortal goo that they can use to exchange for a useless Heaven Path immortal goo? Su Chi-han sighed. That is true. Li Xiaobai nodded. I just want to try. Imperial Minister Su reminded. Don't overdo it, there is a fee to sell the immortal goo in jewel yellow skies. Li Xiaobai suddenly had a stunned expression. Someone is buying Heaven's Envy immortal goo. What? Imperial Minister Su was stunned. Su Chi-han shouted in joy. What price did they offer? Li Xiaobai could not conceal his excitement. I have already made the transaction. The other party actually took out rank 7 poem wall immortal goo. I cannot reject this condition. During Li Xiaobai's immortal ascension, he did not have any excess heaven and earth chi to raise his vital goo. The main reason was Heaven's Envy immortal goo. Li Xiaobai did not have one of the 10 extreme physiques. The blessed land he obtained was only a high-grade blessed land. But because of this transaction, Li Xiaobai obtained his first immortal goo, and it was a rank 7 immortal goo. Imperial Minister Su looked at the poem wall immortal goo in Li Xiaobai's hands and stared in disbelief. Someone is really buying Heaven Path immortal goo? They even took out an information path immortal goo of the same rank? Which idiot could it be? The idiot that Imperial Minister Su was referring to was none other than Gue and Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had been paying attention to Li Xiaobai's situation all along. Even though Du Ji Xiao and Heaven's Envy immortal goo were out of Fang Yuan's expectations, and Fang Yuan did not think of interfering with Li Xiaobai's development, an immortal goo was too important to Li Xiaobai. He had to help him in this aspect. In any case, Jewel Yellow Skies was very safe. Nobody could find out the true identities of the two parties involved in the transaction. With 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool, Fang Yuan had a high success rate in refining rank 8 immortal goo, not to mention rank 6 and 7 immortal goo. The Time Path clone directly refined a poem wall immortal goo and raised it all the way to rank 7. He had wanted to create an opportunity to give this immortal goo to Li Xiaobai, but he did not expect Li Xiaobai to sell Heaven's Envy immortal goo. Such a good opportunity was presented to him. Fang Yuan naturally grabbed it. The transaction soon ended. Li Xiaobai obtained rank 7 poem wall immortal goo. Even though Li Xiaobai was only rank 6 and his cultivation level could not keep up, rank 7 poem wall immortal goo was enough to become his core immortal goo. Imperial Minister Su sighed inwardly on the way back. Li Xiaobai's luck is truly unparalleled. So this Heaven's Envy immortal goo is the manifestation of my luck. Fang Yuan obtained Heaven's Envy immortal goo and immediately noticed that cooking luck pot was shaking. After inspecting it, he immediately discovered the truth. He raised his head to look at his silver light pillar, only to see that the clouds on the surface had already condensed into one, giving off a feeling of firmness and toughness. The clouds slowly revolved around the silver light pillar. Not only were they clearly guarding it, they were even rising up, directly entangling with the clouds at the top of the silver light pillar. Fang Yuan's heart shook. It seems that this Heaven's Envy immortal goo is the key to dealing with the venerables? Fang Yuan started to use wisdom path methods to make deductions. His eyes flickered with bright light for a while before he tried to inject immortal essence into Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo. Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo shook intensely, resisting with all its might. But it could not resist Fang Yuan's forcefulness. It started to fall. A moment later, Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo absorbed a small portion of the immortal essence and produced a lump of gray smoke. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. I actually refined a small portion of Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo. And I can actually activate Heaven Path Immortal Goo. Is it because of those unrestrained heavenly marks? Fang Yuan's unrestrained heavenly marks had already surpassed 10,000. Every time he annexed a grotto heaven, a large number of Heaven Path Dao marks would be added to the sovereign immortal aperture before being refined into unrestrained heavenly marks by Fang Yuan. Earlier, he used rank 8 Immortal Goo to forcefully refine Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo. He actually succeeded by a small portion. Next, he tried to activate Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo. It actually worked. It did not consume Fang Yuan's lifespan. Fang Yuan calmed down and inspected carefully. He made a further discovery. Even though I can activate Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo, it is not complete. I have only refined a small portion of Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo. It can only barely recognize me. Therefore, I am unable to unleash its full power. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved rapidly. This should be due to the unrestrained heavenly marks. I am different from everyone else. If I continue to add unrestrained heavenly marks, will I be able to continue refining Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo until I completely refine it? Wait a moment. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. It was like lightning striking the darkness, causing a loud explosion in his mind. At this moment, Fang Yuan's lips turned dry. Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo is a Heaven Path Immortal Goo. Fate Goo is the same. Since I can refine Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo, does that mean I can also refine Fate Goo and control fate? Southern border. The calamities and tribulations were rampaging. Wu Clan's Goo Immortal Wu Zhen was controlling the situation. He was looking at the chi cocoon in the air. The person inside the chi cocoon suddenly shouted, exploding her immortal aperture and becoming an immortal. It was Wu Ji. In this immortal ascension, not only did she obtain a super-grade blessed land, her vital goo also became an immortal. Wu Zhen sensed Wu Ji's aura and sighed, Wu Ji, you chose strength path in the end. Wu Ji did not regret it. She laughed loudly. This is the path I want to walk. On Shangliang Mountain, Shang Yanfei gathered all his children together. He had died in the battle of Yitian Mountain, but because Fate Goo was destroyed, he was revived by Shang Clan's Goo Immortals. Right now, he was sitting on the main seat. His body was covered in a layer of blood-red light. Congratulations to Father for your immortal ascension. You have left the mortal realm and become a blood immortal. As the eldest son, Shang Qiu congratulated first. Next, the other children congratulated him. Shang Xanci was among them. Chapter 2140. In the small courtyard, Shang Yanfei sat on the main seat. He was dressed in a black robe, and his hair was like blood. He still had the appearance of a handsome young man. His children all took their seats and gathered together in the hall. Under the watchful eyes of his children, Shang Yanfei took out a stack of beast skins from his chest. There was a layer of patterns on every piece of beast skin, which vividly depicted some kind of dragon beast. There were also ink annotations at the corners, giving off a strong primitive aura. This is the 9 children dragon diagram. I obtained it from a Goo Immortal's corpse when I was adventuring in my early years. It is a pity that I have no fate with this immortal fate. Even when I asked the other supreme elders of Shang Clan, I could not see through it. Now, I will hand the 9 children dragon diagram to you one by one. I hope that you will be able to decipher its mysteries and inherit the immortal destiny. At this point, Shang Yanfei shifted his gaze from the beast hide to Shang Qiu. Qiu, come here, he called softly. Father. Shang Qiu left his seat and walked in front of Shang Yanfei. Shang Yanfei gave him the topmost beast skin. This is the Qiu painting. The reason why I named you Qiu is because of this. You're the boss. You're experienced and prudent. I'm not worried. Coming back to life this time is an immeasurable treasure in your life. Don't let me down. Shang Qiunyou stretched out his hands and received the beast's skin. Father, your son will do his best and not disappoint you. Yazi, come here as well. Shang Yanfei waved his hand and called for his second brother. From now on, you need to broaden your horizons and broaden your mind. It will be good for you. Yes, I will remember father's teachings. Shang Yazi received the beast's skin with both hands and returned to his seat. Shang Yanfei summoned his children one by one and distributed the 9 suns dragon diagram to them. He also gave them a few words of encouragement. Shang Xnci remained seated and was not summoned. She observed carefully and discovered that the beast markings on the 9 suns dragon illustration were all different. For example, the Chao Feng painting was a divine beast that sat upright and gazed into the distance. Its aura was completely noble and inviolable. Another example was Pu Lao Tu, who looked like a coiled flood dragon. There was also the Tao diagram, which looked like a giant turtle that could carry mountains and rivers. There was also the Swan Ni Tu, who was like a ferocious tiger with a ferocious aura. There were only 9 animal skin maps, and they were quickly distributed. However, there were more than 9 children. Shang Yanfei then called Shang Tuahai over. You have been in charge of the caravan and have been managing it well. Then I will hand over this entire caravan to you. Other than that, there was also a water path inheritance here. It was a water path inheritance. Although it's badly damaged, the contents inside are invaluable to you. I hope you'll continue to strive for self-improvement in the future. A moment later, Shang Yanfei summoned Shang Yifan. This is only a rank 5 Gu Master inheritance, but there are clues to a Gu Immortal inheritance. Your future depends on your own performance. Finally, Shang Yanfei called Shang Xnci's name. Father. Shang Xnci came in front of Shang Yanfei. Shang Yanfei sighed. My family property has been divided, only this small courtyard is left. Xnci, out of all my children, you are the one who surprises me the most. If you don't mind, you can keep this small courtyard. As soon as these words came out, there was a commotion in the courtyard. The children all looked at Shang Yanfei and Shang Xnci. Many of them wanted to speak but suddenly found that they could not. This was clearly Shang Yanfei's doing. Thus, under everyone's gazes, Shang Xnci agreed with a calm expression. Daughter thanks father. After this family banquet ended, most of Shang Yanfei's children gathered together in secret. Sigh. Father actually gave this courtyard to Shang Xnci. He did not allow us to object. It seems that father really wants Shang Xnci to be the clan leader. What do we do now? This is too unfair. What did we get? Some inexplicable things or broken inheritances. As for her, Shang Xnci, she will be the clan leader. This position will definitely be nurtured by the entire clan. She is a Gu Immortal seed. Back then, when Shang Yanfei was still a young master, he was suppressed by the other young masters. Shang Yanfei had no choice but to give up the young master position and become an ordinary clansman. During that period of dire straits, he lived in this small courtyard. Later, when he became the clan leader, to remind himself and his descendants, he preserved this place. All the family banquets were held here. Later, when Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing had just left Qing Mao Mountain to roam the world, they escorted Shang Xnci to Shangliang Mountain. They were also received in this courtyard. Shang Yanfei gave this small courtyard to Shang Xnci. It had great significance. It also meant that Shang Yanfei was handing over the clan leader position to Shang Xnci. Although Shang Xnci was already the clan leader, according to the clan's tradition, the position had to be passed down by the previous clan leader. That was the most legitimate and unquestionable. Father is so biased. That's right, he loves Shang Xnci the most. What position does this place us in? Everyone, are we just going to watch this happen? Shang Xnci is only an illegitimate daughter. After I died, you were too useless. You actually let Shang Xnci become the clan leader. The clan leader position was not decided by me. What can we do about the decree of the higher-ups? In my opinion, some of our Shang clan's supreme elders are also a little muddle-headed. Shang Xnci and Fang Yuan have a mysterious relationship. The higher-ups might think so. The children's discussion came to an abrupt end. After a moment of silence, Shang Yifan said, Feng Yuan had indeed lived in Shangliang Mountain for a period of time. But what kind of person is he? He is an existence that looks down on the entire world. Why would he care about ants like us? Shang Clan's supreme elders are thinking too much. Didn't you see that Shang Xnci did not receive any help from Feng Yuan for so many years? These words injected life into the deathly silent atmosphere. The other children regained their vigor. They were sure that Feng Yuan had already forgotten about Shangliang Mountain. They were not willing to give up on Shang Xnci's clan leader position like this. Shang Yifan continued, Shang Xnci is powerful, but she is not undefeatable. As long as we work together, we have a high chance of victory. We can completely divide her subordinates. Shang Yazi laughed sinisterly. We need to attack from both sides, to tire Shang Xnci out. Not long ago, I was fortunate enough to meet an expert. If I can obtain his help, Shang Xnci will definitely be badly battered, her reputation will fall. Several days later, the atmosphere in the study room was heavy. Shang Xnci frowned. After hearing Shang Buli's report, she sighed deeply. To think that the situation is so serious, in just a few days, it has already spread to the entire market of Shangliang Mountain. A few days ago, fake goo worms appeared in Shangliang Mountain's goo worm market. These fake goo looked exactly like the real goo. Even if they were used for a period of time, they would still be fine. But after a period of time, the fake goo would reveal themselves and self-destruct, causing huge losses to the buyer. The fake goo appeared in Shang Clan's market. It greatly affected Shang Clan's reputation. The situation was very serious. Xiao Dai had been standing beside Shang Xnci. She was very unhappy with Shang Buli. She said directly, Lord Shang Buli, you are in charge of the market. There must be a process for the situation to escalate to this extent. Why did you hide it? Shang Buli snorted in anger. This subordinate is too incompetent. I have disappointed you, Lord Clan Leader. The situation is so serious. This subordinate cannot absolve himself from the blame. I will resign now, Clan Leader. Please do not stop me. Xiao Dai was stunned. She shouted, Who are you trying to scare? Shang Buli looked at Xiao Dai coldly. You are just a servant. I am magnanimous and will not bicker with you. Lord Clan Leader, I will resign. Please allow me to do so. Shang Xnci looked at Shang Buli deeply. She had a calm expression. In that case, I will allow it. Farewell. Shang Buli chuckled, turning around to leave. Did he really just leave? Xiao Dai was dumbfounded. Lord Shang Tuahai is requesting an audience. At this moment, Xiao Lan reported from outside the study room. Shang Xnci's gaze flickered. She replied plainly, Invite him in. Shang Tuahai came to the study room. Seeing Shang Xnci's expression, he nodded. It seems that you have noticed something. Shang Xnci asked, Is it because of the clan leader position? Shang Tuahai, indeed. Shang Buli was in charge of the slave trade in his early years. He was doing very well, but after you became the clan leader, you could not bear to do such a cruel thing. You banned the slave trade and made Shang Buli manage the goo worm market on Shangliang Mountain. Shang Buli has already been persuaded by others. He is also involved in this fake goo plot. This old scoundrel. Xiao Dai gritted her teeth in anger. Shang Tuahai continued, Their plan is not just this. Shang Buli is only the first person to be split. There will be more in the future. Shang Xnci nodded. What do you want? Shang Tuahai smiled plainly. We have the same status. We are both illegitimate children. Even if you fall, I will not be able to become the clan leader. I will rarely return in the future. I will spend most of my time exploring the outside world with the caravan. I also want to become an immortal. But I cannot walk the path of the clan. If you can become an immortal in the future, I hope you will reciprocate my kindness by telling you the truth. I will remember it. Farewell. Seeing Shang Tuahai leave, Shang Xnci had complex emotions. After leading Shang clan for so many years, Shang Xnci had not only trained her abilities, she had also broadened her horizons. In her opinion, among Shang Yanfei's children, Shang Tuahai was definitely in the top 3 in terms of ability. His character and talent were the best of the best. Unfortunately, his fortuitous encounters were not enough. He could not gain the favor of an expert. Fate has been destroyed. The great era is upon us. Countless people are fighting and fighting for that sliver of a chance to become an immortal. Shang Xnci sighed in her heart. Next, it was like what Shang Tuahai had said. Zhu Ba and Wan Qianshan also took the initiative to resign. Xiao Yan received news that the fire goo materials he needed after so much effort had appeared far away. He was going to search for them. Xiong Tu, Xiong Hua, and Xiong Feng received some information regarding how to save their ancestor Xiong Yanhua. Zhou Quan and Wei Dexin fell ill unexpectedly. Both of them were bedridden. At once, Shang Xinci's capable subordinates all left her. She was left alone. The goo masters who bought the fake goo gathered and started to cause trouble. Shang Xnci had no choice but to bring Xiao Dai and Xiao Lan to the scene to take control of the situation. These goo worms are all fake. Does your Shang clan sell fake goods? Shang clan leader, since you are here, tell me, what should we do? I spent most of my wealth to buy one of your rank 4 goo worms, but it turned out to be fake. Shang clan's auspicious market festival is held once a year, but you are selling fake goods and scamming us buyers. We cannot accept this. What is even more hateful is, even though it was said to be sold at a discount, the truth is that the price was secretly adjusted. The price is no different from normal. Under the anger of the crowd, Shang Xnci was still calm. Shang clan will compensate you for your losses in double the original price. Just one sentence made the crowd go silent. Shang Yazi and the rest who were hiding in the dark were anxious. They quickly gave orders. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, "If you want compensation, compensate on the spot." That's right, one thing in front of others and another behind their backs. These are all tricks of your Shang clan. Your Shang clan sells fake goods. Can your words be trusted? I don't care. This shop of yours cheated us of our hard-earned money. I will destroy it. The people hiding in the crowd attacked Shang Xnci at once. Shang Xnci stretched out her hand, using a defensive killer move to protect the shop behind her, blocking all the attacks. Xiao Lan and Xiao Dai shouted and were about to attack, but were stopped by Shang Xnci. Shang Xnci's gaze flickered. Her aura burst out as she used a battlefield killer move. The killer move engulfed all the troublemakers. The noisy and crowded street instantly became empty and quiet. So powerful. To think that Shang Xnci is so strong. Shang Yazi and the rest saw this and felt extremely shocked. Chapter 2141. Shang Xnci had a benevolent nature. When she attacked now, she was extremely domineering, instantly suppressing the entire situation. The goo cultivation world was like this. The strong were revered. But even though Shang Xnci imprisoned everyone, she did not punish them. Instead, she promised in front of everyone, she would compensate them with double the price. And even though she knew that there were people with ulterior motives, she did not attack them. Instead, she let them go. Shang Xnci, I actually let these people go. Soft-heartedness. She actually did not attack. If it were me, I would rather kill 1,000 innocent people than let one go. Shang Yazi and the rest discussed secretly, expressing their disdain, concealing the uneasiness in their hearts. Shang Qianyo, however, had a complex expression. Maybe, this is where Shang Xnci is different from us. This is also why father values her and made her the clan leader. Shang Qianyo, what are you saying? Someone immediately retorted. Shang Qianyo said plainly, you all saw it earlier, Shang Xnci is so strong, she definitely surpasses any of us. When she was the clan leader earlier, she controlled Shang clan well, all of their businesses were doing well. Even though the slave trade was banned, Shang clan's profits only fell for a period of time before rising again, surpassing the previous time. We have to admit, Shang Xinci's ability surpasses us. Right now, her benevolence are even more widespread. Because of this, father passed the clan leader position to her. It is not an act of favoritism. Shang Qianyo had revived. The experience of death was his precious asset. He could look at things more rationally and calmly. But soon Shang Yifan sneered, Boss Chionyo, even if you are speaking the truth, so what? Whoever becomes the clan leader will be nurtured by the clan to become an immortal. This is an immortal opportunity. Even if Shang Xinc's ability and virtue surpass us, so what? Are you going to compete for this immortal opportunity or not? Shang Chionyo was silent for a while before nodding, saying with a solemn expression, "Compete." After Shang Xinci let go of the troublesome Gu cultivators, she appeased the sellers in the shop. An old man trembled as he came before Shang Xinci and expressed his gratitude. "If it wasn't for clan leader coming here today, I'm afraid this old man would have suffered a calamity. Alas, it's all because I'm blind and blinded by greed. I listened to rumors and bought a batch of low-priced goods. I didn't expect these goods to be fake." Little Butterfly curled her lips. "Old man, you've been in Shangliang Mountain for several years. You've been running the shop for a long time. Why are you still so short-sighted?" The old man's face was filled with shame. "Xiao Dai." Shang Xinci expressed her understanding. "It is not easy for the Gu cultivators living here. If it were me running this business, I would naturally want to earn more. This is human nature." Xiao Dai angrily looked at the old man. "Old man, consider yourself lucky to have met our young miss. From now on, keep your eyes open. Don't be greedy for petty gains. Do you hear me?" I heard you, the old man replied hurriedly. "Miss, let's go. Looking at these people makes me angry. If they were not greedy for petty gains, why would there be so many fake goods in the market?" Xiao Dai turned around and looked at Shang Xinci. But the old man suddenly said, "Lord Clan Leader, please wait a moment." Shang Xinci asked, "What else do you want to say?" The old man stammered, "I'm ashamed, I'm truly ashamed. I bought such a large batch of fake goods, I can't sell them anymore in the future. But if I destroy them, it will be a huge loss. Lord Clan Leader, didn't you promise to compensate us earlier?" "What?" When Xiao Dai heard this, she immediately exploded in anger. She pointed at the old man's nose and shouted, "You old thing, how can you be so shameless? You made a mistake and were protected by our patriarch, but instead of being grateful, you want to extort us?" Xiao Lan, who was at the side, also felt disdain for such behavior. She added, "You are so old, but you are so dishonest. Are all the losses going to be borne by our Shang clan? There is no such logic in this world, right?" But Shang Xinci stopped the two maids from rebuking her. She looked at the old man in front of her, then at the group of sellers behind him. Shang Xinci's gentle tone was like before, "Good reminder, since I, Shang Xinci, am the Shang clan leader, and have made a public promise, I will not go back on it. Since I agreed to double the compensation, I will do my best to fulfill this promise. The fake goods you brought in can be exchanged for the corresponding double compensation." "Thank you, Lord Clan Leader." "Lord Clan Leader, you are the most benevolent clan leader I have ever seen. Lord Clan Leader, you've saved my entire family. Without this compensation, my entire family would have been chased out of the clan." At the next moment, all the Gu masters spoke, some cried, some knelt on the spot, thanking Shang Xinci. "Let's go." Shang Xinci pulled the two maids and left the place, walking to the end of the street. The two maids were still indignant. Xiao Dai grumbled, "Miss, you are too easy to talk to. Not only did you release those troublemaking Gu cultivators, you even gave them double the compensation." Xiao Lan also said, "Miss, I know you are kind-hearted and sympathize with those pitiful people. But be it buyers or sellers, there are definitely bad people lurking around. Now that you are giving them double compensation, I am afraid I have fallen for the mastermind scheme. They want to empty our yuan stone reserves first." Shang Xinci shook her head. "It is just some yuan stone. If we lose one, we can earn 2, 3, or even more in the future. But if Shang clan's reputation is ruined, who knows how much effort and time we will have to spend to make up for it. If I am unwilling to part with these yuan stones, I would have fallen for the mastermind scheme. Losing yuan stones is not important, but damaging Shang clan's reputation is even more serious. It is I, Shang Xinci, who is the clan leader, who did not do a good job. They can make use of this to shake my position as the patriarch. Shang Xn's tone was gentle. She spoke slowly and calmly, giving people a feeling of warmth. The two maidservants understood what he meant. Xiao Lan was convinced. So it was like this. Miss is truly amazing. You can see everything clearly. Xiao Dai pouted. Miss is right. It is just that this matter is too infuriating. Maybe that old man is not a bad person, but he got hold of our weakness and took the chance to get rich. They did not find trouble with those scoundrels who harmed them. Instead, they bully good people like us. If Lord Feng Yuan was here, these people would be so scared that they would pee their pants and fall to the ground. They would not dare to offend us. Xiao Lan stared at Xiao Dai fiercely. She stomped her foot and stepped on Xiao Dai's foot. Xiao Dai jumped in pain. She quickly stuck out her tongue and apologized to Shang Xnci. Miss, sorry, I said something wrong. Ever since Feng Yuan fought Lu Wei-yin and was hit by the killer move 3 Lifetime Dream Aid, Shang Xnci returned to Shangliang Mountain, and every time she heard Feng Yuan's name, she would fall into a sorrowful mood. Thus, Feng Yuan's name gradually became a taboo among the people around Shang Xnci. On the way back, the three of them were silent. At the end of the street, Xiao Lan suddenly said, Miss, Master Wei de Xian and Master Zhou Quan have been bedridden for many days. Why don't we pay them a visit and see how they are doing? Xiao Dai secretly gave Lan a thumbs up. At this time, it was better to divert Shang Xian's attention to the outside world. Shang Xinci nodded. You're right. Let's go see them now. The three of them first arrived at Wei de Xian's residence. Stuff for you. Why are you acting so sneakily? Xiao Dai noticed a suspicious person at the door. The suspected Gu cultivator saw Shang Xnci and his expression sank, but he relaxed inwardly. He knew Shang Xnci was a benevolent person, thus he confessed. I am a Wu clan Gu master. I am here to deliver a letter to Lord Wei Shenjing. Xiao Dai's expression changed as she looked at Shang Xnci. Miss, bad news. Lady Wei Dexen probably saw that the situation wasn't good and was going to defect to the Wu clan. Shang Xnci lightly knocked on Xiao Dai's forehead. Don't talk nonsense. Sister Wei is not that kind of person. Sister Wei and Shinshi Wei were blood-related siblings, so there was nothing strange about them communicating with each other. Both of you, come in with me. Shang Xnci let go of that Wu clan Gu master. She entered the courtyard and saw the bedridden Wei Dexen. Wei Dexen clearly knew about the conflict at the door. She immediately handed an information path Gu worm to Shang Xnci. But Shang Xnci smiled and did not accept it. Wei Dexen explained the reason. Those people had incredible methods. They schemed against me and Zhou Quan, causing us to be bedridden all day. But I was not stumped by this. I sent a letter to my brother Wei Shenjing and asked him to help. Lan was overjoyed. That's great. Lord Wei Shenjing is known as the counterfeit master. He is famous in southern border. If he can help us, we will definitely be able to solve the problem of our Shang clan having too many fake goods. Shang Xnci smiled. Not long ago, in Sun Moon Sinkhole, I met Wei Shenjing. We worked together to kill the demon Kong Ri Tian. Wei Dexen sighed. Back then, when Wei clan was persecuted, Shang clan was the mastermind. My brother was outside. To protect himself, he had no choice but to join Wu clan. He had always harbored hatred towards Shang clan. He did not understand why I joined you, clan leader. But this time, he sent a letter saying that clan leader's character and virtue impressed him. He already understood my actions. It is a pity that he is unable to leave now. Wu clan leader Wu Ji has already succeeded in her immortal ascension. She promoted my brother not long ago. Wu clan is focusing on nurturing external elders. They actually intend to nurture an outsider to become a Wu clan external elder Gu immortal. My brother is facing a test. He can only explain the details. He cannot come. Xiao Dai and Xiao Lan looked at each other. They saw the deep disappointment on each other's faces. Shang Xnci was still smiling. Brother Wei has such an opportunity. It is truly rare. If we let it go, we will regret it for life. Even though we are in trouble, we cannot delay Brother Wei's bright future. But fighting for the immortal ascension opportunity will be dangerous and difficult. If Brother Wei needs any help, we will definitely help if we can. Clan leader, you are so kind. it is a pity that I cannot help you. Wade Xian sighed. Sister Wei, I need to thank you. But you are injured, don't overwork yourself. To speak the truth, just rest and recuperate, I already have a countermeasure. Shang Xn's smile spread. Wade Xn looked at Shang Xnci deeply, sighing inwardly again. She understood Shang Xnci well. Seeing her expression, she knew that she had not thought of a countermeasure. This situation was very difficult. After all, Shang Qiunyou's group was working together. Such a huge problem, if it was not dealt with properly, Shang Xian's position as clan leader would be affected. Shang Yanfei had passed the clan leader position to Shang Xnci, but the righteous path had its own rules. If Shang Xnci was chased out, Shang Yanfei, who had already passed the clan leader position once, would not be able to protect her. Shang Xnci cannot even protect herself. She did not want me to be overly worried, so she comforted me. Wade Xn understood this. She smiled at Shang Xnci. Since clan leader has a countermeasure, I can rest assured, I need to recuperate now. That's right. Shang Xnci smiled. You can leave, don't disturb my recuperation. Wade Xn waved her hand. She knew that Shang Xnci was pressed for time. She did not want to waste her time. The three of them were chased out. They left Wade Xn's place and went to visit Zhou Quan. Zhou Quan said, I know what happened in the market. Lord Clan Leader, you handled it well. If it was me in the past, I might not have been able to see through the situation. It was all thanks to Steward Zhou and Sister Wei's teachings. Shang Xnci said humbly. Zhou Quan looked at Shang Xnci. Initially, he was forced by Fang Yuan to become Shang Xn's subordinate and help her. But soon he realized Shang Xn's nature. He was shocked that there was such a person in the world. If Shang Xnci was only kind and benevolent, Zhou Quan would look down on her and leave her. But even though Shang Xn's gu cultivation talent was not good, she was intelligent and good at deducing many things from one instance. Under Zhou Quan and Wei Xian's guidance, she grew rapidly. Now, not only in terms of personal ability, she was also able to manage the huge Shang clan with ease. Zhou Quan was gratified. He also felt admiration. It was because Shang Xn's character was the same. She had her own bottom line. Her kindness and benevolence had never wavered because she had seen too much darkness, filth, and viciousness. Not only that, Shang Xnci dug out the pity and compassion from all kinds of cruelty and sorrow, thus strengthening her benevolent heart. This was too rare and precious. Before leaving, Zhou Quan reminded, Lord Clan Leader, even if you pay double the compensation, it will only alleviate the public's anger, it will not solve the root of the problem. The root of this matter is still the fake goods. How to find the source of the fake goods and kill them, this is the first. How to quickly and effectively investigate the remaining fake goods in the market, this is the second. Only by solving these two problems can we truly break out of this predicament. Deep into the night. In the room next door, Xiao Lan and Xiao Dai were already asleep. Shang Xnci looked at the pile of fake goo on the table. Her expression was filled with worry. She smiled bitterly. To not let the people around her worry, and because she had the responsibility of the clan leader, Shang Xnci was usually confident and calm. Only when she was alone would she show her true emotions. At this moment, she was like a delicate flower in the wind and rain, so haggard that it made one's heart ache. Facing this pile of fake goo, she was helpless. The truth was, Shang Xnci had already used all her strength to get to this point. In the silent night, she let out a long sigh of helplessness. Why is clan leader sighing? Suddenly, the fake goo shone with light, quickly forming the image of an old man. Chapter 2142. Looking at the old man's image, Shang Xnci thought of many things. The mysterious old man was very strong. Shang Xnci could not detect the methods hidden in the goo worms. His intentions were unpredictable. He might have come with good intentions, or he might have come with ill intentions. He could even be the culprit behind the fake goo, or this could be another scheme of Shang Yizi's. But Shang Xnci was more willing to believe that this mysterious old man came with good intentions. Shang Xnci said solemnly, I sighed earlier because Shang Yazi and the rest wanted to drag me down from the position of clan leader in order to fight for the immortal opportunity. But they did not care about the losses and pain these schemes would bring to others. In fact, they even disregarded Shang clan's reputation for themselves. But I understand their choice. Who does not want to become a Gu immortal, to roam the world and pluck the stars and the moon? But after becoming a Gu immortal, do we have to view mortals as ants? Isn't there another, gentler way to treat the weak? The old man heard this and sighed. Shang Xnci, oh Shang Xnci, I have lived in Shangliang Mountain for many years. I believe you are speaking from the bottom of your heart. This is the reason why I am helping you. Shang Xnci bowed deeply, without any excitement on her face. May I ask Senior's name? The old man smiled bitterly. I am just a pitiful person who has nowhere to go and cannot show my face in public. I know you are suspicious of me, but I am helping you out of good intentions. A person like you is worth me doing something for. You have been the clan leader for many years. You should know how to trust a person, not what they say, but what they do. Shang Xnci nodded. Please enlighten me, Senior, I am all ears. The old man said, I know the identity of the person who created the fake Gu, and also where he lives. His name is Feng Tianyu. Your second brother Shang Yazi purposely got to know him, and used benefits to entice him. Feng Tianyu? Shang Xnci's gaze flashed. I know this person, he is from the righteous path, and was once the young clan leader of a village. He has deep refinement path attainment, and is a refinement path master with rank 4 cultivation. When he was rank 3, he had refined a rank 5 Gu. Although this Gu had only survived for half a day, it was enough to make Feng Tianyu famous. Unfortunately, his clan was defeated in the battle, and the village was destroyed. He was reduced from a young clan leader to a rogue cultivator. Shang Xnci was Shang clan leader. She knew all the experts in Southern Borders Gu Master World like the back of her hand. The old man nodded. Feng Tianyu's true cultivation has already reached rank 5. But he kept it a secret, still using rank 4 cultivation level. This old man has a method that will allow you to subdue him. From then on, he will be loyal and devoted to you. Shang Xnci was very curious. Feng Tianyu's cultivation had already reached rank 5, the same level as Shang Xnci, and he was also a refinement pathmaster. He was very popular in Southern Border. Such a person would be treated with respect wherever he went. If he wanted to rebuild his clan now, he could definitely rebuild Feng clan and become the clan leader of the village, a leader of the Fangjing faction in the Gu Master world. How could such a person be easily subdued? The old man did not keep her in suspense, directly imparting the method to Shang Xnci. Shang Xnci's expression changed slightly. Senior wants me to deceive Feng Tianyu? The old man smiled. It is not deceiving, after all. You and Feng Yuan are old friends. Of course, strictly speaking, this is indeed deceiving. But Shang Xnci, if you deceive one person, you can save countless people. Will you do it or not? You have no other way now. Moreover, Feng Tianyu is the culprit behind the fake Gu storm. The old man's smile became even wider. In this world, it is not easy to be a bad person, but it is even harder to be a good person. Because when a good person wants to defeat a bad person, they also need to hold onto their morals and conscience. Shang Xnci, this old man is only giving you a method. What you want to do will depend on your own will. Shang Xnci did not hesitate. Thank you, Senior. Your method is very good. I have decided to give it a try. Very good. The old man laughed. This is what I admire about you the most. You have a kind heart, but you are not inflexible. You know how to be flexible. You can use all kinds of methods to deal with evil. In this world, being a pure good person is suicidal. They might even harm themselves and their friends. But you're not. You're a practical, genuinely useful, good person. The old man finally said, This Gu worm contains a Gu immortal true inheritance. I think this is the most suitable cultivation path for you. You can take a look. Whether you want to cultivate it or not, it is your choice. Saying so, the old man's image quickly vanished. At the same time, a Gu worm slowly flew up from the pair of Gu worms on the table, floating in the air. Shang Xnci carefully received it and looked at it with her mind. A moment later, joy flashed on her face as she muttered, "Good deed, Gu." Shangliang Mountain was divided into outer city and inner city. And the inner city was further divided into first, second, third, fourth, and fifth inner cities. The first inner city was the center of Shang clan's political power. It was also an important military area, and Shang Xinc's residence. The second inner city was also known as Famer City. It was only provided for Shang clan disciples to stay in. They needed tokens to enter. Feng Tianyu stayed in the third inner city. In the third inner city, every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. The whole of the inner city used star stones. Not only the buildings, even the streets were paved with stone slabs made of star stones. Looking at it, there was a sea of starlight. One's vision was clear. There were few people on the streets here. It was quiet and pleasant, like a star palace. There were no inns, only gardens. The rent for small gardens was 30 yuan stone per day. Large gardens even cost more than 100 yuan stone per day. Feng Tianyu stayed in one of the large gardens. He drank high-quality tea, lying on a soft bed with the door wide open, looking at the cool breeze and light rain in the courtyard, as well as the beautiful scenery of the swaying bamboo forest. Brother Feng is really in a good mood. Shang Xinc's voice suddenly resounded. Feng Tianyu's body and mind shook. He almost fell off the bed. But at the next moment, he reacted. The goo worms in his aperture were ready to attack. He slowly turned around. Seeing Shang Xnci, he forced himself to calm down. So it is Shang clan leader who has come. It is my great fortune. Lord clan leader, your methods are really amazing. You know I have set up at least 3 layers of goo formations here. But you are so stealthy, coming and going as you please. Where in the world can't you go? Feng Tianyu inwardly mocked Shang Xinc's thief-like actions, but Shang Xnci was not angry. She retorted, "How can my methods compare to Brother Feng's?" Brother Feng caused a ruckus in the entire Shang clan market yesterday because of the fake goo rampaging on the streets. I, the Shang clan leader, almost lost all my face. Feng Tianyu's heart shook. He did not expect Shang Xnci to discover him so quickly. How can this be? I am confident the fake goo did not leave behind any clues. Did Shang Yizi make a mistake? Feng Tianyu thought to himself as he sat up, refusing to admit it. Lord clan leader, don't scare me. The crime of fake goo is not something a small character like me can bear. Shang Xnci chuckled, walking a few steps to the door, looking at it with her back facing Feng Tianyu. Brother Feng still doesn't understand? What I have confirmed, even if there is no evidence, it is the truth. Feng Tianyu was shocked. This Shang Xinc's benevolent reputation is widely known, but today, I see that she is such a domineering person. He felt immense pressure. Shang Xnci suddenly spoke and revealed her true body, causing Feng Tianyu to fall into an extremely passive state. Because Feng Tianyu was lying on the couch, his posture was very bad. He could only be on guard, using words to argue with Shang Xnci. He then used the chance to adjust his posture, going from a half-lying position to a half-sitting position. But Shang Xnci did not seem to notice it. She walked past Feng Tianyu and arrived at the door, facing the courtyard with her back facing Feng Tianyu. She did not care about Feng Tianyu's secret actions. She even gave Feng Tianyu a chance to attack from behind. But Feng Tianyu did not dare to move. Shang Xnc's confidence made Feng Tianyu very nervous and wary. Although his cultivation level was similar to Shang Xnci, he had already subconsciously placed himself in a weaker position. Shang Xnci slowly turned around, smiling. Brother Feng, come and work for me. What? Feng Tianyu stared with wide eyes. He was stunned for a moment before he laughed. Shang clan leader, do you know how much Shang Yizi paid to hire me? Shang Xnci chuckled. No matter how much he paid, you will not be able to reject my offer. Feng Tianyu let out a breath of turbid air. His eyes shined with bright light as he slowly stood up. The moment Shang Xnci recruited him, he instantly understood that Shang Xnci did not have the confidence to resolve the fake goo crisis. If not for that, she could have led a large group of people here to kill Feng Tianyu. So she still has something to ask of me. Feng Tianyu gained the upper hand mentally. He carefully sized up Shang Xnci as he said with an indescribable smile, "Then I am all ears. I believe that the Grand Shang clan leader's offer will match your status." Shang Xnci raised her right index finger. "First, your life." Feng Tianyu's expression changed, his voice was as cold as ice. "Clan leader is certain that you have me?" Shang Xnci smiled calmly. "Relax, Brother Feng, you have rank 5 cultivation level. Don't be nervous." Feng Tianyu's heart shook, she actually knew his true cultivation level. Since she came prepared, the situation might be really dangerous this time. Shang Xnci continued, "Besides this, if you perform well, you might even be summoned by Lord Feng Yuan." "What?" Feng Tianyu's expression changed again. Shang Xnci continued, "No need to make such a big fuss, Brother Feng, I know much more than you think. I will tell you the truth, you should know a thing or two about my relationship with Lord Feng Yuan. I was able to see through your identity this time because I asked the hairy man Gu immortals under Lord Feng Yuan. I handed over a set of fake Gu, that hairy man Gu immortal also praised me. He said you are a talent, if you can improve in the future, you might be able to gain Lord Feng Yuan's approval and become his subordinate." "Really? Is this true?" Feng Tianyu was extremely excited, his face was flushed red. Shang Xnci laughed lightly, "Why would I lie to you? Since I can find you, I can definitely take you down. Why would I waste my time talking to you? You should be clear about my situation. The reason why I could become clan leader was because of my relationship with Lord Feng Yuan. I am not afraid to tell you, my Shang clan has already secretly cooperated with Lord Feng Yuan." Feng Tianyu scoffed, "What is Shang clan? Right now, Lord Feng Yuan is the #1 demon in the world. If Lord Feng Yuan wants to take away Shang clan's things, would Shang clan dare to say no? But what I admire the most about Lord Feng Yuan is his refinement path attainment. Back then, on Three Kings Mountain, I was fortunate enough to witness Lord refining fixed immortal travel immortal Gu. This is truly a blessing that I have accumulated over several lifetimes. I had once refined a rank 5 Gu worm with rank 3 cultivation level, but it only lasted for half a day. But Lord Feng Yuan, as a Gu master, directly refined an immortal Gu. And under such a dangerous situation. His aptitude, his talent, his strength, his intelligence, they are all #1 in the world. From then on, I believed that Lord Feng Yuan would definitely inform the 5 regions and 2 heavens in the future. As expected, Lord Feng Yuan defeated the Celestial Court in front of everyone in the world and destroyed Fate Gu. What is even more amazing is that the method he used to destroy Fate Gu was refinement path. From then on, Fate Gu will never reappear again. From now on, all of us are free from the shackles of fate. He is a fighter, a brave warrior, a great man. He has made the greatest contribution to the entire human race in history. But the world does not understand him, they even attribute him to the demonic path. Too shallow, too narrow-minded. Lord Feng Yuan is definitely an unprecedented hero, a hero that only appears once in 100 million years. But I also understand those so-called righteous path. These lowly people are afraid, this group of shameless cowards, after being unable to harm Lord Feng Yuan, they can only slander him by all means possible. They are the sinners who obstruct the rise of humanity and the development of the world. Lord Feng Yuan is truly too outstanding, too amazing, too noble. If I can follow him, follow such a noble person, I really don't know what to say. Huff huff. Amazing, this is too inconceivable. Today is simply too wonderful. Unbelievable, Lord Feng Yuan recruited me as his subordinate. This is too inconceivable, heavens. The more Feng Tianyu spoke, the more excited he became, his body trembled and he almost danced. His eyes shone with brilliance, as well as his reddened eyes filled with tears, made Shang Xnci feel a faint chill in her heart. That mysterious old man's information was not wrong at all. Feng Tianyu was Feng Yuan's most fanatical admirer. In fact, Feng Yuan's rise, his achievements, and the scene of him destroying Fate Gu were all widely spread. Most demonic cultivators viewed Feng Yuan as their idol, or a goal to surpass. Even in the righteous path, many people secretly admired and worshipped Feng Yuan's bravery, his style of challenging the celestial court's experts, his ability to advance and retreat, and his shrewdness in plotting and scheming. Feng Tianyu was not special, he was only a member of the masses. It was only because he had once interacted with Feng Yuan and was extremely invested in refinement path, he was extremely talented. He was once a young clan leader who lived a luxurious life, but his clansmen were slaughtered. He experienced a tragic change in his life, his personality became even more extreme and narrow-minded. Thus, under such circumstances, he viewed the current strongest refinement path expert, the legendary Feng Yuan, whom he was destined to never surpass, as his fanatical idol. Chapter 2143. Several days later. Second inner city of Shangliang Mountain. Shang Yizi and the rest had just gathered for a while when they found out they were surrounded. Zhou Quan, Wei Dexan. You are so daring, you dare to gather a large number of Gu cultivators in second inner city. What are you doing? We are Shang Yanfei's children, we are your master Shang XNC's siblings. You outsiders, could it be that you want to attack us Shang clan members in Shangliang Mountain? Shang Yizi and the rest had furious expressions, they shouted loudly, purposely letting their voices spread to the whole of second inner city. Second inner city was where Shang clan members lived. This commotion attracted the attention of countless clansmen. Soon, several hundred clansmen arrived at the scene of the incident and surrounded Wei Dexan, Zhou Quan, and the others. What is going on? It is Commander Wei Dexan and Steward Zhou Quan. They are Shang Xinc's right-hand men. They are surrounding Shang Qianyo, Shang Yizi and the rest. Zhou and Wei are too daring, they actually dared to attack our Shang clan openly. Don't be anxious, without Shang Xinc's instructions, why would they attack? This is going to be a good show. This is a fight for authority. Shang clan members discussed. The commotion was huge, more clansmen were rushing over. Wei Dexan sneered. Zhou Quan announced loudly, recently, fake Gu have been rampant in Shangliang Mountain Market, we have already investigated the truth. You are the true culprits, surrender now. Our master is kind and benevolent, we can punish you lightly. Shang Yizi and the rest felt their hearts jump. Shang Yifan stood up, bullshit. If you want to punish someone, you can always find a way to do so. Shang Xnci is the one who is incapable and devoid of virtue. She did not handle this problem properly, so she decided to target us. She is so ruthless. Don't worry, don't try to deny it. Wei Dexan interrupted. Since we can openly arrest you, we naturally have concrete evidence. What evidence? Where is Shang Xnci? Let her speak. That's right, who do you think you are? You are just Shang Xnc's dogs. Shang Yizi and the rest shouted angrily. Zhou Quan sneered, everyone, are you afraid? We are all descendants of Shang clan, we fear nothing. However, most of the time, forcing oneself to be brave was just foolishness. If we go with you, when we reach your territory, you will torture us and force us to confess. We will always be innocent and will be framed by you. Since you say you have evidence, then let's do it here, in front of everyone, in broad daylight. Shang Qianyo and Shang Qi spoke one after another. Shang Yizi and Shang Yifan frowned. That's right. If you have something to say it clearly in front of us. Exactly. Most of the people you surrounded were once young clan leaders of our Shang clan. Even if they are no longer young clan leaders, they are not to be trifled with by you outsiders. The members of the Shang clan who were at the outermost edge of the formation started to clamor. Zhou Quan let out a hearty laugh and said, everything is as you expected, Patriarch. All right, since you want evidence, then we'll make you give up. This is the material evidence. Zhou Quan waved his hand, and a large pile of Gu worms appeared on the ground. Wei Dexan added, right now, all of the fake Gu in Shangliang Mountain City are here. Shang Yifan scoffed, just this? Taking out a bunch of things and framing us for no reason? Zhou Quan laughed. Of course it is not without reason. We have concrete evidence that these fake Gu were refined by Feng Tianyu. And he is among you now, you are the ones who ordered him to do this. In an instant, countless gazes focused on Feng Tianyu. Shang Yizi and the rest were plotting. Feng Tianyu was a crucial person, he was naturally involved. It is Feng Tianyu after all. Why is this refinement pathmaster here? I just recognized him. It really is Master Feng. The surrounding voices became rowdy. Shang Yizi could not take it anymore. He took a huge step forward and blocked Feng Tianyu behind him. Zhou Quan, you are slandering me, slandering my best friend. This matter will not end here. Because this matter is far more serious than you slandering me. If you don't have conclusive evidence to prove that these fake gu were refined by Brother Feng, then I will definitely request to see my father and beg him to uphold justice. Zhou Quan laughed. Of course I have evidence. Speak, Feng Tianyu, did you refine these fake gu? Shang Yizi and the rest were stunned. Then, this group of people heard Feng Tianyu say in a very calm and natural tone, Chief Steward Zhou is right. I was ordered by Shang Yizi and his group to refine these fake gu, to disrupt the market and harm Shang clan leader. What? Huh? Brother Feng. At once, the entire place went into an uproar. Shang Yifan and the rest stared at Feng Tianyu with disbelief. Shang Yizi turned around, his face filled with anger and shock. Feng Tianyu actually betrayed them? What was he after? How could this be? Did Shang Xnci give him a higher price? This was impossible. To get Feng Tianyu to help, Shang Yizi and the rest had almost emptied their pockets. How could Shang Xnci gather enough chips in such a short time? But that was exactly what had happened. This was a fatal blow to Shang Yizi and the rest. No, you are not Brother Feng. Shang Yizi's expression contorted, he wanted to struggle. You must be an imposter, even if you are real, you are probably controlled by that evil woman Shang Xnci. Shang Yizi's shout was so weak and powerless at this moment. Zhou Quan continued, Don't worry, Master Feng Tianyu is not my only witness. What do the rest of you say? At the next moment, Shang Qiunyou sighed deeply, I admit, we did commit such a crime. Shang Qiunyou. Boss you? Are you crazy? However, Shang Qiunyou was not the only one who went crazy. Shang Qiwen also went crazy. She stood up and admitted Zhou Quan's accusation. Shang Yizi almost spat out blood on the spot. Shang Yifan's body trembled in anger. You too, this matter was ruined by you too. Shang Qiwen smiled lightly, not just us. She was once in charge of the battle stage, and had a good relationship with Shang Xinci. Back then, Shang Xinci's information business also helped her grow. Shang Qiunyou shrugged. Not long ago, Feng Tianyu and Shang Xinci found me together. Since Master Feng has already joined Shang Xinci, what else can we do? We have no chance of winning. With Shang Xinci's methods, the clan leader position is not something we can shake. We have failed, admit it. Thus, the key to everything was still Feng Tianyu. Shang Yizi understood this. He stared at Feng Tianyu with a murderous gaze. Feng Tianyu, give me an explanation. I know that you are not a person who covets beauty. You have such a noble nature, you are only interested in refinement path. I do not believe that Shang Xinci's charm is so great that she can completely recruit you. Tell me, why did you do all of this? Feng Tianyu sneered. Mere mortals, how can they understand my pursuit? Hurry up and surrender. All of you die. Shang Yizi's mind exploded, he immediately attacked. Shang Yifan and the rest followed closely behind. Shang Qiunyou, Feng Tianyu, Zhou Quan, and Wei Xian were already prepared. A chaotic battle erupted between the two sides. Shang clan leaders were still watching, no one intervened. The situation is clear. To think that Shang Xinci is so powerful. This is truly a miracle. Someone actually convinced Master Feng Tianyu. Lady Wuji had once tried to recruit Master Feng. She offered a high price in front of everyone. She was very sincere, but Master Feng Tianyu ignored her. Shang Yizi, Shang Yifan, and the rest soon fell into a disadvantage. Zhou Quan and the rest came prepared. Shang Qiunyou, Shang Qiwen, and the rest even defected. All of this happened too suddenly, it was too strange. Shang Yizi and the rest were caught unprepared. I cannot lose, I still have trump cards. You forced me, you forced me. Seeing that he was about to be captured, Shang Yifan suddenly shouted, throwing out a mortal goo house. The mortal goo house was like a cage, it exploded and released a mud monster. This mud monster was not ordinary at first glance. It had a vague human shape, the mud on its surface moved as countless faces appeared. These faces were twisted and sinister, filled with extreme hatred. Anyone who saw it would feel a chill in their heart. You wretch! The mud monster suddenly shouted, pouncing at Zhou Quan and the rest. Zhou Quan and the rest fought against it, they were immediately at a disadvantage. The situation of the battlefield was reversed. Let's go! Shang Yifan shouted. The mud monster did not differentiate friend or foe, it had terrifying strength, it charged into the crowd and slaughtered the innocent, the scene was in chaos. Using the chaos, Shang Yizi and the rest escaped. They could not stay on Shangliang Mountain anymore, they escaped and became demonic goo masters. Meanwhile, the mud monster caused huge losses and chaos in Second Inner City. Not only did it have terrifying battle strength, it was also almost unkillable, its recovery speed was very strong. Eventually, Zhou Quan, Wei Xen, and the rest used all their strength. With Shang Xen's help, they sacrificed more than 10 goo cultivators to barely seal the mud monster again. The fake goo storm calmed down. Not only did Shang Xnci keep her position as clan leader, she even took in Feng Tianyu as her subordinate, her reputation rose greatly. But Shang Yifan's counterattack also left Shang Xnci with a huge problem. Shang Yanfei smiled after receiving the report. Shang Xinci's performance not only did not disappoint him, he even felt a sense of joy. He had never thought that Shang Xnci could do this. What made him most satisfied was that Shang Xnci did not attack Shang Yizi and the rest, she only dealt with the troublesome mud monsters. As for Shang Yifan, Shang Yizi, and the rest, since they were not strong enough, they became demonic goo masters, that was good too. They have my blood path methods in their bodies, they can protect themselves in times of danger. Qi tides have blown away the dust, immortal opportunities and inheritances are everywhere. If they want to become immortals, it will depend on their own efforts and fortuitous encounters. Shang Yanfei never spoiled his children, back then. In order to ascend to the position of clan leader, he forced his brothers and sisters to commit suicide. He had once gone against the opinions of the masses and spent a huge amount of resources to go on an expedition, slaughtering everyone in the village. Their heads were piled up into a small mountain, placed in front of the elders who opposed the expedition. He appointed people based on merit, even his own children were no exception. Originally, Shang clan had 15 young master positions. After he took over, it was reduced by a third. This matter is settled. It is time for me to find the other Blood Sea true inheritances. Blood Sea ancestor. The more I think about it, the more mysterious I feel this person is. Shang Yanfei was completely at ease, his children had grown up, they could walk their own paths and welcome their own destinies. And it was time for him to seek his own development. Today was Feng Yuan's birthday, everyone had sent their blessings. Congratulations to Eternal Dawn for becoming the Alliance leader. Thanks Samsara, Chunibyu for gifting it? 100,000 Chidian coins. Chapter 2144. In the number 1 inner city of Shangliang Mountain, Shang Xnci was handling government affairs. Second, the inner city has been repaired, the fake goo incident has also been dealt with. Shang Xnci looked at an information path mortal goo in her hands as she smiled. Next, she used her primeval essence to add new information to this information path goo worm. She set down a policy, in the name of making up for the losses caused by the fake goo incident, all goods in Shang clan stores were discounted. In this way, not only can the Shang clan's reputation be greatly restored, but we can also earn a sum of yuan stone to make up for the deficit in the clan treasury caused by the double compensation. Shang Xnci's fingers relaxed slightly, this information path mortal goo flashed with light as it flew out of the study room. Shang XNCI took out another information path mortal goo from the table. The information on the mortal goo came from Shang Qiwen. After Shang Bu Li resigned, Shang XNCI handed over Shang Liang Mountains Market to Shang Qiwen to manage. The information in the information path mortal goo said that there was a group of sellers who were hoarding goods in the market to raise prices. Shang Qiwen's proposal was to kill them all. Alas, for the sake of their own selfishness, who knows how many commoners have been harmed by these people. Shang XNCI sighed. After thinking about it, she added new content to the information path mortal goo. Only kill the main culprit, let the rest go. After releasing this information path goo worm, the third letter goo sent a distress message. At the border of Shang clan's territory, a village was facing a beast tide and was in danger of being destroyed. This village was a vassal of Shang clan, but it only had a few rank 3 goo masters and its presence was rather low. Saving people is like putting out a fire. This kind of distress message should be sent urgently. Why did it go through the normal political channels? Shang XNCI frowned. She understood the reason behind it. The subordinates all knew Shang XNC's character. They knew that she would do her best to save them. But in the current situation, all kinds of inheritances were being fought over. The great era was about to begin. Shang clan's immortals and mortals were all extremely busy. It was a huge waste of manpower to do such a thankless rescue job. It was a huge loss of future profits. Looking at the time, I'm afraid it's already too late. The human heart, the human heart. Shang XNCI often felt insignificant. Just like now, she could only sense the thoughts of her subordinates, but she couldn't change them. The longer she sat on the Shang clan leader's seat, the more powerless she felt. Compared to the Shang clan and the world, she was nothing. Maybe this is the reason why almost all goo cultivators desperately pursue strength. Shang XNCI thought about it for a while, before finally dispatching a group of goo masters to travel 1,000 li to rescue them. Even if it was very likely that by the time the rescue team arrived, the village would have already been destroyed by the beast tide. In the fourth information path mortal goo, there was a good thing. Around Shang Liang Mountain, they discovered a new Qi path resource point. They needed to station a force in Shang Liang Mountain or support a nearby village. Information path mortal goo after mortal goo were released by Shang XNCI, goo worms flew into the study room from time to time. Unknowingly, the night passed and it was already dawn. An information path mortal goo shining with golden light flew towards Shang XNCI. Shang XNC's heart skipped a beat. It's a mission from above. Shang XNCI quickly received it and probed it with her mind. This information path mortal goo was indeed talking about a huge matter. It was related to the fight for the fur paradise. This fur-blessed land was located in the central part of southern border. It contained the fur true inheritance and was exposed because of the Qi tides. Because it was remote and did not belong to any southern border superforce, it was fought over by all the super clans. After the righteous path goo immortals discussed, they decided to send out goo master experts. According to the rules, goo immortals could not interfere when the victor was decided. The information path mortal goo had some secret information regarding the owner of the blessed land, Fur Immortal. This immortal was a wood path and transformation path goo immortal. But she did not have any outstanding methods, she only cultivated them randomly. As a result, wood path and transformation path Dao marks conflicted with each other. Her battle strength was low and she was bullied in the goo immortal world. None of the super forces are interested in such a true inheritance. But the location of the blessed land is very important. Even though it is not connected to our Shang clan, even if we win this time and obtain this blessed land, it will only be an enclave, it will not be easy to manage. However, this kind of territory can be completely traded. I believe the super forces around the blessed land will have the motive to buy it. The prelude to the great era had begun. There would definitely be great turmoil and chaos in the future. By then, such a blessed land would be the bridgehead for the expansion of the super forces, or the front lines of defense. It had extremely high value. After all, these southern border super forces did not have any methods to relocate their immortal apertures. Shang XNCI assessed the situation. Thanks to the environment of this era, she had much more information about Gu immortals than when Shang Yanfei was the clan leader. Thus, even though Shang Xnci was only a rank 5 Gu master, she had a deep understanding of the situation in the Gu immortal world. This is Shang clan's current situation. Time is pressing, I need to deal with it immediately. Shang Xnci felt troubled. Even though she had recruited Shang Qiunyou, Shang Qi-wen and others, at the crucial moment, she had too few capable subordinates. Feng Tianyu is not only a refinement pathmaster, he also has rank 5 cultivation. He can be the leader this time. Shang Xnci thought of this and summoned Feng Tianyu. Soon, Feng Tianyu received the message and came to the study room. Come in. Shang Xnci willed as the door of the study room opened. This study room of hers was a mortal Gu house. Feng Tianyu had an excited expression. Lord Clan Leader, I have good news to tell you. But what news? Shang Xnci smiled and asked. Feng Tianyu said, These days, I have been researching that strange mudman. In the end, I discovered a shocking secret. It turns out that although this mudman was crazy and had chaotic thoughts, as long as I asked him a question, he would respond rationally. I asked one question after another like this until I found out about his origin. His name is Nijian. He was originally the young clan leader of a village, but the village was massacred by demonic path experts. Everyone in the village, including him, died. But after he died, he was revived by a Chi Path Gu immortal. This Chi Path Gu immortal inquired about the true culprit of the village, and after asking about it, he left him alone. This Nijian mudman was originally extremely strong, having half immortal battle strength, but as time passed, he fell to this stage. To think that this mudman had such a mystical origin. Shang Xnci sighed. It is just an ordinary village, how can it be related to a Gu immortal? Feng Tianyu became even more excited. Precisely because of this, I continued asking and found out that this Ni clan member had a huge secret. Every once in a while, a certain Ni clan Gu master would experience a phenomenon of bloodline condensation. After passing through it, an immortal Gu would form in their body. Immortal Gu? Shang Xnci raised her brows. It is because of this immortal Gu that Gu immortals covet it. Feng Tianyu's eyes shined. This is too mystical. A mortal Gu master's body can actually give birth to an immortal Gu. More importantly, the Ni clan village that was exterminated was only a branch of their bloodline. In several locations in southern border, there are still clansmen who are related to them by blood. Shang Xnci, so, you want to? Feng Tianyu nodded. That's right, I want to ask clan leader to investigate this huge secret. If we can grasp this refinement path method, we will be able to refine immortal Gu as mortals. Shang Xnci pondered for a while before saying, Then go, I will assign a few more people to you. No need, no need. Feng Tianyu waved his hand. I have rank 5 cultivation, even if I send rank 4 Gu masters, they will only hold me back. Moreover, if I can make such a contribution, it will definitely be a huge contribution. I need to accumulate contributions so that I can have a chance to meet Lord Feng Yuan in the future. Shang Xnci nodded. Feng Tianyu's attitude was so firm, she could only let him go. Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Mini Yellow Heaven. A group of Gu masters with the same surname arrived at the Gold Fragment River. An old clan leader with white hair and rank 5 cultivation shouted in front of the group with his back facing the Gold Fragment River. It has been more than 10 years since I mysteriously came here from southern border. Although I don't know the reason, it is definitely a Gu immortal level existence. Our Ni clan's bloodline has gathered here. In these 10 years, our Ni clan has grown stronger, the number of Gu masters has increased by more than 10 times. But recently, this mysterious place's weather has become unpredictable and dangers keep appearing. Right now, everyone is facing a life and death crisis. Chapter 2145. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Mini Western Desert. A huge pitch-black city was spread across the desert. This was a majestic city with a grand layout and strict structure. The entire city wall was hexagonal, It was weathered by wind and rain. The city wall was over 100 li in circumference. It was over 100 feet tall and several feet thick. Ordinary people could see this black city from far away when standing in the desert. It was like a giant pitch-black beast crawling on the yellowish-brown ground. And when standing close by, one would have to raise their head to barely see the towering city wall and the huge city gate. There were towers at every corner of the city walls, and they were densely packed with holes for shooting arrows. Every few li, there was a wide path for horses to enter the city. There were also hidden weapon caves in the city wall. After passing the city wall, one would see the bustling world inside the city. The streets in the city were crisscrossed. There were shops, palaces and houses everywhere. There was an endless flow of people and carriages. It was bustling with noise and bustling. This was Inkman City. It was created by the legendary Inkman Gu immortal Yen. It was equivalent to half of Emperor City, but was later taken over by Fang Yuan and moved to mini-Western Desert. At this moment, two Inkman Gu immortals, Mo Tan Sang and Mo Chi Yi, were floating in the air, looking at the surroundings with solemn expressions. In the past 3 days, these poison vines and windmill trees have spread for over 10 li. They are only 10 li away from Inkman City now. Mo Tan Sang said. Mo Chi Yi frowned. We have already tried to clean them up over 10 times, but every time we clean them, they will grow back again. Are we really going to have to move again? Right now, around Inkman City, there was an astonishing amount of vegetation. These vegetation consisted of purple-black poison vines and huge green-gold windmill trees. It was like a terrifying tsunami of vegetation that wanted to swallow everything in its surroundings. Mo Chi Yi sighed. Desolate plants have already started to grow in this area. It will be more difficult for us to deal with them. If we cannot deal with the root, even if we clean them up thousands of times, it will not solve the root problem. I thought we had moved to a good place, but to think that the living environment here is 10 to 100 times worse than northern plains. Mo Tan Sang patted Mo Chi Yi's shoulder. Master has already sent people to help us. It is better if you don't complain. Mo Chi Yi immediately kept quiet. His master was the #1 devil in the world. He was cold and merciless, and his methods were ruthless. Look, our reinforcements are here. Mo Tan Sang suddenly revealed a joyful expression as he pointed at the distant horizon. Mo Chi looked over and saw 4 Gu immortals flying over. 2 snowman Gu immortals, 1 hairy man Gu immortal, and 1 mushroom man Gu immortal. One of them was a snowman female immortal. She was tall and slender, she had blue eyes and hair, and her skin was as fair as jade. It was Shui. Mo Tan Sang and Mo Chi Yi hurriedly bowed. Snow's identity was very special. Back then, Fang Yuan had a chance encounter with her, and Shui was Fang Yuan's fiancée on the surface. Of course, Fang Yuan had never admitted it, but he did not deny it either. The snowman race, especially Bing Yuan who was behind Shui, had been spreading this relationship. Everyone in the sovereign immortal Aperture's Gu immortal world knew about it. I didn't expect to trouble Lady Snow to come here personally. With everyone's help, it seems like our Inkman City's crisis can be resolved. Mo Tan Sang and Mo Chi Yi said respectfully. Shui spoke. Even though the Ink Men and Snowmen are of different races, we have already cooperated since we were in Northern Plains. I came here this time to help both of you, and also to ask you to return and help our Snowman race after the matter is over. The Snowman race was currently residing in Kokitahara. They were also in trouble. The 2 Inkman immortals quickly expressed that they would do their best to help. Bing Yuan said, On the way here, we have already inspected the area. Shui and I will use our full strength to activate our ice and snow killer moves to freeze and slow down the growth of the vegetation. We will buy time for you. The Hairy Man Gu immortal said, I brought a large number of Hairy Man Gu masters this time. We will do our best to modify Inkman City and turn it into a single entity, forming a huge Gu house. In the future, it will be very convenient to relocate. The Mushroom Man Gu immortal said, I can resolve the problem of the poisonous vines. These poisonous vines are a disaster to you, but to my Mushroom Man race, they are a great cultivation resource. Furthermore, I have already found the source of the poisonous vines. I can use the poisonous vines to fight poison with poison. This area of vegetation will be stabilized temporarily. The two Inkman Gu immortals heard this and were both joyful and worried. Mo Tan Sang asked the hairy man Gu immortal, during Northern Plains era, Inkman City had over 800,000 people, now it has over 1,200,000 people. Modifying Inkman City might affect the people's livelihood. Master has been instructing me to do my best to protect the lives of the people and help them develop. The hairy man Gu immortal stretched out his hand, interrupting Mo Tan Sang. Don't worry too much. Our Langya sect has already received Master's orders to modify all the cities in the sovereign immortal aperture. Each city has a specific blueprint. Most of the cities will become mortal Gu houses, while several large cities will become immortal Gu houses. I have to congratulate you. Inkman City will become one of these immortal Gu houses. Mo Tan Sang and Mo Chi looked at each other, seeing the excitement in each other's eyes. Mo Tan Sang was tongue-tied. He could not help but ask, "Isn't this investment too huge? Master is actually so resolute. I naturally hope that such a thing will happen more often, but if this delays Master's cultivation and occupies too many of Master's immortal Gu, wouldn't that be our sin?" The hairy man Gu immortal laughed loudly. "You are underestimating Master. How can you guess the Lord's great talent and strategy? Master's refinement path attainment has already surpassed the predecessors. It has reached a level that you and I cannot estimate. This evaluation was not made by me, but by my tribe's land spirit of Langya. Right now, it is extremely easy for Master to refine immortal Gu. You did not see those blueprints. They are all different and exquisite. Any one of them would require those ordinary Gu immortals to spend several years or even more than a decade to think about it. But these were all randomly thought up by the Lord after spending half a cup of tea. My Lord's attainments and wealth are like the mountains and the seas. The investment you see is just a drop in the bucket for my Lord." When this hairy man Gu immortal mentioned Feng Yuan, his eyes were filled with fanatical worship. "I said the wrong thing. I deserve to be punished." Mo Tan Sang quickly apologized. That mushroom man Gu immortal added, "Even though we mushroom men have just moved to this world, we immediately recognize that this world has endless potential. To create the sovereign immortal aperture, Shadow Sect has used up all of its resources. Most importantly, it can display its unparalleled might in the hands of a brilliant master like Master. Every time Master annexes Grotto Heavens or Blessed Lands, the Tao marks in the sovereign world would increase sharply. Countless territories would appear out of nowhere. Let's not talk about other places, just look at these poisonous vines. Do you know? These poisonous vines have never appeared in the 5 regions. They are extremely poisonous." The mushroom man Gu immortal addressed Feng Yuan as Master smoothly. He had no qualms about it. Even though they had just joined him, they were very optimistic about their future. They were filled with passion. Mini southern border. At the base of Firebird Mountain, Shi Cheng, Shi Zong, and the other Rockman Gu immortals were controlling an immortal Gu formation. The immortal Gu formation slowly displayed its might. The restless Firebird Mountain unwillingly calmed down. Success. Shi Cheng let out a breath of air. He relaxed. Shi Zong said, "Master annexed Fire Plain Grotto Heaven, as well as the immortal apertures of Fire Plain Grotto Heaven Lord and many other Gu immortals, causing the sovereign immortal aperture's fire path Tao marks to increase sharply. This Firebird Mountain was originally a volcano. It almost erupted. Thankfully, we discovered it in time and set up an immortal formation to suppress it. But from now on, we need to send one person to control the immortal formation. We cannot leave." Shi Cheng nodded. "We have to do this, but this way, the number of Gu immortals that our tribe can deploy is very small. Now we have one less." Shi Zong sighed. "That's right. Our tribe's control of these territories is already so tight. You can imagine how troublesome it is for Master to take care of the entire sovereign immortal aperture." Shi Cheng, didn't Master gather many members of the variant human alliance and station them in the sovereign immortal aperture to put out fires? It can't be helped. Master has been devouring apertures too frequently recently. The increase in Tao marks is too much. Countless resources and paths cannot be accounted for. Shi Zong shook his head. "What kind of person is Master? He should have known about these problems beforehand. We don't need to worry about Master, we need to take care of our territories. Like this Firebird Mountain, it is not enough to suppress it with an immortal formation. We need to modify this Firebird Mountain and make it adapt to the environment. Sure, Chung agreed. That's right, in the past, the resources evolved bit by bit over a long period of time. But here, the Dao marks are increasing again and again, even the volcano is about to erupt. We need to modify it artificially to speed up the volcano's adaptation process. But in terms of fire path, we rockmen are not proficient, we need to ask for help from Star Collection City. Mini Blue Heaven, Star Collection City. This place was managed by the previous Combat Beast King. Not long ago, this rank 8 Gu Immortal had resisted the tribulation formed by 3,000 Heaven Path Dao marks during the pursuit battle against Feng Yuan. He had made a huge contribution. After that, Feng Yuan woke him up and personally healed him. Feng Yuan had annexed too many apertures, causing the Sovereign Immortal Aperture to become unstable. Feng Yuan then made Star Collection City the main city and appointed him to manage the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's internal affairs. The problem of Inkman City in Mini Western Desert has been resolved. Good. Mini Southern Borders Firebird Mountain is also suppressed by the Immortal Formation. But we need Fire Path Gu Immortals to modify the volcano? We need to coordinate. At this time, an Information Path Gu worm flew over with a long cry. The old Combat Beast King's expression changed. Where did the rank 8 calamity appear? He quickly inspected the Gu worm and found that the source of the calamity was a huge wave of fire rain in Mini Red Heaven. Fire rain often appeared in Mini Red Heaven, and after the increase in Fire Path Dao marks, the fire rain appeared even more frequently. But this fire rain was different. It continued to grow and pierced through a lake of charcoal, forming a rank 6 killer move level meteor rain. The meteor rain entered Mini Orange Heaven and its power rose to rank 7 level. It then penetrated Mini Yellow Heaven and interacted with the Metal Path Dao marks. Its power rose to rank 8. Oh no, only I can deal with such a calamity. But it is too late to go now. The old Combat Beast King's face turned pale. He came from Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. The Gu Immortals there viewed protecting mortals as their responsibility and honor. Chapter 2146. Ni Clan's Gu Masters were resisting the Gold Fragment River with all their strength. They first used Mortal Gu to build a grand dam, then dug a ditch and diverted a portion of the river. The rising Gold Fragment River's surface level gradually decreased. However, there were many living beings living in the Gold Fragment River. Ni Clan's army invaded the territory of the fish beasts in the river. The diversion made these fish beasts even more terrified. All sorts of fish beasts came out of the river to attack from afar, while some ran ashore and roared as they attacked Ni Clan's Gu Masters. Ni Clan mainly cultivated Earth Path. Their most basic Gu worm was the rank 1 Mud Gu. Earth Path was good at defense. Ni Clan's Gu Masters had already formed defensive lines and were ready for battle. But the fish beasts were not only numerous, there were also powerful myriad beast kings. Under the frenzied attacks of the fish beast army, Ni Clan's Gu Masters' defensive lines were broken one by one. Persevere. Take revenge for our clansmen. Persevere to the end and create the future of our clan. Mud and blood splattered. Gu Masters took turns to resist the fierce attacks of the fish beasts. Ni Clan's clansmen had come to the Sovereign Immortal Aperture and were secretly nurtured by Feng Yuan. Thus there were many Gu Masters. Together with the strong pressure of survival in Mini Yellow Heaven, these Ni Clan clansmen had no choice but to unite and quickly developed a harmonious clan atmosphere where they helped each other. In this defensive battle, Ni Clan's army displayed astonishing battle strength and tenacious fighting spirit. Finally, the fish beasts gradually thinned out and Ni Clan's army managed to hold on. Ni Clan's army started to counterattack. The fish beasts did not have much internal organization to begin with, and now, their situation turned for the worse. They were quickly defeated. Ni Clan's Gu Masters chased and left behind countless fish beast corpses along the way. These corpses were Gu materials. They were rich battle spoils. Ni clan's goo masters fought their way to the Gold Fragment River surface. All sorts of goo worms attacked the river, creating countless golden waves. We won. Quick, set up the goo formation, now is not the time to celebrate. Yes, we need to set up the goo formation as soon as possible, otherwise, new fish beasts will come from the main river. Ni clan's goo masters set up the formation with all their might. They had prepared for this operation for over half a year. They already had a mature plan and deployment. However, just as their goo formation was about to succeed, the whole of Gold Fragment River and even the cloud soil under their feet started to shake. What's going on? Are there more fish beasts attacking? Something's wrong. Something is very wrong. Look up, my God. The goo masters gasped. They raised their heads towards the sky and froze like rocks, because they saw the meteor shower falling from the sky. Some of these meteorites were only 1 mu wide, while others were as large as mountains. There were tens of thousands of meteorites. A large number of meteors whistled through the air, dragging long scarlet flame tails behind them. They pressed against the air, carrying with them an unstoppable momentum as they heavily smashed down. It's over. Countless Ni clan goo masters had pale expressions, without a trace of blood. Does heaven want my Ni clan to perish? In the deathly silent battlefield, an elderly Ni clan goo master suddenly cried out in grief and anger. I can't accept this. The current Ni family's clan leader, who was also the current Ni Seong, clenched his fists tightly. The plan is already halfway successful. Our clan has made such a tragic sacrifice to finally stop the flood, and a beautiful tomorrow is already waving at us. But today, we are going to perish. Everyone felt despair in their hearts. The might of heaven and earth was so terrifying, these Ni clan goo masters could not resist it at all. They felt their own insignificance, the deepest sorrow and helplessness of the weak. But right at this time, the bright sky that was illuminated by the meteor shower suddenly turned dark and eerie. Howl, 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 Ni clan's goo masters heard waves of cries that seemed to come from the depths of hell. The temperature of the air seemed to be falling rapidly. Countless goo masters felt intense palpitation. What is that? Oh my God! A black giant! Ni clan's goo masters were horrified. They stared at this scene with wide eyes. A giant slowly appeared. It was pitch black and eerie. Its body was so huge that when it bent its back and legs, it cast a huge shadow on the ground. The giant seemed to be moving slowly, but it was actually very fast as it stood up. Its height became even more terrifying. It truly had the posture of holding up the sky. Its shoulders were like floating clouds. The black giant had 2 heads. It stared with 4 terrifying ghostly eyes. The ghostly eyes were shining malevolently. The eerie black light was like a pillar that pierced through the sky. Its hundreds of arms were raised high. Terrifying ghostly claws were spread out. It was like an extremely vicious and sinister black forest had formed in an instant. One of the pitch-black giant's heads opened its mouth and spat out a pitch-black soul river. The soul river surged and created huge waves, sweeping up a large number of meteors. The pitch-black giant's other mouth opened and sucked. Many small meteors were directly sucked into its stomach. Bam, bam, bam. His ghostly claws and giant arms moved, catching the meteorites that were the size of small mountains. Waves surged in the Ni clansmen's hearts. This is truly holding up the sky, stepping on the earth, plucking the stars and moon. There is such a terrifying monster hidden in this world. Compared to this giant, our Ni clan is not even an ant. The meteor shower was almost completely blocked by the black giant. Only some fragments fell to the ground. These fragments fell bit by bit. Some fell into the Gold Fragment River, some landed on the cloud soil continent. It was bound to have many unpredictable effects on the ecology of the continent. The meteor shower had no effect in the end. The black giant also retreated. Its mountain-like body slowly disappeared in front of the Ni clan goo masters. After a long while, the Ni clan goo masters who had survived the calamity burst into earth-shattering cheers. And the greatest contributor, the black giant, turned into a ray of soul light and entered Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal body again. That's right. This black soul giant was the soul of Feng Yuan's main body. After Feng Yuan inherited the Shadow Sect true inheritance, he obtained the supreme cultivation method of Soul Path. This method specialized in the cultivation of the soul. It was divided into 2 levels. The first level was Man Soul. It started from 10-man soul, 100-man soul, 1,000-man soul, and so on, up to 100 million man soul at the highest. 100 million man soul was the limit of the human body. It started to turn from phantom to solid, interfering with matter. The second level was Desolate Soul. Because Fate Gu was destroyed by Red Lotus Demon Venerable, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable found a way to break through the limits of Man Soul. After breaking through to Desolate Soul, the essence of the soul had already changed. Just the soul alone could have the battle strength of a desolate level soul beast. Feng Yuan's soul had already reached Desolate Soul level. His soul cultivation had never stopped. It had already reached 60 million Desolate Soul. 10 Desolate Soul, 100 Desolate Soul, 1,000 Desolate Soul, 10,000 Desolate Soul, 100,000 Desolate Soul, 1 million Desolate Soul, 10 million Desolate Soul, 100 million Desolate Soul. At 100 million Desolate Soul, there were 3 6,000 arms demon souls with quasi-rank 9 battle strength. They could directly resist all kinds of myriad tribulations, defy heaven and earth, slaughter deities and ghosts, shocking the world. This was also the peak of the entire Soul Foundation. It was the limit that the whole world could contain. 100 million Desolate Soul had 3 heads and 1,000 arms. Feng Yuan had not reached it yet. Feng Yuan's soul cultivation was similar to Spectral Soul Demon Venerables. They both had 2 heads and over 600 arms. Spectral Soul's cultivation method is truly amazing. This soul alone has the battle prowess of a pseudo-immortal paragon. If it uses immortal essence, it can even activate a killer move. Most importantly, this killer move is not activated by goo worms. It is an arrangement of Dao marks. It is almost an innate ability. Feng Yuan pondered. When his soul manifested earlier and fought alone, the surging soul river he spat out was a reference to Spectral Soul's ability during the pursuit battle with Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan followed Spectral Soul's method and turned the soul core killer move he learned into soul path Dao marks, imprinting them on his soul. Thus, this soul river killer move became an innate ability of Feng Yuan's soul. In the future, as long as the relevant Dao mark arrangement was not destroyed, Feng Yuan could quickly activate it without using any goo worms. This was an extremely simple, convenient, and quick method. Soul cultivation innate ability, totem killer move, formation path Great Grandmaster using natural Dao marks to set up formations. All sorts of methods will eventually lead to the same goal. With Feng Clan's supply, I do not lack soul cores. It is not difficult to cultivate to the peak of 100 million Desolate Soul. This method can be used as one of my trump cards. I cannot use it casually outside. The 5 regions and 2 heavens were monitored by Providence. If Feng Yuan used this method, Providence would know. But there was no such threat in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Let's see how the situation is. Feng Yuan activated Cooking Luck Pot again, inspecting his luck. Feng Yuan frowned. His luck was not good. During this period of time, his silver light pillar was getting looser. It was showing signs of collapsing. At the top of the silver light pillar, the 3 clouds were also changing. The starlight cloud held the upper hand. This indicated that star constellation Immortal Venerable was the biggest threat. And below them was Spectral Soul's pitch black luck cloud. Although it was suppressed by the starlight cloud, some of the black chi that spread out was like roots that penetrated Feng Yuan's silver light pillar. It seemed like it was going to sprout. As for the golden cloud that represented Giant Sun, it had become much thicker. Although it was suppressed by the other 2 clouds, it was showing signs of accumulating power. Around the silver pillar of light, apart from the previous clumps of clouds, another strange phenomenon appeared. A small mound that seemed to be there and not there was a faint shadow on the surface of the silver light pillar, southern border. Feng Tianyu was travel-worn. He stopped his footsteps. He breathed roughly. We are finally here. Feng Tianyu's journey was very difficult. He wanted to find the other branches of Ni clan, but he could not find anything. This was natural. Before he came, Feng Yuan had already moved all the Ni clan clansmen away. Feng Tianyu was very disappointed that he did not make any contribution. But along the way, he unexpectedly discovered that this Ni-Jian sludge monster could devour earth goo materials and continuously increase its battle strength. Those Ni clan clansmen have disappeared mysteriously. If I return with my tail between my legs, it will be hard to explain. It is also not my style. I should raise this sludge monster's battle strength. When Shang Xnci asks me questions, I can answer them. Thereupon, Feng Tianyu rushed all the way to Rotten Mud Mountain. Although the putrid mud mountain was not famous, it was still a famous mountain when one truly considered it. Although there were poison path Dao marks, most of them were earth path Dao marks. These earth goo materials could be found all over the mountain. They were suitable for feeding Ni-Jian. There seems to be a beast tied here. The goo master village at the foot of the mountain was destroyed. Forget it, I will explore by myself. Feng Tianyu had rank 5 cultivation level, and with Ni-Jian by his side, along the way, he let Ni-Jian devour any suitable earth goo materials. Feng Tianyu stayed on the mountain for several days and nights. He arrived at a certain place. Suddenly, Ni-Jian spat out the earth goo materials. Chapter 2147. This luck. Feng Yuan frowned slightly. During this period of development, his luck had also developed, but it was already suppressed by the 3 venerables, and now, this trend was even more obvious. My development and improvement are truly rapid, but the 3 venerables are truly extraordinary. They are actually able to stabilize the situation. If my luck condenses, the situation might change. Feng Yuan sighed inwardly. He needed to stabilize the Sovereign Immortal Aperture now. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture's troubles were increasing. It was not like what Feng Yuan had expected. The abnormalities would decrease as time passed. Without a choice, Feng Yuan let in many of the variant human alliances goo immortals. Relying on these goo immortals to work around day and night, along with his frequent actions, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's turbulent situation was temporarily stabilized. On the other hand, he needed to create a suitable combat system. Most importantly, he needed to become a venerable in refinement path. Becoming a venerable would undergo a qualitative change. Refinement path was divided into 2 goo refinement paths, Hairy Man Nature Style and Human Isolation Style. Feng Yuan's Hairy Man Nature Style was already at the peak. He could not improve any further. He was currently exploring the peak of Human Isolation Style. He had seen Qing Chao's glory, and also had the refinement method of accumulate virtue goo from Southern Borders Paradise Earth True Inheritance. He had a deep understanding of this. Ni clan's bloodline could condense immortal goo. It was also because Ni clan's goo immortal Ni Ren used a human path goo refinement method. In fact, this was very similar to the method Red Lotus Demon Venerable used to destroy Fate goo to prevent it from appearing again. If I can reverse deduce Ni Ren's goo refinement method from Ni clan, I will be able to fill a huge gap in refinement path. I might even be able to become a refinement path supreme grandmaster. The best situation was for Feng Yuan to advance to venerable before Feng Yuan entered Crazed Demon Cave. This was the safest option. If he could not become a refinement path venerable, he would settle for the next best thing, to raise his strength to his current limit. One was to get rid of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's hidden dangers and annex all of the 2 heavens grotto heavens, to reach its greatest foundation. The second was to form his own combat system. Crazed Demon Cave was the biggest challenge Feng Yuan faced. Because he wasn't facing just one immortal exalt, but several. Currently, there were Star Constellation, Spectral Soul, Giant Sun, Paradise Earth, and Limitless. But almost all the other venerables had also entered the Crazed Demon Cave to explore. At that time, it was hard to say who would jump out. Especially now that the River of Time was in chaos, even if Feng Yuan's Spring Autumn Cicada was refined to the 8th rank, he could not use it. Feng Yuan only had one chance. Finally, Feng Yuan shifted his gaze to the surface of the silver light pillar. The cloud earlier represented heaven's envy immortal goo. Feng Yuan already knew about it. But what's with this vague projection of a protruding hill? Feng Yuan couldn't figure it out. Southern border, Rotten Mud Mountain. Nature is really wonderful. There are actually chi path goo materials in this rotten mud mountain. Feng Tianyu clicked his tongue in amazement. These goo materials had no value to Nijian, because Nijian needed to increase his earth path Dao marks to recover his strength. What Feng Tianyu didn't know was that this soil contained chi path and was not natural. Not long ago, Kong Sheng activated the killer move Providence Will and used Hu Land to create it. Kong Ri Tian, Central Continent's 4 great obscenities, and Wang Shao Air had escaped successfully. Now, they were nowhere to be found. It's a little strange, this chi path soil is a little too much. Is there a chi path immortal material buried deep underground? It has no source, how can there be so much chi path soil? Feng Tianyu trudged along the way, feeling more and more suspicious. He was a refinement pathmaster after all, he had great knowledge. He looked around and finally stopped at a place, ordering Nijian to dig with all his might. However, after spending 2 days and 2 nights, Feng Tianyu did not find anything good after digging deep underground. After Wu Clan's Gu Immortals secretly took away Hu Land, they had naturally dealt with it. Even Gu Immortals would not be able to find anything by just looking at the Chi Path soil here. After all, during this period of time, Chi tides had swept the world, Chi Path Gu materials were growing everywhere. Western Desert. Sand heap blessed land was constantly being explored because of the Chi tides. However, the environment here was very dangerous. In the sky, intense winds raged, carrying sand and cutting people's faces like knives. On the ground, there were undulating waves of sand. If one was careless, they would be buried by the sand waves that were several meters tall. The only place people could step on were the sandbags that were exposed in the sand waves. There were big and small sandbags, even the smallest one was the size of a small mountain. In the space inside the sandbag, not only was it peaceful, there were also large amounts of cultivation resources. At this time, in a sandbag, a group of Gu masters were surrounding a rank 5 Gu material. The atmosphere was solemn. I saw this wisdom bead grass first. Bullshit. We were the ones who discovered it first. Everyone who saw it has a share. What is the point of talking about who discovered it first? The Gu masters were arguing, when suddenly, one of them attacked. The others were caught off guard. The one who was sneak attacked was heavily injured on the spot, shouting in anger, "Emoli, you have guts, you actually dared to attack me." The other Gu masters immediately scattered, guarding against each other while staring at the Gu master who attacked. This Gu master had a middle-aged appearance, his head was wrapped in a white headscarf, he had a beard and triangular eyes that shone with a cold light. He sneered, "Among everyone, I am most wary of you. Now that you are heavily injured, my biggest obstacle is gone. Ha, you are all going to die." The Gu masters present were stunned before erupting in anger. "Emoli, you have gone mad. All right, let me see what ability you have to say such words. Hee, you have angered everyone. Everyone, let's attack together and kill this bastard first." Facing the encirclement, Emoli was eager to give it a try, his battle intent surging. "Come, I will show you my true strength." His whole body started to flicker with blue lightning. Next, he slowly floated up into the air. The originally chaotic and disorderly lightning arcs turned into clear wires that formed the shape of clothes, wrapping around Emoli's body. The killer move activated successfully. Emoli shouted, "Golden red armor." Crack, crack, crack. Pieces of armor immediately appeared on his body. Over 100 pieces of armor were arranged according to the lines of the wires and connected into a whole body. In the blink of an eye, Emoli had already put on a full body armor. This armor shone with a metallic luster. The red and gold colors looked mighty and domineering. Emoli activated his battle armor and charged towards the group of Gu masters like an eagle. The Gu masters first attacked crazily, but the golden red armor did not budge. It was not damaged at all, only a layer of black ash appeared on its surface. The Gu masters were pale with fright. They quickly dodged and defended. Emoli only activated the armor to charge around, but many Gu masters were killed on the spot. The remaining Gu masters lost their fighting spirit. They split into several directions and escaped in a sorry state. Mo Li sneered inside the armor, activating the killer move that came with the armor. At the next moment, the golden red armor stretched out its palms, a circular pattern shining on its palms. From the circular pattern, several blue lightning arrows suddenly shot out. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The lightning arrows were like a clap of thunder, killing all the Gu masters who were frantically trying to escape, not leaving a single one alive. The battlefield immediately calmed down. Mo Li slowly landed on the ground, the golden red armor broke apart into pieces and disappeared. Then, the wire clothes that served as the lining also slowly dissipated into the air. Mo Li half knelt on the ground, he was sweating profusely and breathing roughly. Although this golden red armor killer move has unparalleled power, the consumption is too high. In just a few dozen breaths of time, my primeval essence, stamina, mental energy, and thoughts are all depleted. If not for you helping me wholeheartedly, I would only be able to last half of the time with my own strength. Mo Li muttered. Peng Da's soul appeared. Don't we have the wisdom bead grass now? With it, we can refine computer goo. In the future, with the help of computer goo, the golden red armor killer move's consumption of mental energy and thoughts will be reduced by more than half. The duration of the killer move will be extended by at least 2 times. That's right. Mo Li smiled, taking the wisdom bead grass. After Mo Li killed Peng Da and snatched his thieving heaven true inheritance, he had been cultivating bitterly. The golden red armor killer move was his greatest achievement. With this killer move, Mo Li's battle strength could surpass rank 5 Gu masters for a short period of time. And the reason why Peng Da cooperated with Mo Li was because Mo Li had encountered a life and death crisis in the previous journey. Mo Li died, Peng Da's soul also perished. Mo Li promised Peng Da that as long as he helped, Mo Li would help Peng Da revive. Peng Da and Mo Li thus reached an agreement to cooperate. Let's go, this place has already been plundered. Mo Li drilled out of the sandbag and came outside. The sandstorm surged, almost blowing him into the sand waves. Mo Li activated his defensive method, enduring the raging sandstorm as he sized up the surroundings. He could not see any other sandbags, only the sand waves. Mo Li persevered for several minutes before finally seeing a new sandbag. Such a huge sandbag. This is the biggest sandbag I have ever seen. There must be a lot of resources inside. Mo Li was overjoyed. He was about to fly over. Suddenly, the sandbag exploded. A few figures flew out. Gu immortals. Mo Li's heart shook, he immediately shrunk back. Several Gu immortals fought in the sky, their battle shook heaven and earth, even the sandstorm in the sky was dispersed. This is the might of Gu immortals. It is truly terrifying. Even though I have the golden red armor, I cannot block the aftershocks of their battle. Mo Li peaked, his heart was pounding and his mouth was dry. Mo Li observed carefully and gradually found out the specific situation. Several Gu immortals were attacking one person. This besieged Gu immortal was laughing loudly and provoking others. He was not worried about his own situation at all. In the chaotic battle, another figure suddenly joined the battle. But this newly joined Gu immortal quickly retreated, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The Gu immortal who was attacked by this figure shouted anxiously, "Ling Husu, you dare to steal my Fong clan's things." Ling Husu laughed loudly. Who asked you to be the closest to me? To think that you have so many soul cores. It seems that Fong clan's actions in Green Ghost Desert were very effective. Fong clan's Gu immortal was anxious and furious. Ling Husu, I advise you to put down these soul cores. Otherwise, you'll be in big trouble. Chapter 2148. Ling Husu was a Western Desert demonic path Gu immortal who cultivated theft path. Fong clan's Gu immortal Dong Fong, she was furious. Sand Heap Blessed Land's opening was too sudden. Fong clan could not spare any manpower in a short period of time. He had to participate in this matter. He didn't expect that the batch of soul cores he had collected in the Cyan Ghost Desert would be stolen by Ling Husu during the chaotic battle. These soul cores are for Fong Yuan. You must not lose it. Fong Dong was quite unlucky. He had a lot of resources in his immortal aperture, To think that the ones stolen were the indispensable ones. The secret of the cooperation between Fang clan and Fang Yuan could not be exposed. Fang Dongzi could not shout out loud, so he had no choice but to chase after Ling Husu. Ling Husu's cultivation had risen to rank 7 recently. His speed was extremely fast. Fang Dongzi had already made up his mind to not give up until he caught up to him. But just as he was about to leave, Shi Kong blocked him with a killer move. "Shi Kong, what are you trying to do?" Fang Dongshi was furious. Shi Kong sneered, "Fang Dongshi, you and these people have been besieging me for so long, and now you want to leave?" Dong Fangshi was so angry that the corners of his eyes twitched. "Shi Kong, you should be glad that I'm not participating in the siege. Have you reached some kind of agreement with Ling Husu?" So it turns out that the Shi family is openly collaborating with the Devil Dao. As soon as Fang Dongshi opened his mouth, he splashed a basin of dirty water on him. However, Ling Husu had already disappeared after Shi Kang's interference. Shi Kong laughed wildly, full of vigor. "I've been in seclusion for several years, and this is my first battle after coming out of seclusion. I must be famous throughout the world. Don't even think about running, come and fight. All of you will be the stepping stones for my fame." These words made the other Gu immortals' expressions turn grim. Fang Dongshi gnashed his teeth in anger. "Shi Kong, you spoke rudely to us earlier, provoking us. That's why we surrounded you. However, since we are all on the righteous path, we all used our full strength. Now, not only did you make peace with Ling Husu, but you're also looking down on us. You're really courting death. Let's go." "Alright, I also want to see what kind of technique fellow immortal Shi Kong has cultivated. Shi Kong, I haven't seen you for a few years, but you've become so bold. Do you think you're the only one who's improved?" This time, Dong Fangshi attacked first. The other Gu immortals got serious and fought by the side. Dong Fangshi fought for a while before another Gu immortal took over. Several Gu immortals started to take turns fighting Shi Kong. Shi Kong didn't even have a chance to catch his breath. The pressure suddenly soared, and it was several times higher than before. The battle situation was rapidly deteriorating for him, but he laughed loudly in excitement. Come on. The Gu immortals fought intensely. Mo Li, who was watching from below, gritted his teeth and jumped, flying towards the largest sandbag. Earlier, the Gu immortals flew out of this sandbag. The resources that the Gu immortals did not want were definitely left behind. Fortune is found in danger. Mo Li was originally a businessman, so his gambling and adventurous spirit were stimulated. After entering the sandbag, the sounds of Gu immortals fighting outside could still be heard. Mo Li soon found that his decision was correct. He continued to move deeper, collecting large numbers of Gu materials along the way. Originally, there were many wild beasts and vicious plants in the sandbag, but because the Gu immortals had explored it, the ecology was completely destroyed. There were corpses of wild beasts everywhere. There were no ordinary thousand beast kings, or even myriad beast kings. Gu immortals did not want these resources and could casually throw them away, but to Mo Li, they were incomparably abundant. It was as if he had picked up countless battle spoils for free. "I'm rich, I'm really rich." Mo Li was extremely excited. He also discovered many huge pits, as well as terrifying poisonous blood. Clearly, desolate beasts and even ancient desolate beasts were taken care of by the Gu immortals, but the huge ruins were silently telling the horror of the immortal war. If I had explored it, I would have become the food of these vicious beasts. Thanks to the Gu immortals' exploration, Mo Li went deep into the core area of the sandbag. This place originally had the most valuable resources in the entire sandbag, but Mo Li did not find any. Evidently, the Gu immortals had already found this place. If there really was an immortal material left behind, even if it was just a leaf, it would be a huge fortune. Mo Li was not resigned to this. Since he was already here, he might as well search the entire place. In the end, he really found a huge rock buried underground. This is a rank 4 Gu material, flying rock. It contains Chi Path and Earth Path Dao marks. Mo Li sighed. This harvest was far from what he had expected, but it was better than nothing. Emoli was just about to carry this huge flying rock away when the flying rock suddenly cracked. A young man fell down from the rubble. What is this? Emoli was shocked, his curiosity was piqued. This young man was clearly a mortal. How could he appear here and be sealed by the flying rock? Emoli woke up this mortal young man. The young man revealed his identity. I am Central Continent's Wang Xiao heir. Uncle, thank you for saving me. Where is this? Emoli laughed sinisterly, grabbing Wang Xiao heir's collar. Speak, how did you get here? Wang Xiao heir stammered, I don't know either. It turned out that back then on southern border's Rotten Mud Mountain, Kongsheng Providence will activated an immortal killer move and used Hu Land to transport everyone away. But he had said that this killer move could only be used to transport people at will. He could not determine the location. Wang Xiao heir flew like this until he arrived in Western Desert, and coincidentally landed here. For some reason, he was sealed by the flying rock and mysteriously fell into a deep sleep for a period of time. Although Wang Xiao heir understood some of the reasons, he wanted to keep the secret of the 4 great obscenities of Central Continent a secret. Emoli was experienced. Seeing Wang Xiao heir's expression, he immediately knew he was lying. Emoli punched Wang Xiao heir's nose. Blood flowed out as he said fiercely, Speak the truth, tell me everything you know, otherwise I will make you wish you were dead. Peng Da's soul suddenly appeared and stopped Emoli. Stop. Emoli looked at Peng Da's soul with a fierce light flickering in his eyes. Brat, what are you trying to do? Peng Da's soul gritted his teeth. Uncle Emoli, you are a rank 5 Gu master, while he is only a child, a mortal. Why are you trying to kill him? I once met Uncle Emoli. He was the one who saved me from the desert. He was the one who told me to help each other when making a living outside. Uncle, don't let hatred cloud your conscience. You are not such a person. Shut up. Emoli was furious. He waved his hand and sent Peng Da's soul flying. How do you know I am not such a person? Even if I was not in the past, now, people change. Emoli walked towards the petrified Wang Xiao heir. Since you do not want me to speak, I will search your soul. Wang Xiao heir suddenly screamed, pointing at Peng Da's soul. Ghost, a ghost appeared, it is a ghost. Peng Da's soul, making a fuss over nothing. Do you believe that I will turn you into a ghost later? Emoli punched Wang Xiao heir, sending him to the ground. The moment he said that, a mystical existence suddenly appeared and laughed. Good, very good. Young man, I have high hopes for you. Emoli, Wang Xiao heir, and Peng Da's soul's expressions froze. 3 pairs of eyes stared at this existence that suddenly appeared. Wang Xiao heir shouted, A pig that can talk? But why does it only have a pig's head and no body? Oli, however, was shaking in excitement. Fool, this is Sand Heap Blessed Land's land spirit. Emoli walked towards the land spirit. Speak, land spirit, what are your conditions for becoming a master? The pig-headed land spirit floated above Wang Xiao heir's head, looking down at him. My condition is very simple. Whoever can take the most beating will be my master. Next, it smiled at Wang Xiao heir. Young man, I have high hopes for you. Peng Da's soul came to a realization. I understand, no wonder that Gu immortal outside called Shirkong was so arrogant, trying all ways to take a beating. The pig-headed land spirit smiled. That Gu immortal was beaten up by an ancient desolate beast for a while, thus he met me and learned about the conditions. But he did not understand, it was not the person who was beaten up more fiercely and suffered more injuries that could become the blessed land's master. Taking a beating is a great undertaking. Not only does it require the ability to take a beating, it also requires perseverance and an indomitable spirit to take a beating. Look at this young man, he is clearly lying, but even when he is being beaten up, he is still stubborn in front of an existence so strong that he cannot resist. This kind of spirit to take a beating is very admirable. So there is such a saying. Emoli's eyes immediately shined with bright light. At this moment, he saw hope in competing for the blessed land's master position. The continuous battle in the sky was still going on. But as the attacking Gu immortals fought, they felt something amiss. Shirkong, this is your strength after closed cultivation? You are already having difficulty speaking. If we did not hold back, You would have been beaten to death already. A Gu immortal sneered. Sher Kang's face was already swollen from the beating, his vision was blurry, but he laughed loudly. Fu Shua. I am very good at it. My claws are very good, let's meet up again in the fog, it is an unwritten rule. Another Gu immortal said, seeing that our tribe and Sher tribe have a close relationship and have an alliance agreement, Sher Kang, step down. How many times have you vomited blood from the beating? If you continue, you will vomit everything. Sher Kang wanted to retort, but he suddenly lowered his head and vomited a mouthful of blood. Fang Pai. I have too many acupoints, I can only vomit 1 or 2 acupoints. Fang Dong, she sneered. Sher Kang, even if you are most proficient in defensive killer moves and can turn into a rockman, you cannot hold on anymore. This battle has already made you the laughingstock of Western Desert's Gu immortal world. If you continue, you will lose your limbs. If you know what is good for you, obediently hand over a sum of resources to make up for my losses. My Fang clan can let bygones be bygones. Western Desert's righteous path had rules. Everyone should stop when competing for inheritances. Sand Heap Blessed Land's resources were not worth the Gu immortals risking their lives. Sher Kang was beaten up so miserably, it was already beyond the scope of an ordinary contest. They could not kill him and let Sher clan take revenge, escalating the conflict, right? This was a situation that none of the Gu immortals, including Fang clan, wanted to see. Sher Kang raised his head. He had just opened his mouth when his body slightly exerted force, causing his right thigh to fall with a loud thud. Sher Kang quickly grabbed his right thigh and pressed it against the broken area, activating a killer move. The rock crack quickly closed, his rockman form was temporarily whole again. Chapter 2149. At this point, Dong Fang Shi and the rest stopped. Something is strange. This is too strange. This does not follow common sense. Sher Kang is not someone who wants to die, he is so reluctant, there must be a greater benefit behind this. As for what benefit, the Gu immortals had the same guess. Sher Kang came in with us, and he only entered the sandbag just now. Don't tell me? The Gu immortals suddenly flew down, charging into the sandbag again. Sher Kang was really anxious now, he quickly chased after them. He continued to shout, but the immortals ignored him. The immortals arrived at the center of the sandbag at lightning speed. They saw an unsightly scene at the same time. They saw Emoli lying on the ground with his legs spread apart. He was trembling in pain and gritting his teeth. Meanwhile, Wang Xiao'er was standing in front of him, constantly stepping on the center of Emoli's legs, the most vital part of a man. On the other side, Peng Da's soul was also attacking Emoli. And the one who attracted the Gu immortals' attention the most was the pig-headed land spirit. The pig-headed land spirit cheered loudly. Good, such a method of getting beaten is truly amazing. What moved me even more was his spirit. What kind of spirit was this? What kind of spirit was this? He exposed his vital parts and allowed the outside world to attack him brutally. But you, Emoli, persevered and never had any thoughts of giving up. This is such fearless courage. Your spirit is so bright, I am deeply moved. Then you feel. Are you so moved that you want to, Are you going to recognize me as Master? Emoli cried out while crying in pain. The pig-headed land spirit had a solemn expression. Soon, soon. You have already surpassed that Sher Kang. Emoli was about to cry. You said that earlier. Stop them. Dong Fang, she shouted first. Mere mortals want to encroach on the blessed land? The Gu immortals attacked one after another. Sher Kang was among them. He was covered in cold sweat, rejoicing. Even though the other Gu immortals discovered his secret, if not for this, he would have been defeated by this audacious mortal. The immortal moves were like a tsunami, engulfing everything. Emoli and the rest turned pale from fright. Oh my God! Wang Xiao'er covered his head and scurried away. Land spirit, save me! Emoli laid on the ground, his legs trembling as he shouted. The pig-headed land spirit shook his head and fled. I won't save you. If you want to be my master, you have to have the spirit to take a beating, and even more so, You have to have the strength to take a beating. But the moment Emily was about to die, there was a loud explosion as all the killer moves were broken. Who is it? Come out. 3 mysterious figures slowly appeared in the corner. Their bodies were enveloped by a layer of profound light, and their appearances and figures were extremely blurry. They maintained their silence, standing there quietly. However, their auras were closely linked together, suppressing the Western Desert righteous path. The pupils of Dong Fangxi and the others constricted as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Such profound light and such a figure, you? You are the legendary Yi clan. Western Desert Yi family? Is there really such a super family? In the Western Desert, there existed a hidden super clan. They were extremely powerful and had a long history. They seemed to have existed since the ancient times and were unfathomable. But this was only a rumor among Western Desert super forces. There was no concrete evidence to prove this. Since you know it is our Yi clan, then leave. One of the 3 mysterious figures suddenly spoke. His voice had also been processed. It was neither male nor female. It was very hoarse. Dong Fangxi snorted coldly, hiding in the shadows. Whether you are Yi clan or not is another matter. You want us to leave like this? Aren't you being too arrogant? You are even more arrogant than Shirkong. Shirkong rubbed his nose. He was just about to speak when someone said, "Look at the price of Shirkang's arrogance. This is your outcome." Shirkong. A chaotic battle broke out again. Yi clan's 3 Gu immortals cooperated very well. They had clearly trained together for many years. They immediately gained the upper hand when they attacked together. Although Western Desert's righteous path side was at a disadvantage, they clearly had the advantage in numbers. The pig-headed land spirit floated at the edge of the battlefield, excitedly watching the battle, adding a crucial element to this chaotic battle. In order to become the owner of the blessed land, the Gu immortals focused on defense. If they could dodge, they would not evade. Instead, they would attack head-on. They even fought over Emoli. After all, he was the most favored person by the land spirit. If they could help him ascend, they would be able to win this battle. Finally, after a strange battle, Emoli was taken away by Yi clan. Wang Xiao'er was casually captured by Dong Fangxi. And the person who became the owner of the blessed land was Gu immortal Shirkong. This result did not let down his previous hard work. Dong Fangxi returned to Fang clan and reported the results. This matter concerned Fang Yuan. Fang clan's first supreme elder Fang Gong immediately gathered the clan's Gu immortals to discuss this matter. Ling Husu deserves to be killed. The problem now is how to explain this to Fang Yuan. Tell us the truth and let Fang Yuan kill you, Ling Husu. But conceal the transaction between our clan and Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan is the #1 demon in the current world. He cultivates all paths. The reason why we cannot do anything to Ling Husu is because he cultivates theft path and is proficient in escaping. If Fang Yuan makes a move, Ling Husu will definitely die a miserable death. Fang Dichang shook his head, directly rejecting the suggestion. His soul was traded to Fang clan by Fang Yuan and he regained his freedom. Right now, he had already seized a rank 5 Gu master's body and was preparing to undergo immortal ascension again. He was one of the members of the discussion. Fang Dichang continued to analyze. Do you think this is more likely? Or is it more likely that Fang Yuan will come to find trouble with us? What did Fang Yuan value in the transaction with our clan? It is because our clan is closest to Green Ghost Desert. He needs a vast number of soul cores to cultivate his soul. After all, he is someone who inherited Shadow Sect's true inheritance. If our Grand Fang clan can't even do this well, in Fang Yuan's eyes, we will no doubt lose the value of cooperation and exploitation. At that time, what will he do? Fang clan's immortals felt a chill in their hearts after hearing this analysis. Fang Gong nodded. I agree with Fang Dichang. Fang Yuan can trample Celestial Court underfoot. It is absolutely easy for him to deal with our Fang clan. Fang Yuan cannot be defeated. Besides this, our clan's transaction with Fang Yuan is also fruitful. Fang Yuan has many immortal materials. He is currently our clan's most important trading partner. Fang Dong, she said awkwardly, But the number of soul cores this time is not enough. Tomorrow is the time to deliver the goods. What reason can we use to delay it? If Feng Yuan investigates, he will understand the truth. But if we don't lie and tell the truth, won't the value of cooperation in Feng Yuan's eyes greatly decrease? Feng Dichang pondered, we need to tell the truth. But since we are not familiar with the soul cores, we will use other things to make up for it. As long as we can satisfy Feng Yuan, isn't it fine? Feng Huasheng was extremely vexed. Feng Yuan has a large number of venerable true inheritances and has extremely high standards. Our Feng clan indeed has some things that can satisfy Feng Yuan. But all of these things are our Feng clan's foundation. We can't hand over our foundation just because it was stolen by Ling Hu Su, right? Feng Dichang laughed heartily. Your thinking is too serious. In my opinion, this matter is very easy to resolve. Feng Gong asked, what's the plan? Feng Dichang said, didn't we already soul search that Wang Shao heir's body? Even though he is only a mortal, he is filled with mysteries and his experiences are quite wondrous. We have information about Hu Land. This secluded domain of heaven and earth should already be in Wu clan's hands. We might as well tell this information to Feng Yuan. He should be satisfied. Will this work? Someone was doubtful. Feng Dichang shook his head. Don't think of Feng Yuan as one of us. Spectral Soul and Qing Chou are already dead. Demon Immortal Qi Ju was suppressed and Qi Si Ancestor was also defeated by him. He is now the #1 person in the world. Even if Wu clan is the #1 superforce in southern border, it cannot protect Hu Land. Feng Gong nodded. Then let's do this. If Feng Yuan is not satisfied, we can only bleed again. Next he sighed. It is a pity about Hu Land. If only our clan knew about it, we would hide it and excavate it secretly. But now we can only give it to Feng Yuan. Feng Dichang had a solemn expression. Feng Yuan should be satisfied. This person is very terrifying. What is terrifying about him is not just his strength, but also his breadth of mind. Those who achieve great things do not bother with trifles. His breadth of mind and shrewdness are simply unfathomable. What makes me shudder is that even though he is the #1 person in the world, he is still willing to make a deal with us. He will not show off if he can. This person is not someone our Feng clan can deal with, and also not someone the Celestial Court can deal with. I'm afraid only the resurrection of a legendary venerable can deal with such a terrifying demon. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture. Mini Yellow Heaven. In a certain corner of Ni clan, a Gu master who had been unconscious for several days finally woke up in a daze. I have also condensed an immortal Gu in my body. The Gu master's face was pale, but he could not conceal his joy. From today onwards, am I going to reach the peak of my life? The Gu master was very excited. He had rank 4 cultivation level and had come into contact with Ni clan secrets. He had a good understanding of them. In the whole of Ni clan, there are 3 Gu masters who survived after the difficulty of bloodline condensation, including me. That is 4 people with immortal Gu. Once I have an immortal Gu, I will be Ni clan's 4th elder, even if my cultivation level has not reached rank 5. The Gu master's mind was filled with plans for a beautiful future, but he did not know that his condition these days, and even his current thoughts, were all seen by Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan pondered. Ni Ren's method is indeed a refinement method of human isolation style. Ever since the split of Gold Fragment River, although Ni clan lost many Gu masters, the remaining Gu masters went through the cruel test of war and returned to the clan, showing signs of bloodline condensation. A total of over 40 people fainted from fever, but only 2 of them successfully woke up and refined immortal Gu in their bodies. Right at this time, a piece of information disrupted his thoughts. Chapter 2150. Southern Border, Wu Clan. Over 50 Gu masters were gathered here. Greetings to First Supreme Elder. Greetings to First Supreme Elder Wu Qiao. Greetings to Mountain Moving Supreme Elder. The Gu masters greeted in unison. Their expressions were solemn, but they could not conceal their excitement. Wei Shen was among them. He had finally won in the cruel competition and obtained the opportunity to become an immortal, becoming one of them. Besides him, there was also divine Dr. Xing Shou and Wu Shentong. The latter had been revived by the Dead Sea Life fishing formation. There was also Zhong Yi, that Gu master from Western Desert, the lucky person who inherited the Fire Thunder True Inheritance. These 50 Gu masters were all geniuses of their time, but they were all elites that Wu clan had carefully selected. All of you rise. Wu Yong sat on the main seat, and to his left was Old Monster Mountain Moving. On his right was Wu clan's rank 7 Gu immortal, Wu Qiao. How to ascend to immortal? I have already told you the important matters. For the next period of time, go into closed cultivation. When you feel you can ascend to immortal, you can come out. Our Wu clan Gu immortals will do our best to help you resist the immortal ascension tribulation. You may leave. Wu Yong waved his hand. The 50 Gu masters retreated. Wu Yong smiled at Mountain Moving Old Monster. I will leave the matter of these Gu masters undergoing immortal ascension and tribulation to Mountain Moving Old Monster. Mountain Moving Old Monster was not a Wu clan Gu immortal. His name was Qin Jingsheng and he was originally a lone immortal. When Feng Yuan was disguised as Wu Yihai, the matter of Mount Snail happened and he made an agreement with Mountain Moving Old Monster. Mountain Moving Old Monster obtained most of Mount Snail's profits, but in name, Mount Snail still belonged to Wu clan. Afterwards, Feng Yuan's identity was exposed and he was chased by Wu Yong. Mountain Moving Old Monster's situation became awkward. Wu Yong was a formidable character of the present age. How could he let go of this chance? He immediately took action and pressured Mountain Moving Old Monster. Using both carrot and stick, he finally made Mountain Moving Old Monster an external supreme elder of Wu clan. Facing Wu Yong's appointment, Mountain Moving Old Monster quickly agreed. First Supreme Elder is broad-minded. This subordinate admires you greatly. I will do my best to ensure that the calamity does not harm anyone. All right. Wu Yong laughed heartily. I, Wu Yong, will also guarantee that when I take control of the Wu clan, I will definitely ensure fairness in rewards and punishments. This subordinate will take his leave. I will make preparations as soon as I return. Old Monster Mountain Moving left. He knew the deeper meaning behind Wu Yong's actions. He was a guest elder of the Wu clan, and a guest elder of a clan would definitely be ostracized. But Wu Yong's actions were too amazing. He actually nurtured so many Gu immortal seeds at once. What worried Mountain Moving Old Monster the most was that most of these 50 or so Gu masters were from other tribes. Wu Yong appointed Mountain Moving Old Monster to handle this matter. On one hand, he was afraid that Wu clan's Gu immortals would secretly cause trouble. On the other hand, he wanted to appease Mountain Moving Old Monster. He wanted to use his actions to tell him, I, Wu Yong, am completely different from ordinary leaders. After Mountain Moving Monster left, Wu Yong turned his gaze back to Wu Qiao. Wu Qiao had been maintaining his silence, feeling restless under Wu Yong's gaze. Wu Qiao was once one of Wu clan's third supreme elders. He had a high status and authority. But after being infiltrated by Qiao clan, Feng Yuan disguised as Wu Yihai, he was the one in charge of providing support. This was a betrayal of Wu clan's benefits. Wu Qiao then went to guard Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian, but could not defend him, causing him to fall into enemy hands. This became a huge stain on his reputation. After Wu Yong ascended to the position, he suppressed Wu Qiao to the extreme. Wu Qiao's situation worsened day by day. He had already been stripped of his position as the third supreme elder. He was in a terrible state. Wu Qiao. Wu Yong spoke. I have nurtured so many Gu immortal seeds this time. What do you think? Wu Qiao's forehead was already covered in sweat under Wu Yong's gaze. He breathed in deeply and stood up, cupping his fists and bowing, replying with extreme sincerity, reporting to Lord Wu Yong, this subordinate thinks that this action will go on for generations to come. The benefits far outweigh the disadvantages. This subordinate fully supports this. Wu Yong smiled. He picked up his cup and took a sip. Then he asked slowly, Then tell me, how should I fully support this? Wu Qiao breathed in deeply, saying the words that he had prepared long ago. Wu Yong did not deny it, he only nodded and put down his cup. Go ahead. Wu Qiao was overjoyed, he quickly took his leave. When he left, he did not turn around and leave like mountain-moving old monster. He retreated to the door and bowed deeply to Wu Yong before leaving. His attitude could be said to be extremely respectful. In the discussion hall, only Wu Yong was left. He was expressionless, but he was sighing inwardly. This time, he used all of Wu Clan's resources to nurture over 50 Gu masters for immortal ascension. It was an insane expenditure. Even with his current prestige, many of Wu Clan's Gu immortals were dissatisfied. The main reason was that out of the 50 Gu immortals that Wu Yong nurtured, only a small half were Wu Clan members, the rest were outsiders. Including Wu Bachong, many of Wu Clan's supreme elders thought that Wu Yong's actions were shaking Wu Clan's foundation. These short-sighted people. Wu Yong thought about these days. These people were advising him openly or secretly. He could not help but snort coldly. Wu Clan's biggest problem was that they had few Gu immortals. They did not have enough manpower to defend their current territory. They were stretched thin. Not to mention expanding in the future. However, Wu Clan's Gu immortal seeds were few in number. Even though this standard had dropped by a bit, and some Wu Clan Gu master elites were revived, Wu Clan's Gu immortal candidates only numbered 18. Gu immortals could deal with calamities and tribulations, but for immortal ascension, the most crucial thing was the balance of 3 qi. Outsiders could not help with this. The Gu master could only rely on himself. 18 Wu Clan seeds. According to history, there might only be 1 or 2 who could succeed in immortal ascension. This could not happen. What was the use of adding 1 or 2 rank 6 Gu immortals to Wu Clan? It could not satisfy Wu Yong's ambitions. Thus, Wu Yong ignored his subordinates' objections and insisted on recruiting external Gu masters to be Wu Clan's Gu immortal candidates. Moreover, Wu Clan treated them fairly and supported them fully. It is not that these people cannot see the situation clearly, it is just that when it involves their own benefits, they obstruct us. They are truly disappointing. They are too narrow-minded. Now that there are no regional walls, our Wu Clan's enemy is not just southern border, but the entire 5 regions. And in the entire 5 regions, the most terrifying enemy is Central Continent. Central Continent's sect system. Wu Yong sighed. With his foresight, he had already seen the superiority of the sect system. Thus, he nurtured external Gu immortal candidates with all his might, and recruited them to be Wu Clan's external supreme elders. But even with his huge reputation, he was met with such opposition and resistance, one could imagine the situation of the other super forces. Wu Yong had great political skills. In order to deal with this situation, he immediately made arrangements and invited Mountain-Moving Old Monster to revive Wu Qiao. Mountain-Moving Old Monster was an external supreme elder. In consideration of his own future in Wu Clan, he would definitely do his best to protect these external Gu immortal candidates. And Wu Qiao was a smart person. He could see Wu Clan's situation and Wu Yong's plan. In order for him to return to the Wu Clan's political stage, even if he didn't approve of Wu Yong's actions, he still had to seize this opportunity to become Wu Yong's lackey and stand on the stage in front of those supreme elders who strongly opposed it. This way, Wu Clan's internal strife was quickly resolved by Wu Yong. Among these people, there will be 5 or 6 who succeed in their immortal ascension. I hope that someone in Wu Clan can become a Qi Path Gu immortal. This way Hulan can be used. In the future, if I am lucky enough to refine 8-faced Prestige Wind Immortal Gu, my strength will rise to another level. Together with Hulan, among the super forces of the 5 regions, my Wu Clan will be among the top. Thinking of Hulan, Wu Yong's mood turned for the better. He had high hopes for Hulan. If not for him cultivating Wind Path and having a huge accumulation of Wind Path Dao marks, he might have turned to cultivating Qi Path for Hulan. Wu Ji did not cultivate Qi Path, she insisted on Strength Path. This made Wu Yong quite disappointed. Hulan's value was extremely high, just look at Demon Immortal Qi Ju. This secluded domain of heaven and earth, as long as a killer move was created, it would have pseudo-venerable battle strength. Hulan could be seen as a quasi-rank 9 Immortal Gu, but it would be extremely difficult for Wu Clan to obtain a rank 9 Immortal Gu. Even refining a rank 8 Immortal Gu would be a huge test for Wu Clan. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Be it Mini Blue Heavens Star Collection City, Mini Western Deserts Inkman City, or Kokitahara's 3 Sacred Mountain, all the Gu Immortals were excited. A moment ago, Feng Yuan had released the newest contribution board, mission board, and exchange board. The contribution board and mission board had been created long ago, but this was the first time the exchange board was released. It was this exchange board that made all the Gu Immortals in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture excited and excited. The exchange board not only had a large number of rank 6 and 7 Immortal Gu, there were also countless Immortal moves and Immortal Gu recipes, as well as a vast amount of Immortal materials. For the Gu Immortals in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, they only needed to spend their accumulated contribution points to exchange for all the cultivation resources on the board. So many Immortal materials, I have never seen such an abundant and huge amount of Immortal materials. Land Spirit of Langya was knowledgeable, he was dumbfounded after seeing the exchange board. These Immortal killer moves range from rank 6 to rank 9. They include normal killer moves, battlefield killer moves, current generation Gu formations, Gu houses, and even ancient battle formations. What is this totem killer move? I have never heard of it. Many Gu Immortals exclaimed. The Gu Immortals from the variant Human Alliance were more concerned about the Immortal Gu on the exchange board. These Immortal Gu can be exchanged? I'm not dreaming, am I? Refining Immortal Gu is so difficult, but here, we only need to accumulate a certain amount of contribution points to exchange for an Immortal Gu. The Gu Immortals were extremely excited. They suddenly realized how fortunate it was to become Feng Yuan's subordinates. Following Master, our future will be so bright. This is great, it seems that Lord Feng Yuan wants to nurture us. I've never seen a force that could be so extravagant. Master's foundation is truly unfathomable. The Gu Immortals' eyes shined with excitement, their faces were red, some were even crying. A portion of them who reacted quickly looked at the mission board. In the past, they had to complete missions by force, they did not have much enthusiasm. But now, it was completely different. Chapter 2151. Feng Yuan secretly observed his subordinates' reactions. The establishment of the exchange list was a result of his careful consideration. Originally, Feng Yuan thought that the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's chaotic situation would be alleviated over time. But in reality, the situation was getting more and more intense. Sometimes, when abnormal situations occurred, even Feng Yuan's main body had to take action to deal with them. If the strength of the Gu Immortals in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture was raised by 1 or 2 levels, then the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's chaotic situation would be better dealt with. Feng Yuan could not treat the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's problem at its root, he could only treat the symptoms. Of course, no matter how he nurtured them, these subordinates did not have the ability to participate in the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. Feng Yuan did not have such extravagant hopes. Nurturing these subordinates required a lot of resources. Feng Yuan had annexed many grotto heavens of the 2 heavens and plundered their countless years of foundation, he naturally did not lack these resources. In terms of cultivation resources, Feng Yuan had already surpassed most of the super forces in the world. Even Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven, even though their foundation was stronger than Feng Yuan's, they could not do as much as him. Feng Yuan had 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool, he could refine rank 6 and rank 7 Immortal Gu easily. This was why he could be so domineering as to place all kinds of Immortal Gu on the exchange list for his subordinates to exchange for. If Feng Yuan wanted to use some of these Immortal Gu in the future, he could directly give them a compulsory mission, who would dare to defy Feng Yuan's orders. By then, Feng Yuan could give more contribution points. Who knew, the subordinates who had their Immortal Gu taken might be very happy. The subordinates' reactions were very enthusiastic. This was within Feng Yuan's expectations. Stimulated by the exchange list, the Gu Immortals started to accept missions in a frenzy. They were like diligent bees, appearing at various places in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Regarding the first mission on the mission list, the Gu Immortals were discussing, did Lord Feng Yuan make a mistake? However, after a few days, the mission's contents did not change. The The Gu immortals were getting more and more envious. This mission's contribution points were very high. Zong studied the new exchange list for the longest time. Recently, Zong had always been vexed over a major matter. He was the Grand Elder of Northern Plains Rockman tribe. He had rank 7 cultivation level and was currently facing the third Grand Tribulation. Rank 7 Gu immortals faced an earthly calamity every 10 years, a heavenly tribulation every 50 years, and a Grand Tribulation every 100 years. Earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations weren't much of a problem for Zong. However, the calamity was a huge problem. The previous 2 calamities had almost shattered Zong's confidence. The third calamity was imminent, and Zong was thinking of ways to delay the arrival of the calamity. But after flipping through the entire exchange list, he couldn't find any new hope. In the entire exchange list, there's no way to delay the calamity and tribulation. Zong frowned. Is it because Master doesn't have such a technique? Obviously not. Zong's gaze was firmly fixed on the first mission on the mission board. It seems like the Lord is encouraging us to accept this mission. Zong was tempted. The Rockman tribe he led originated from the northern icy plain of Northern Plains. Back then, he had no choice but to be dragged onto this pirate ship by Feng Yuan. But now, Zong found that this ship had already become a huge one, the future was bright, and the benefits were beyond imagination. Since ancient times, the first principle of a leader was almost always one: show kindness and authority. Feng Yuan didn't lack authority, so once the exchange list appeared, many people's hearts were changed. Zong absolutely didn't dare to betray Feng Yuan, and also saw the benefits of following Feng Yuan. He thought for a long time and decided to take the risk and accept this mission. He didn't do it sneakily, but openly. Thus, soon, the news of him accepting the first mission spread throughout the entire Sovereign Immortal Aperture's Gu Immortal world. Zong is an experienced rank 7 Gu Immortal. If he can pass the tribulation this time, he can advance to rank 8. Let's see what this mission is all about. Sigh, I also want to accept this mission. But to think Zong actually took the initiative. This is a great chance to express my loyalty to Master. Not long after Zong accepted the mission, he was summoned by Feng Yuan's Time Path clone. The Time Path clone ordered on the spot to manage Zong's immortal aperture and make preparations for the tribulation. Zong opened his immortal aperture. Feng Yuan's Time Path clone personally took charge and stuffed Earth Path immortal materials into his immortal aperture. Worry soil, green lake rotten soil, drill soil, extreme lake soil, heaven shrouding dust, great bright mud, impermanence rock, smoky warm jade, 1000-year jade essence, dark inkstone, marrow sucking rock, hate water rock, round Kuan stone, hibiscus stalactite milk, stone heart liquid, 8 parts jade, and so on. A large number of Earth Path immortal materials made Zong dumbfounded. After reacting, Zong's heart jumped in fright. The cause of Gu immortal calamities and tribulations is the heavenly Tao's restriction. My Earth Path foundation has risen to such a shocking level, the Grand Tribulation will become even more terrifying. Ordinary Gu immortals wish for their calamities and tribulations to be as weak as possible, but Master is the complete opposite. He wants the Grand Tribulation to become a myriad tribulation. Several days later, the day of tribulation arrived. Feng Yuan's main body came to an ordinary sea surface in Eastern Sea. He opened his immortal aperture's entrance and let Zong out. After Zong met with Feng Yuan, he quickly placed his immortal aperture and placed his blessed land in this world. The blessed land's entrance opened and began to absorb a vast amount of heaven and earth qi. Feng Yuan stood outside the door. He could not enter. He had too many Tao marks. He had once attacked Fire Plain Grotto Heaven, but he could not enter, not to mention this tiny rank 7 blessed land. The Grand Tribulation appeared on time. First, Heaven Path Tao marks descended, then these Heaven Path Tao marks turned into Tao marks of other paths according to Zong's blessed land situation. These Tao marks were mainly of Earth Path. The converted Tao marks used and consumed heaven and earth qi to form the calamities and tribulations. During this process, If Fang Yuan used Big Family Qi Gu, he could absorb the Calamity Qi and weaken the power of the Grand Tribulation. But now, Fang Yuan hoped that the Grand Tribulation would be as strong as possible. The Grand Tribulation completely formed, Shi Zong's expression changed. Yellow heaven dust cloud. Amazing, they saw that my immortal aperture is being developed too well, there are too many Earth path resources, so they are targeting them. The yellow heaven dust cloud would emit stronger and stronger suction force, sucking all the Earth path resources in the immortal aperture into the cloud. The more Earth path resources were absorbed, the stronger the Grand Tribulation, the larger the range of the yellow heaven dust cloud, the denser it was, the stronger the suction force would be. Among all the Grand Tribulations, the yellow heaven dust cloud was one of the most hated ones. Shi Zong tried several killer moves. Even though they were effective against such a huge yellow heaven dust cloud, their effect was negligible. I can only rely on Master now. Shi Zong's expression was pale. Right at this time, Shi Zong saw dazzling and colorful totems flying out of Fang Yuan's body, entering the yellow heaven dust cloud through the Blessed Land's entrance. There were many types of totems, they were of all shapes and sizes. There were ferocious tigers and leopards, nimble deer and rabbits, lush trees and rolling rocks. But no matter which one it was, they all had the aura of rank 8. Shi Zong's mind and body shook. Oh heavens! These 20 or so killer moves are all at rank 8 level. Master's strength is so terrifying. These were all totem killer moves. Fang Yuan had obtained the method to nurture thousands of basic totems from Zhan Budu. He had been cultivating this move in his free time. Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven was the sacred ground for cultivating totem killer moves. It would be very difficult to cultivate totems outside this place. Because there was no such environment, almost all recipes would lose their effect in the outside world. But Fang Yuan was different. He had deep food path attainment, he modified these recipes and meat soups to form all sorts of killer moves. Using these food path killer moves, Fang Yuan expended a vast amount of goo materials to form over 20 totems. These totems were all rank 8 level. After careful selection by Fang Yuan, they naturally had great power. What was even more amazing was that once these totem killer moves were formed, they were simply too easy to activate. Fang Yuan willed and instantly activated these 20 or so totems at the same time. That was to say, he activated over 20 rank 8 killer moves in an instant. It was because he had the sovereign immortal body that he could cultivate so many totems of different paths without any restraints. Other Gu immortals would not be able to do this. Shi Zong was tongue-tied. Because in an instant, the originally incomparably thick yellow dust clouds that covered the sky and covered the earth were completely torn apart by these totems. Too cruel, too terrifying. Shi Zong's mind was in turmoil. But even though the Grand Tribulation was violently destroyed, it did not stop, it was still trying to gather. But the moment a trace of the yellow dust cloud was formed, it was torn to pieces by the totems at almost the same time. Providence did not give up, but the totems were even more ferocious. For some reason, Shi Zong felt that the Grand Tribulation was somewhat pitiful. Immortal Killer Move, Heavenman Sensation. Immortal Killer Move, Heaven's Worker's Substitute. Immortal Killer Move, Unrestrained Heavenly Mark. Fang Yuan stood outside the door and refined all the Heaven Path Dao marks that formed the Grand Tribulation. But the unrestrained heavenly mark was inside Shi Zong's blessed land. It was not a problem. Fang Yuan took out another immortal Gu house, a brand new thieves' den that he had modified. Thieves' Den activated the killer move, Theft Path. The principle of the Theft Path killer move was to use a Theft Path immortal material as a primer to expend the Theft Path Dao marks in the immortal material before stealing the outside world's Dao marks. The stolen Dao marks had to be attached to this Theft Path immortal material. Thus, if the stolen Dao marks were too disorderly, the immortal material would have no value, like the immortal materials that were everywhere in Crazed Demon Cave. In other words, Thieves' Den had the ability to steal outside world Dao marks, but it did not have the method to use them. But Thieves' Den was already a peak creation, it could not be changed, there was no room for improvement or potential. These unrestrained heavenly marks were all stolen and formed into a Heaven Path immortal material. Fang Yuan took out this Heaven Path immortal material and activated the Food Path Killer move, devouring heaven and earth. This move was the result of Fang Yuan's recent efforts. Chapter 2152. After expending this Heaven Path immortal material, Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture gained 9 Heaven Path Dao marks. The grand tribulation that made Shizong despair turned into Heaven Path Dao marks, but there were only 9. And this grand tribulation's power was far above average. After a grand tribulation's transformation, the number of Heaven Path Dao marks was less than 9. About 7. Fang Yuan estimated. This was incomparable to the gains from annexing the 2 Heavens Grotto Heavens. Every time he annexed 2 Heavens Grotto Heavens, Fang Yuan gained thousands of Heaven Path Dao marks. Fang Yuan continuously annexed Grotto Heavens. His sovereign immortal aperture had already reached its limit. It was developed to 80%. Right now, he had more than 200,000 Heaven Path Dao marks. Because of Fang Yuan's Refinement Path Venerable Plan, he annexed Refinement Path Grotto Heavens. He had the most Refinement Path Dao marks, over 6 million. Currently, the sovereign immortal aperture cannot annex other Grotto Heavens. Thus, I can only use this method to increase the Heaven Path Dao marks. Although the increase is small each time, Gu immortals undergo tribulations without end. Using this method, you can completely accumulate a little into a mickle and a drop of water into an ocean. In the long run, helping Gu immortals undergo tribulations was a brighter path. The 2 Heavens Grotto Heavens had accumulated for hundreds of thousands of years to have this foundation. But every time Fang Yuan annexed one, there would be one less. And Gu immortals had an endless supply. Shizong succeeded in his tribulation, advancing from rank 7 to rank 8. When he returned to the sovereign immortal aperture, he was immediately congratulated by many people as they inquired about the situation. Shizong was already prepared. On the day of the tribulation, he used an information path Gu worm to record the entire scene. These scenes spread and caused an intense shock and impact to the sovereign immortal aperture's Gu immortal world. Master is so powerful. In an instant, he used over 20 rank 8 killer moves. Is he still human? This is a totem killer move? It seems very convenient. The Gu immortals were attracted by the totem killer move at first, but when they saw Thieves' Den, they exclaimed in surprise. Eventually, the yellow dust cloud was completely eliminated by Fang Yuan. The Gu immortals were deeply moved. Master's methods are unimaginable. He can really eliminate the calamity ahead of time. Throughout history, these calamities and tribulations have to be vented before they can be pacified. However, Lord Fang Yuan is so unfathomable that he was able to eliminate the calamity in advance. If that's the case, then this mission is a big win. Not only can you increase your cultivation, but you can also receive a considerable amount of contribution points. Didn't you hear what Shizong said? Even though he passed the tribulation and became a rank 8 Gu immortal, he did not gain any new Dao marks. Ah, there was such a thing. No wonder this mission is to compensate us for our contribution points. Shizong didn't hide the result. He was still a little hesitant at first. However, after the tribulation, Fang Yuan personally ordered him to reveal the truth to the public. No increase in Dao marks. This news was like a bucket of cold water that was poured on the excited Gu immortals. The Gu immortals gradually calmed down. He had to consider this outcome carefully. If there was no increase in Dao marks, the Gu immortal would suffer a huge loss. After all, undergoing tribulation was the main source of Dao mark growth. There were no movements for the next few days. But after Shizong used this amount of contribution points to exchange for 2 rank 7 Earth Path Immortal Gu and 3 Earth Path Killer moves, a second person started to take the tribulation mission. Next, more and more Gu immortals started to follow suit. Soon, a trend was formed in the sovereign immortal aperture's Gu immortal world. These Gu immortals were astute. They had calculated it clearly. Even though they lost a sum of Dao marks, the value of the contribution points far outweighed the loss. The Gu Immortal's battle strength and Immortal Aperture's environment would indeed weaken due to the loss of Dao marks, but Dao marks were only one of the factors. There were many factors that determined a Gu Immortal's battle strength. For example, Immortal Gu were the main factor, and Immortal Killer moves were far more important than thousands of Dao marks. The Immortal Aperture's environment was affected, but the Gu Immortal could exchange for all kinds of immortal materials and cultivate more resource points to make up for it. The reason why the Gu Immortals chose this path was that the exchange board had a specialized section that allowed the Gu Immortals to provide their own immortal materials and expend a certain amount of contribution points to get Fang Yuan's clone to use food path killer moves to increase their Dao marks. With all these reasons, the number of Gu Immortals undergoing tribulation increased continuously. Fang Yuan's Heaven Path Dao marks also continued to increase as a result. Southern border. Kuexian Hong was traveling in the clouds. He was communicating with his good friend. You don't know, the surrounding Gu Immortals are all accepting this tribulation mission. Some Gu Immortals are still far from the tribulation, but they have already chosen a section on the exchange board to get Master's Time Path clone to speed up the flow of time in their immortal aperture. They are using all sorts of methods to accept this mission. Kuexian Hong saw this and used Information Path Immortal Gu to reply. Because the contribution points for this mission are very high, whoever obtains this amount of contribution points first will be able to take the lead and activate it first, entering a virtuous cycle. Look at that Shirzong, he must be doing quite well recently. His strength has risen greatly, he can take on more difficult missions and do more missions, gaining more contribution points faster. It is a pity that I received a mandatory mission this time. I have to go to Wu Clan. Otherwise, I would have been the first person to accept this mission. His good friend quickly replied, "Be careful, you are going to Wu Clan's headquarters to ask for Hu Land. That is a secluded domain of heaven and earth. Wu Yong is also the leader of the Southern Alliance." Kuexian Hong was very confident. I have high hopes for this trip. Even if I fail, Wu Yong will not do anything to me. You have not experienced it yourself, you have not truly understood Master's might. Alright, I have arrived, I will contact you later. Kuexian Hong slowly descended. Wu Yi Mountain was next to Fangjing. Wu Clan's headquarters was located here. Seeing Kuexian Hong, two Gu Immortals flew up from Wu Yi Mountain. Leading them was Wu Clan's second Supreme Elder, Wu Bachong. Kuexian Hong had already informed them before coming. Wu Clan sent Wu Bachong to welcome him, it showed their sincerity. "Envoy, please enter." Wu Bachong led Kuexian Hong to Wu Clan's headquarters. "Envoy, you must be tired after such a long journey, why don't you rest first?" Wu Bachong was very polite. But Kuexian Hong waved his hand. "Let's settle the official matters first." "Alright, please wait a moment. My clan's first Supreme Elder is handling some administrative matters." Wu Bachong replied. Kuexian Hong nodded, waiting patiently. He could understand. The Grand Leader of Wu Clan could not be met so easily. Regardless of whether he was really busy or not, he had to put on airs. 15 minutes later, Wu Bachong came to Kuexian Hong again, leading him to the guest hall. There, Kuexian Hong saw Wu Yong. Kuexian Hong did not speak nonsense, he went straight to the point. "Lord Wu Yong, I have come with master sincerity to make another transaction with your clan." Wu Yong and Wu Bachong looked at each other. In the previous transaction, Wu Clan had benefited greatly. This made Wu Yong ask with a smile, "What transaction is it?" Kuexian Hong smiled. "Master is willing to pay a price to buy your clan's Hu Land." Instantly, Wu Yong's pupils shrunk. Killing intent surged in his heart. "What?" Wu Bachong could not sit still, he stood up. "What Hu Land? When did my Wu Clan obtain this secluded domain of heaven and earth? Fang Yuan must have made a mistake." Kuexian Hong smiled slightly, he did not refute. Wu Yong's face was gloomy, he interrupted Wu Bachong's words. "Alright, Bachong." Wu Bachong immediately stopped defending, his face was full of unwillingness and anger. He clenched his fists, the muscles on his arms bulged, he stared at Kuexian Hong. If gazes could kill, Wu Bachong would have killed Kuexian Hong hundreds of times with his gaze. Kuexian Hong only looked at Wu Yong, he turned a deaf ear to Wu Bachong. He bowed, Lord Wu Yong, what is your response? Wu Yong's face suddenly bloomed into a smile. If Fang Yuan wants to make a transaction, of course it is possible. I believe he will be able to take out a bargaining chip that will satisfy our Wu clan. Kuexan Hong looked at Wu Yong like this. His heart could not help but tremble. Wu Yong was truly too terrifying. In such a short time, he accepted this fact and made the most sensible response. Kuexan Hong breathed in deeply, saying his bargaining chip. Master knows Lord Wu Yong's desire for rank 8 Immortal Gu Prestige 8 sides. Master is willing to personally refine this rank 8 Immortal Gu for Wu clan. What? Wu Bachang's expression changed again. He shouted angrily, Hu Land is a quasi-rank 9 Immortal Gu, but Fang Yuan is not even willing to take out a rank 8 Immortal Gu. You are taking out such a condition to exchange. You are too insincere. Wu Yong gritted his teeth, saying, This is indeed too much. Kuexan Hong smiled. Wu clan is proficient in Wind Path, but their Qi Path attainment is only in Sheng Tian True Inheritance. Even though Hu Land is a secluded domain of heaven and earth, it does not have much value to Wu clan. Wu Bachong immediately retorted, You cannot say that any path's attainment is developed. Since my Wu clan is proficient in Wind Path, can't we be proficient in Qi Path in the future? With Hu Land, I would rather cultivate Qi Path and replace my Vital Gu. This prospect is so vast, which super force would be willing to give it up? Kuexan Hong glanced at Wu Bachong. Second Supreme Elder is very insightful, your words are also very direct. That is indeed the case. With Hu Land, Qi Path's prospects are very vast. Saying so, Kuexan Hong purposely paused for a moment before saying with a heavy tone, The prerequisite is, we need Hu Land. You! Wu Bachong shouted, his killing intent surged, he was ready to attack. Kuexan Hong's meaning was that Wu clan could not protect Hu Land. Since they could not protect Hu Land, there was no need to talk about Qi Path's prospects, everything was empty. Kuexan Hong looked at Wu Yong, he bowed again and said respectfully, Lord Wu Yong, I will speak frankly. If your clan is not satisfied with this bargaining chip, we are willing to refine 3 rank 8 Immortal Gu for your clan. Kuexan Hong smiled bitterly, he had a sincere expression. This is our bottom line, we cannot give in. I hope Lord Wu Yong can make a wise decision. I am only a messenger, I cannot make the decision. Wu Yong was silent for a moment, he suddenly smiled. You are an excellent messenger. I agree to this condition, Wu Bachong. Bring Kuexan Hong to get Hu Land and the rank 7 Fan Wind Gu, let him bring them back. First Supreme Elder. Wu Bachong was unwilling. Wu Yong had a solemn expression. Wu Bachong sighed deeply, he looked at Kuexan Hong and gritted his teeth in hatred. Follow me. Wu Bachong quickly walked past Kuexan Hong, walking out of the small hall. Wu Yong had been sitting in his seat, not moving at all. The small hall was brightly lit, but Wu Yong's face was very dark. Losing Hu Land was a heavy blow to him. How does Fang Yuan know of Hu Land's existence? Did he capture Kong Ritian? Wu Yong had many questions in his heart, but he did not want to investigate further. Because the situation had already developed to this stage, what was the point of discussing this? A long while later, Wu Bachong returned to report, Kuexan Hong has left. Milord, should we send an expert to disguise his identity and intercept him midway? Wu Yong shook his head. With Fang Yuan's intelligence, how could he not expect such a loophole? Don't do unnecessary things. Wu Bachong gritted his teeth. Damn it. My Wu clan can't even protect a piece of land. Chapter 2153. Fang Yuan held Heaven's Envy Immortal Gu in his hands. As rank 8 White Lychee Immortal Essence was injected, Heaven's Envy Immortal Gu let out a faint crystal-like light. This Immortal Gu was like a flea made of crystal. It was the size of a fist and was curled up. Suddenly, Heaven's Envy Immortal Gu's crystal light exploded, turning into countless specks of crystal light. It was very dazzling. Success! Fang Yuan's heart shook. In that instant earlier, this rank 7 Heaven's Envy Immortal Gu was completely refined by him. The crystal flea that was curled into a ball had completely stretched out its body, lying on Fang Yuan's palm softly. I am probably the first person in history to completely refine heaven's envy immortal goo. At this moment, Fang Yuan created history. However, in the blink of an eye, the joy in his heart calmed down. He had already created history many times. Recently, I have been helping my subordinate Gu Immortals undergo tribulation to ascend to Gu Immortal. Even though the Heaven Path Dao marks gained from each tribulation are small, they accumulate. With these Heaven Path Dao marks, I finally refined Heaven's Envy Immortal Gu and broke through my previous limit. My guess was right after all. The facts in front of him proved, as long as one had enough unrestrained heavenly marks, they could refine Heaven Path Immortal Gu. Throughout history, there were countless Gu cultivators. The elites were like stars in the sky, the 10 venerables were like 10 suns. But none of these people truly cultivated Heaven Path. Even though Limitless Demon Venerable and Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had unrestrained heavenly mark, according to Fang Yuan's knowledge, they did not have a deep understanding of Heaven Path. The former cultivated Rule Path, while the latter cultivated Earth Path. Maybe Limitless Demon Venerable had researched unrestrained heavenly mark and wanted to cultivate Heaven Path, but by then he had already become a Rule Path Demon Venerable. There was no turning back. From this, the advantage of Sovereign Immortal Aperture Gu could be seen. Cultivating all paths. A brand new unknown path appeared in front of Fang Yuan. Heaven Path. Unrestrained heavenly mark was the key to unlocking Heaven Path cultivation. The prospects of this path of cultivation were vast and its advantages were terrifying. Even mortals could understand a thing or two. The heavenly Tao encompasses everything and balances everything. All living beings, be it immortals or mortals, high or low, are all within the heavenly Tao. All sorts of immortal Gu and secluded domains of heaven and earth were restricted by the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao controls calamities and tribulations, it controls lifespan Gu. Even though venerables dominated a great era, they are only a burning torch compared to the heavenly Tao. If I walk this path, Fang Yuan could not help but fall into a reverie. Ignoring everything else, just lifespan Gu and fate Gu were enough to make him feel a trace of excitement. All the venerables were troubled by lifespan Gu, and the celestial court had never directly controlled fate Gu. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had no choice but to merge with the Tao to interfere with providence and distort the effect of fate Gu. Among all the sects, the heavenly Tao's starting threshold is definitely the highest. I must first grasp unrestrained heavenly mark. I have only just stepped on the path of heavenly Tao. I still need to travel a long distance before I can come into contact with profound profundities like lifespan Gu and fate Gu. The battle in Crazed Demon Cave is approaching. I won't be able to do anything before that. Even though he had officially stepped on the path of heavenly Tao cultivation and had a bright future ahead of him, Fang Yuan did not intend to fully invest in it. The situation did not allow him to do so. At most, I can invest in the crucial aspect of Heaven's Envy Immortal Gu once more. Cooking Luck Pot gave Fang Yuan huge convenience. He knew that Heaven's Envy Immortal Gu might be the key to the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. The path of heavenly Tao cultivation was very long. Fang Yuan had just started. But Heaven's Envy Immortal Gu could be developed more. Even if I completely refine Heaven's Envy Immortal Gu now, it is only rank 7. Even if I develop a killer move and can display my strength at rank 8 level. But when I fight against a Gu Venerable, rank 7 is still too low. I need to raise Heaven's Envy Immortal Gu to rank 8. Fang Yuan had 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool, but it was a little troublesome this time. In terms of Heaven Path Immortal materials, Fang Yuan had a batch. Investing in many other Heaven Path Immortal Gu might be a problem. But if he only used Heaven's Envy Immortal Gu, it was enough. However, Fang Yuan's Heaven Path attainment level was ordinary, he was not even at master level. Even though Fang Yuan's refinement path attainment level was at Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster, it was still very difficult to develop the rank 8 Immortal Gu recipe of Heaven's Envy Immortal Gu. It was not that there was no possibility of success, but the amount of time and effort needed was too much. His initial estimation was that he would need at least 2 to 3 years to deduce. This was clearly not possible for Fang Yuan. It seems that I need to learn from Wu Yong and nurture some Gu immortal seeds to help them undergo tribulation. Fang Yuan quickly found a way. When rank 5 Gu masters undergo immortal ascension tribulation, the heaven path Dao mark gains were very little. Fang Yuan did not care about them at all. But when Gu masters undergo tribulation, they would have a peerless opportunity to learn from the natural world. During this opportunity, the Gu master could ask heaven and earth, and almost all questions could be answered. Since heaven and earth could produce heaven's envy immortal Gu naturally, it definitely had heaven's envy immortal Gu's recipe. Fang Yuan did not want much. As long as he had the correct heaven's envy immortal Gu recipe, he could use his refinement path attainment to modify it to suit himself. Moreover, Fang Yuan could also think about the method of asking heaven and earth. For example, he could directly ask, with a certain heaven path immortal material as the foundation, what is the easiest and most suitable heaven's envy immortal Gu recipe for refining? Thinking of this, a new mission appeared on the mission board. It was ranked first. Search for loyal Gu immortal seeds suitable for undergoing tribulation. Almost at the next moment, all the Gu immortals in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture knew about this mission. Ever since the exchange list was opened, these Gu immortals went crazy. Many had not slept or rested for several months. They relied on Gu worms to maintain their condition and complete missions to earn contribution points. Fang Yuan provided the most convenient environment, making the cultivation difficulty of these Gu immortals fall to rock bottom. Almost every day, they could feel the improvement in their strength. Even if it was just a small increase every day after several days, it was already terrifying enough. It was this pleasant feeling of their cultivation level and strength rising rapidly that made countless Gu immortals unable to stop. What made Fang Yuan surprised was that one of the human Gu immortals created an incomplete transformation path immortal Gu recipe, hard liver Gu. This human Gu immortal cultivated transformation path, it was Rock Warrior, he came from Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Hard liver Gu could make the Gu immortals' liver harden in exchange for long-lasting and vigorous energy, allowing them to complete all sorts of difficult tasks without sleep or rest. But if it was used excessively, when the liver hardens to the extreme, it would explode and heavily injure the Gu immortal, even killing them on the spot. After Fang Yuan learned about it, he immediately modified it. Not only perfecting the original immortal Gu recipe, he even expanded it into a complete set of rank 6 to 8 Gu immortal Gu. After refining it using 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool, the rank 8 hard liver immortal Gu became the core of the Gu formation. This Gu formation was named Liver Life Formation by Fang Yuan. It operated all year round and collected fees from the outside. If the subordinate Gu immortals were interested, they could hand over a portion of their contribution points and enter. When they came out, they would always be full of energy and fighting spirit. Did you work hard today? How much longer can you work for? I feel like my liver is about to explode. Such words had already become a common greeting among Gu immortals. Thus, when Fang Yuan's mission appeared, the Gu immortals were like sharks that smelled blood, their eyes turned red. This is a good mission. It was personally given by Master. The rewards are very generous. I can't take it anymore. I have not slept for 3 months already. I want to rest. What rest? Get up and work hard. The great era is coming. We need to grasp this peerless cultivation opportunity. The Gu immortals rushed out and started to gather Gu immortal seeds in their respective clans. In just a short while, this mission had already been accepted. The Gu immortals who did not accept it were very vexed. Some beat their chests and stamped their feet. Sigh, this mission was so good. I missed it just like that. Every mission on the mission board had a limited quota to prevent Gu immortals from competing for the missions with the highest rewards, which would result in an unreasonable allocation of manpower and waste. The collection of Gu immortal seeds was handed over to Fang Yuan's subordinates. He estimated that there should be a lot of seeds. They were definitely above super forces like Wu Clan. Because these forces that Fang Yuan annexed, like Langya sect or the 2 Heavens Grotto Heavens, they had deep foundations and long histories. There were definitely many Gu immortal seeds. While he had some free time, Fong Yuan personally helped Ni clan. He secretly set up a year essence subpool in Ni clan's territory, forming a time path region. Ni clan's time would pass faster, they would produce immortal goo more frequently, it would make it easier for Fong Yuan to comprehend the profundity of human isolation-style goo refinement. There are countless variant humans in the sovereign immortal aperture, but there are not many pure humans. Beast Calamity Grotto Heavens people are the majority of humans, but I can foresee that Mini Yellow Heavens Ni clan will become a top human force in the future. Fong Yuan thought to himself. He had just finished setting up the time path region when Koexian Hong sent a message. The latter's mission to Wu clan was successful. He had obtained Hu land. Immortal killer move, heaven and earth travel. At the next moment, Fong Yuan arrived at southern border from Eastern Sea, appearing in front of Koexian Hong. After stuffing him into the sovereign immortal aperture, Fong Yuan returned to Eastern Sea. He concealed his traces and arrived at a nameless sea area. After playing around with Hu land, he waited for Qi Sea ancestor. Fong Yuan threw Hu land to Qi Sea ancestor. The Qi Sea clone quickly caught it and said excitedly, "Good, good, I have a premonition. With Hu land, my combat system will be complete. Then I look forward to it." Fong Yuan's main body left. Chapter 2154. Immortal Killer Move, Landscape as before. Fong Yuan activated his killer move. Previously, Landscape as before Immortal Goo was only rank 6. But 2 months ago, Fong Yuan had successfully raised it to rank 8. Rank 8 was the limit of Landscape as before Immortal Goo. Most Immortal Goo's limit was rank 8. After reaching rank 8, they would reach the end, they could no longer raise their rank. Goo were the essence of heaven and earth, they were fragments of the Great Tao. These fragments had their own limits. Large ones could reach rank 9 after accumulating, while small ones could only reach rank 6. There were many Immortal Goo. Even though Immortal Goo were unique, there were all kinds of them. For example, when Fong Yuan used the killer move Lingering Poisonous Ant Plague, he refined 2 Immortal Goo, Red Copper Immortal Ant Goo and White Face Immortal Ant Goo. If they were slightly modified, they might become another type of Immortal Goo. Like Black Gold Immortal Ant, Black Face Immortal Ant, and so on. Among all the Immortal Goo, only a small portion of Immortal Goo could advance to rank 9. Rank 8 Landscape as before Immortal Goo was still a time path Immortal Goo. But the killer move that Fong Yuan used now was a compound killer move. Not just time path, it also contained the profundities of earth path, water path, rule path, soul path, and other paths. Under the influence of this compound killer move, Reverse Flow River emitted soft sounds as it expanded at an observable speed. After Fong Yuan's nurturing, the compound killer move showed its effect after dozens of times. Reverse Flow River, which only had a trace left, was now a long and narrow river. Fong Yuan had been trying to repair Reverse Flow River, and at this time he finally had some results. He had wanted to use Orderly Pattern Killer Move. This killer move was rank 9, it came from Shadow Sect's true inheritance. This move used City Well as the core, it could modify secluded domains of heaven and earth, making their Tao marks non-conflicting and easy to repair. Dang Hun Mountain, Luopa Valley, and Minuscule Mountain had all benefited from this move. But Fong Yuan had not been able to grasp this killer move, because he lacked the crucial core Immortal Goo. Immortal Goo were unique, and the crucial core Immortal Goo were already in someone else's hands. Fong Yuan had thought of modifying this killer move, but it was very difficult. This was a rank 9 killer move, belonging to Rule Path. It had already reached the peak of being impossible to change, there was no room for improvement. At least, Fong Yuan couldn't tell. His Rule Path realm was Grandmaster, not Quasi-Supreme. There was still a gap from this rank 9 killer move. Right now, Reverse Flow River's recovery speed is very fast, but once it recovers to its later stage, Landscape as Before's compound killer move's effect will continue to decrease until it is almost negligible. The compound killer move Landscape as Before was only at rank 8 level, while the complete Reverse Flow River was a secluded domain of heaven and earth, it was at rank 9 level. Because there were too many Dao marks, it could even be used as a quasi-rank 9 immortal Gu. Of course, this depended on the Gu cultivator's ability. Being able to come up with related killer moves was just the basics. The key was to use the mystic realm of heaven and earth as the core, to see how outstanding the killer move would be, and whether it could make full use of the mystic realm of heaven and earth. For example, Fang Yuan's reverse current protection seal was only average in terms of utilizing the reverse current river. His Luo Pa seal's usage was low. Orderly well was different, it used city well to its maximum extent, reaching an advanced level. It did not completely use the killer move of the mystic realm of heaven and earth. Secluded domains of heaven and earth were not immortal Gu after all. Immortal Gu were living beings. As long as immortal essence was injected, they could display their full power. But secluded domains of heaven and earth were dead, they were not living beings, how much could they use? Immortal Gu were Dao mark fragments, they were connected. And secluded domains of heaven and earth were the accumulation of a vast number of Dao marks. These Dao marks were piled up, they were twisted and turned, some places were clearly separated, some places were intertwined. It was impossible to use all of the Dao marks. Even venerables were the same. This could be seen from the killer move Orderly Well. I already have many secluded domains of heaven and earth. Dang Hun Mountain, Luo Pa Valley, Reverse Flow River, City Well, Hu Land, Incomplete Refinement Sea, Incomplete Human Sea, Incomplete Qian Kun Crystal Wall. Dang Hun Mountain was obtained by Fang Yuan first. For it, he had to enter northern plains to find a way to heal it. The killer move Luo Pa Seal, which used Luo Pa Valley as the core, had once helped Fang Yuan kill Gu immortal experts. There was no need to talk about Reverse Flow River, when old ancestor Shui who refined fortune rivaling heaven Gu, under the pursuit of longevity heaven and celestial court, Fang Yuan used Reverse Flow Protection Seal to shock the world. City Well was obtained from the turbulent Flow Sea area. Fang Yuan used it as a trap to kill many Eastern Sea Gu immortals. Hu Land was the easiest to obtain, he had to forcefully buy it from Wu Yong. Of course, he was able to do this because of Fang Yuan's immense strength and reputation. Since his rebirth, he had always been walking on the edge of life and death, and he had experienced countless battles to accumulate these things. The incomplete refinement sea came from Langya Blessed Land, it showed long hair ancestors' ambition. Unfortunately, even though Fang Yuan obtained it, he did not have enough energy, time, and resources to perfect it. Right now, the incomplete refinement sea was being consumed intensely in 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. And the incomplete human sea came from Eastern Sea's Xia clan. Wu Shui led the variant human alliance and invaded Xia clan's territory, killing and expelling Xia clan. He obtained this incomplete human sea according to his previous life's memories. Finally, there was the incomplete Qian Kun crystal wall. Simply put, it was a gray-white stone slab. On the surface of the gray-white stone slab, there were black ink lines, some straight and some curved, some thick and some thin. The ink lines were tangled together, some resembled words, while some resembled landscapes. Rumors said that when all the stone slabs were gathered together, Qian Kun crystal wall could be reconstructed, allowing Gu cultivators to enter Book Mountain again. If one looked at human history, they would find that generations of Gu masters, Gu immortals, and even immortal venerables and demon venerables had collected records of these stone slabs. Fang Yuan obtained a vast number of gray-white stone slabs from Great Wisdom Immortal Mother. According to Great Wisdom Immortal Mother, these stone slabs could form 50% of Qian Kun crystal wall. Fang Yuan also obtained a batch of gray-white stone slabs from other sources, like Langya sect and the 2 heavens grotto heavens. Of course, the quantity of these stone slabs could not compare to Great Wisdom Immortal Mother's batch, there were even fakes among them. The gray-white stone slabs in Great Wisdom Immortal Mother's hands were the Inkman race's true inheritance. Most of the stone slabs circulating in the market were fake. But the gray-white stone slabs in the Inkman race's true inheritance were all real. According to the legends of Rinzhu, the legendary primordial domain was inside Qian Kun crystal wall. It is a pity that limitless demon venerable took it away and placed it in crazed demon cave. Even if I rebuild Qian Kun Crystal Wall now, I will not be able to encounter Primordial Domain. Fang Yuan wanted to raise his battle strength by all means. He had to make good use of these secluded domains of heaven and earth. Reverse Flow River was being repaired, killer moves with Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley as the cores were also being developed. Hu Land was left to the Qi Si clone. Fang Yuan did not have enough energy to deal with it. Among all the secluded domains of heaven and earth, the one that attracted Fang Yuan's attention the most was the incomplete human sea. Back then, he chose to attack Eastern Sea's Xia clan mainly because of this artificial secluded domain of heaven and earth. Venerables all have human path killer moves. I need to have some foundation in human path as well. Even if I do not have an advantage, I need methods to defend against them. Fang Yuan had suffered losses in the Fate War. Many of the methods left behind by the Venerables were human path methods. Each move could affect the whole situation. They had terrifying power and amazing effects. Previously, Fang Yuan's subordinates slaughtered billions of humans in Fire Plane Grotto Heaven to create human sea. But this was not enough. The resources from before were all used up, and human sea was still far from completion. The Variant Human Alliance has many human grotto heavens. There are many pure humans inside. But it is not convenient to make a move on them. Firstly, these human grotto heavens Gu immortals will be disloyal. Secondly, these humans will migrate to the sovereign immortal aperture in the future. They will be the foundation for me to develop human path. Thirdly, there are so many humans in the world. Why do I need to sacrifice my own people? Fang Yuan issued another mission: slaughter humans and collect resources. Compared to the previous tribulation mission, this mission was much more bloody and cruel. Master is a demonic path member after all. Many human Gu immortals sighed. But I like slaughtering humans in the outside world. These variant human Gu immortals liked this mission very much. Forget it, as long as our grotto heavens do not face tribulation, what does it have to do with us if others die? These human grotto heaven lords were glad. Soon, more than 10 Gu immortals left Eastern Sea's Xia clan and moved out. On the islands of Eastern Sea, there were many fishing villages. Chickens were crowing and dogs were barking. Smoke was rising from chimneys. A mini-man Gu immortal, Fang Yuan's subordinate, flew above these fishing villages and activated his immortal Gu mercilessly. Leaves rained down like a storm, killing countless people of all ages and genders. Blood flowed everywhere. Back then, us mini-mans were hunted by you humans. My mother was crushed to death by you human Gu immortals right in front of me. Now, I am only collecting some interest. The mini-man Gu immortal had a look of hatred. On some islands in Eastern Sea, there were large cities. 2 variant human Gu immortals attacked together, creating a tsunami that was tens of feet tall. At the crucial moment of life and death, an Eastern Sea lone immortal stepped forward and blocked the tsunami. Stop, I am Gu Ming-Su. This is my homeland. I wonder why you 2 Gu immortals are here? Why are you implicating these innocent people? This Gu immortal shouted angrily. The 2 variant human Gu immortals descended from the clouds and showed their true forms. So it is Warm's son, Immortal Lord. Immortal Lord, you are wrong. Back then, this place was the homeland of us hairy men. Unfortunately, it was occupied by you humans. We hairy men had the protection of a supreme elder. From then on, we lived in the 2 heavens. Gu Ming-Su saw the 2 variant human Gu immortals and immediately became furious. So it is 2 variant humans. You really have guts. This is close to Eastern Sea's Tang clan. Just earlier, I have already sent a request for reinforcements. Get lost. If you escape now, you might still be able to make it. The 2 variant human Gu immortals laughed loudly, speaking one after the other. Immortal Lord, are you pretending to not know where we come from? Our master is Lord Gyue Fang Yuan. Not to mention Tang clan, even if the whole of Eastern Sea's righteous path attacked together, our master would only treat them like chickens and dogs. Gu Ming-Su, stop bluffing. We are going to kill your fellow tribesmen here, to let you have a taste of our pain. Gu Ming-Su cried out in his heart. How could a demon like Fang Yuan appear? He actually recruited variant humans to deal with his own race. This is a traitor, he has no bottom line, he has no sense of honor or shame. Damn it. Damn it. Chapter 2155. Chi-Si. Because of Chi-Si ancestors' decision, Chi-Si area had become the headquarters of the Righteous Chi Alliance. Right now, inside the Chi-Si formation, a banquet was being held. Chi-Si ancestor sat at the main seat, while the other Eastern Sea Righteous Path Forces representatives sat on his left and right. And on Chi-Si ancestor's left was a Food Path Gu Immortal. He was an old man with a red nose. He raised his wine cup and toasted Chi-Si ancestor. Ancestor, this spring sea flower wine is for you. Chi-Si ancestor nodded slightly. His main position was higher than the others. He looked at these people with a naturally condescending gaze. Chi-Si ancestor took a sip and said plainly, Zue Xian Weng, the spring sea flower wine that you brewed personally is really good. It has a youthful poetic feel to it. This Food Path Gu Immortal was Zue Xian Weng. After inheriting Wine Fairy and Green Ant Ascetics' true inheritances from Central Continent, he was secretly persuaded by Qin Ding-Ling and became a pawn. According to Qin Ding-Ling's arrangements, Zue Xian Weng returned to Eastern Sea to rest for a while before joining the Righteous Chi Alliance. The entire Righteous Chi Alliance welcomed him. Because Zue Xian Weng was one of the most outstanding lone cultivators in Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal world. Zue Xian Weng had a wine sea. He held a banquet every year to invite heroes from all over. He had a wide range of connections. He had good relations with all of Eastern Sea's Righteous Path Forces. For a representative like him to join the Righteous Chi Alliance, there was a huge political significance. Just this layer of meaning alone was very valuable. Because even though the Righteous Chi Alliance was created, most of its members were from Eastern Sea's Righteous Path superclans. Other than that, there were the two Heavens Grotto Heaven Gu Immortals under the Chi-Si clone. Very few Eastern Sea lone immortals joined the Righteous Chi Alliance. It was even more so for Demonic Path Gu Immortals. Zue Xian Weng joining would definitely set an example. He would guide a portion of Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal world. It might even make other lone immortals or Demonic Path Gu Immortals join him. Other than this, there was another reason. It was related to Feng Yuan. The lingering poisonous ant plague killer move that Feng Yuan used earlier caused Eastern Sea's Righteous Path to be in a terrible situation. They had no choice but to hand over their treasured true inheritances and study it with all their strength. Only then did they find a way to contain it. During this process, the Righteous Chi Alliance had wanted to invite Zue Xian Weng. However, at that time, Zue Xian Weng had already gone to Central Continent to secretly fight for the true inheritance of Green Ant. Zue Xian Weng specialized in Food Dao. Food Dao was very rare even in the 5 regions and 2 heavens. The rarer a thing is, the greater its value. Zue Xian Weng was worth recruiting. After Chi-Si ancestor discussed with Eastern Sea's super forces, they decided to hold a welcoming banquet. It was not only to win Zue Xian Weng's favor and approval, but also to spread the Righteous Chi Alliance's attitude toward the loose immortals and demonic immortals. When Zue Xian Weng saw Feng Yuan, he was extremely respectful and even flattering. Like now, Zue Xian Weng's wine was clearly called Spring Sea Flower Wine, but Chi-Si ancestor called it Spring Breeze Flower Wine. Be it because Chi-Si ancestor did not hear it clearly or it was a slip of the tongue, Zue Xian Weng did not think much about it. He bowed deeply and cupped his fists. Thank you, ancestor, for the name. Amazing, amazing, Spring Breeze Flower Wine not only brings out the characteristics of this wine, it is also poetic. It makes people feel like they are in the spring breeze and flower petals are fluttering in the wind. This is just a fine wine, but it is worthy of ancestor personally giving it a name. This is such a great honor. With the name bestowed by ancestor, I believe this wine will become famous in the world and spread throughout the 5 regions. Ha! Chi-Si ancestor laughed heartily, pointing at Zue Xian Weng. This old man is an amazing person. The other clan's representatives agreed. All sorts of praises followed Zue Xian Weng's example and flew towards Chi-Si ancestor. These Gu immortals praised while criticizing silently. To think that Zue Xian Weng had such a side to him. He is truly flattering. But it is not strange. He holds a banquet every year and invites all the forces to participate. This person has great social skills to begin with. Tang Clan's Gu immortal Tang Tang was about to raise his cup and drink when an information path mortal Gu flew over. His divine sense entered to take a look. What? The variant human alliance actually made a move. His body shook, he was greatly shocked. But after reading the report clearly, he was slightly relieved. Fang Yuan only sent a dozen or so Gu immortals to various parts of Eastern Sea to kill innocent mortals. What is he trying to do? Not long ago, he invaded Fire Plain Grotto Heaven and slaughtered over 100 million humans inside. Tang Tang thought about it and thought of the incomplete human sea. After Fang Yuan invaded Eastern Sea's Xia clan's territory, the information about this man-made secluded domain of heaven and earth was widely spread. Thus, the entire Righteous Qi Alliance knew about it. At this time, another information path Gu worm flew over. Gu Ming Su asked for reinforcements from my clan? Tang Tang's heart jumped. This warm sun immortal lord was a lone immortal who followed the rules. Tang clan had always wanted to recruit him, but he rejected them. Who could have thought that this time, while he was sitting at home, trouble would come out of nowhere? Gu Ming Su actually offended the variant human alliance. In the request for reinforcements, Gu Ming Su directly expressed, if Tang clan could help, he would definitely join Tang clan. My Tang clan does not want to offend a person like Fang Yuan. Isn't this pushing my Tang clan into the fire? Tang Tang snickered to himself. It was impossible to ask for reinforcements. Tang Tang immediately crushed this information path mortal Gu, pretending that he had never seen it. Fang Yuan's target this time was only mortals. He avoided the clansmen of the super clans. Thus, Tang clan did not suffer much losses. As for their reputation, Tang clan did not retaliate, they lost some face. But the other clans were in the same situation. Fang Yuan's target was not only Tang clan. Thus, even if everyone lost face, it was equivalent to no one losing face. As long as the situation does not worsen, this is only a small matter. Let Fang Yuan kill as many as he wants. Tang Tang continued to raise his cup and drink. After receiving this news, he started to size up the surrounding Gu immortals. As expected, these people all received the information one after another. Fang Yuan's subordinates are slaughtering mortals? They are not our clansmen. Why should we offend Fang Yuan? Eastern Sea has so many mortals, if we kill some, they will grow back in 10 years. Let's drink, let's continue drinking. Ha, good wine. The atmosphere of the banquet became even more lively. As they toasted, these Gu immortals felt the effects of the wine. Their faces were flushed red as they laughed heartily. The tribulation clouds continued to rumble. Large amounts of water splashed around the Time Path clone's immortal aperture. They were jumping around like living fish. This was a grand tribulation, jumping time fish tribulation. The outcome is set. The Time Path clone had been watching quietly from the side. With the main body taking action, there was nothing for the clone to do. Jumping time fish tribulation was not strong, it was a very ordinary grand tribulation. Providence did not make things difficult for Fang Yuan, this was very rare. But the Time Path clone was not surprised at all. Recently, the main body has not only helped Gu immortals undergo tribulations, he has also helped those Gu immortal seeds undergo tribulations. With him around, unless it is a dream path calamity or tribulation, it is not a problem. Providence has already understood this, so each calamity or tribulation is ordinary in power, it does not increase the main body's heaven path Tao marks as much as possible. While the Time Path clone was thinking, the tribulation clouds in the sky were already very thin. Fang Yuan did not continue, he took out Ability Gu and made an attempt. But the result was that Ability Gu was almost destroyed. The legends of Rinzhu clearly stated that Ability Gu would continue to grow stronger in calamities and tribulations. But Fang Yuan could not find a way to strengthen it. According to common sense, the legends of Rinzhu stated that calamities and tribulations were used as Gu materials to refine Ability Gu. Fang Yuan made an attempt now, but found that calamities and tribulations were not qualified as Gu materials, they were hard to control. Thankfully, Fang Yuan had made preparations and protected ability Gu in time. After obtaining this result, Fang Yuan did not hold back. He easily destroyed the final lump of tribulation clouds. But this time, he did not annex the heaven path Dao marks. Instead, he added the time path Dao marks left behind by the calamities and tribulations into the time path clone's immortal aperture. The clone's foundation was left for the clone. Now, I have rank 8 cultivation level. The time path clone sighed. From now on, how about you call me He Chun Chiu? Fang Yuan's main body replied plainly. At this point, among Fang Yuan's 8 clones, Qi Si ancestor, Wu Shuai, time path clone He Chun Chiu, and Zhan Budu had already advanced to rank 8. But now, there was already a group of rank 8 Gu immortals under Fang Yuan. It was not strange. Southern border. Human Smoke Mountain. This was Chai Clan's headquarters. Almost all of Chai Clan's Gu immortals had gathered. Under the lead of Chai Clan's first supreme elder, they welcomed 3 variant human Gu immortals. These 3 were a snowman, a hairy man, and a rockman. They were Bing Yuan, Golden Fur Immortal Monarch, and Shizong. Everyone from Chai Clan, the 3 of us have come here under Master's orders to discuss a transaction with Chai Clan. As the leader of this trip, Bing Yuan spoke. Chai Clan's immortals had solemn expressions. Not just because of Fang Yuan's fierce reputation, but also because of the auras of these 3 variant human Gu immortals. Be it Bing Yuan, Golden Fur Immortal Monarch, or Shizong, they all had rank 8 cultivation level. What does Fang Yuan want? Does my Chai Clan have something that he wants? Chai Clan's first supreme elder asked. Lord Chai Gon is too humble. Bing Yuan smiled. My master is willing to purchase your clan's human path research results, including the killer move, this famous human path mountain, human smoke mountain, and the many mortals raised by Chai Clan. What? Chai Clan's immortals' expressions changed. Fang Yuan is going too far. He wants to dig up our Chai Clan's foundation. Most importantly, if we cooperate with a demon like Fang Yuan, where will our righteous path Chai Clan stand? Chai Clan's immortals shouted. Chai Clan's first supreme elder's expression was unsightly. He pondered for a while before asking, My Chai Clan has indeed raised the most mortals. These people have been living very well on Human Smoke Mountain. They live in peace and rarely face any threats. I wonder what use does Fang Yuan have for buying these people? Shizong sneered. To kill them all, of course. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch had a zealous expression. These humans raised by your Chai Clan have dense human chi. This is very good. My master's incomplete human chi is only 1 step away. With these people, the mission will be complete. Chai Clan's immortals were shocked. Chapter 2156. Thousands of years ago. Southern border, Human Smoke Mountain. The cave at the peak of the mountain quietly opened as an old and frail Gu immortal walked out. He had a defeated expression. In the past, he could not find lifespan Gu and could only use other methods to extend his lifespan. Now that his lifespan was up, even if he found lifespan Gu or used other methods, it would be useless. To think that I, the Grand Chai Fu, cultivated to rank 8 as a lone cultivator, but in the end, still lost to lifespan. How sad, how hateful. Chai Fu's heart was filled with anger, but also sorrow that was as deep as the sea. He walked down the mountain in a numb state, but the village at the foot of the mountain surprised him. Before I went into closed cultivation, there was no one here. Why is it so lively after so many years? I, the Grand Rank 8 Gu Immortal Chai Fu, whose name is spread throughout Southern Border's Gu Immortal world, do not have long to live. You mortals, on the other hand, are living a lively life. Looking at the men and women working in the village and the children playing around, Chai Fu's anger and hatred surged. He almost wanted to slaughter all the villagers. But at the next moment he forcefully closed his eyes. His body trembled for a while before gradually calming down. Chai Fu suppressed the evil thoughts in his heart, smiling bitterly. Although I, Chai Fu, am not a good person, I will not offend those who do not offend me. I have never slaughtered the innocent. Sigh, so be it if I die. What else can I do? Even the 10 venerables could not escape death, right? It is easy for Gu immortals to live long, but how difficult is eternal life? Chai Fu had already recalled his life when he was in closed cultivation. He had no regrets in his life. Right now, he was living a carefree life. Since he had nothing to do, Chai Fu disguised himself as an old Gu master passing by and went to the village. Is he an old doctor who travels the mountains? The villagers misunderstood Chai Fu's identity. Chai Fu naturally agreed, thus he was warmly welcomed by the villagers. Although there were Gu masters in the village, the highest cultivation was only rank 3, they were not proficient in healing. Many villagers asked Chai Fu for help, and with Chai Fu's ability, he was able to heal their illnesses easily. Chai Fu thus gained even more respect, and at the same time he also found out the origin of this village. So these people are my bloodline from over 100 years ago. This discovery made Chai Fu feel a lingering fear and rejoice. Fortunately, he didn't slaughter the innocent back then. Immediately after, Chai Fu started to think about the meaning of life. Perhaps fate has arranged for me to leave something behind. Chai Fu had long thought of leaving behind his inheritance, and now he had taken another step forward. While I was in closed cultivation, I gained inspiration and came up with a human path killer move. Looks like fate doesn't shoot randomly. It wants me to use this trick here. This killer move was Virtuous Person Trapped. Chai Fu originally wanted to think of a method to extend his lifespan, but he didn't expect the final result to be like this. Talents in the Urn was a human path immortal move. It could secretly gather most of the aptitudes of humans into a small group of people. Chai Fu used this as a foundation and the human smoke mountain as a geographical advantage to establish his own superpower, the Chai family. Since the establishment of the Chai family, they had been actively raising humans with other surnames. Next, he used the killer move Sage Entrapment to transfer a vast number of external clansmen's aptitudes to Chai clan's clansmen. Therefore, the Chai family's younger generation had always been full of geniuses. Meanwhile, those external humans had mediocre aptitudes and could not cause much trouble. Chai clan originally had such a huge advantage and could continue to rise to the throne of the #1 superforce in southern border. But around Chai clan, there were Ba clan and Xia clan. The three clans were too close to each other and had always been in conflict. When any clan was strong, the other two clans would work together to deal with them. Furthermore, Chai clan was once backed by the 5 regions' regional walls. Their territory was small and they lacked resources. Even though they had a large number of geniuses, they did not have sufficient resources to cultivate. The disappearance of the 5 regions' regional walls had once made Chai clan extremely excited, because they could march towards central continent. But not long after the regional walls disappeared, Qi tides swept the world again. After the Qi tides, inheritances appeared one after another. The super forces of the 5 regions, lone cultivators and demonic immortals were fighting for them. In fact, even if the storm calmed down, Chai clan was still in an awkward situation. Would they dare to attack Central Continent? Central Continent had 10 great ancient sects. In terms of strength, they were stronger than Southern Border. What was even more terrifying was that Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects had the same superior sect, Celestial Court. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects fought among themselves, but if there were external enemies, they would unite and become one. And now, Chai clan was facing its biggest crisis in recent years, Guyue, Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sent 3 rank 8 variant humans to Chai clan to discuss the transaction. The conditions they proposed were extremely excessive. Fang Yuan pointed to the killer move, Human Smoke Mountain, as well as the huge number of external mortals that Chai clan raised. This was to dig out Chai clan's foundation, Chai clan's most core foundation. No wonder Chai clan's expressions were unsightly. Chai clan's Gu immortal Chai Kaching even shouted in anger, "Fang Yuan deserves to die. Impudent! You dare to insult my master. It seems your Chai clan is facing a calamity of extermination." Shizong shouted, "No need to report to master. Let the 3 of us attack now and exterminate Chai clan." Golden Fur Immortal Monarch directly took out his 2 hammers, surging with killing intent. The expressions of Chai Clan's immortals changed drastically. They activated their defensive killer moves and flew into the air, ready to fight. A chaotic battle seemed to be about to erupt. Everyone stop. Bing Yuan's expression was grim, but she stopped them. Lady Bing Yuan, this? Shi Zong and Golden Fur Immortal Monarch looked at Bing Yuan. Bing Yuan was the last among the three to advance to rank 8 Gu Immortal. Of course, it was also because of Fang Yuan's help that she passed the tribulation safely. But Bing Yuan was Shui Er's great-grandmother, and Shui Er had an extremely terrifying identity that made countless Gu Immortals wary. She was Fang Yuan's fiancée. Thus, among the three, Shi Zong and Golden Fur Immortal Monarch had never questioned Bing Yuan's position as the leader. They were very obedient. Keep your weapons first. Bing Yuan was the first to speak. Shi Zong snorted coldly, completely restraining his aura. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch stared at these Chai Clan Gu Immortals, reluctantly keeping his hammers. Seeing this, Chai Clan's first Supreme Elder let out a sigh of relief. Under his lead, Chai Clan's Gu Immortals also landed on the ground, showing their sincerity. Bing Yuan's expression was slightly grim. She said to Chai Clan's Immortals, "We are not here to become enemies with Chai Clan, we are really here to make a transaction. My master is benevolent. The so-called demon is just a misunderstanding of him by the outside world. It is just that normally speaking, those who misunderstand my master do not have good endings. But what can my master do? Are you going to stretch out your neck and wait to be killed when others come to kill you? There is no such logic in this world. I believe everyone in Chai Clan can understand. Moreover, we will not cause trouble for my master." Bing Yuan's words not only contained a hidden threat, they were also distorting the truth. Chai Gon did not want to refute her, he only cupped his fists. "Earlier, my clan spoke indiscriminately. I apologize to you first. But if my clan agrees to this condition, it is the same as giving away the foundation of our clan. Back then, when Fate Gu was still around, it was the foundation of Celestial Court. Will Lord Fang Yuan negotiate with Celestial Court and directly buy Fate Gu? Will Celestial Court sell it? Forcefully buying the foundation of a superforce? There is no such logic in this world, is there?" Bing Yuan sneered. "How to establish oneself is your Chai Clan's matter. Don't bully us variant humans, and don't bully my master. My master is benevolent, but other than a fair transaction, do you want my master to consider how to establish himself?" Golden Fur Immortal Monarch chuckled. "Isn't it easy to establish oneself? Your Chai Clan can directly join my master." Shi Zong immediately agreed sincerely. "That's right. If you become my master's subordinate, your future is bright. But if you continue like this, there is no future for you." The three variant human rank 8s had proud expressions on their faces. They had been deeply affected recently. Chai Clan was silent. They used this tactful method to express their rejection. The three variant human Gu Immortals did not try to persuade them or explain in detail. They wanted to have fewer and fewer competitors. Bing Yuan continued to persuade. "Everyone knows clearly that if Master wanted to forcefully demand it, he might have already made a move. Why would he send us to negotiate? Isn't this an unnecessary move? You can rest assured about Master's sincerity. Take a look." Bing Yuan opened her palm, revealing a rank 8 Immortal Gu. Chai Clan's Immortals were dazed. Feeling greatly surprised, they secretly transmitted their voices to discuss. "Is Fang Yuan really willing to pay the price? I thought he was just forcefully demanding it. Be careful, this Gu is fake. Fang Yuan is crafty and sinister. We cannot be easily deceived by him." After a quick discussion, Chai Gon shook his head. "This Gu is a good Gu. We have all seen Lord Fang Yuan's sincerity. It is just that I am ashamed. Although I am Chai Clan's first Supreme Elder, my cultivation level is only rank 7. How can I be worthy of a rank 8 Immortal Gu?" Bing Yuan smiled. "Everyone, don't be in a hurry to refuse. Take a look." Bing Yuan opened her other palm, revealing another Gu. It was another rank 8 Immortal Gu. This time, many Chai Clan Gu Immortals were moved. Bing Yuan observed their expressions and smiled confidently. "That's right, you did not see wrongly. This immortal goo is suitable for your Chai clan. Your immortal goo house lacks this goo. If you add it, it will become a rank 8 immortal goo house. Chai Gon's stern face also showed some fluctuations. With a rank 8 immortal goo house, Chai clan could fight against rank 8 goo immortals. They could even participate in pseudo-venerable level battles. Their authority would rise to a whole new level. This was a qualitative breakthrough. Chapter 2157. Haha. Golden Fur Immortal Wangda laughed. You guessed wrong, little girl. Shizong continued. I am not afraid to tell you. Your Southern Alliance's alliance leader, Wu Yong, has already made many transactions with us. First, he bought the rank 9 Wind Path immortal material from us. He even gave us the rank 7 Fan Wind Goo to raise it to rank 8. What? Chai clan's Goo immortals were shaken. Bing Yuan smiled lightly. Demonic path, righteous path, what is the difference? If my master turns to righteous path, who would dare to deny it? In fact, not just Wu clan. Western Desert's Fong clan has also made a secret alliance with us. Currently, Fong clan is developing Green Ghost Desert with all their strength, continuously providing master with a vast number of soul cores. Chai clan's Goo immortals went into a commotion again. They had heard of Western Desert's Fong clan. They also knew about their recent movements. What shocked them even more was that Wu clan was actually secretly cooperating with Fong Yuan. How can this be? Chai Keqing suddenly shouted. Even if you want to fabricate a lie, you need to make it believable. Lord Wu Yong is our Southern Alliance's alliance leader. How can he make peace with you? Everyone, don't listen to the nonsense of these variant human Goo immortals. They think they can deceive us with just a few lies. But this time, Chai clan's Goo immortals were silent. Chai Keqing had just ascended to an immortal not long ago, and because of her connections, even though she had talent, she had always been taken care of by her Goo immortal seniors. She did not know much about the world. In fact, her understanding of the Goo immortal world was not as deep as Shang Xian's. Since the variant human Goo immortals said this, Chai clan's immortals believed it was likely to be true. After all, as long as he investigated these things, he would be able to find some clues. Since the variant human Goo immortals said it, they were not afraid of being investigated. They could even provide the most direct evidence. Chai Keqing did not believe that Wu Yong would do such a thing, but Chai clan's immortals were people who had been in this world for a long time. Not long ago, Chai clan had even secretly communicated with Lu Wei-yin to leave a way out. Bing Yuan continued, my master is determined to create a secluded domain of heaven and earth, human sea. I'm afraid you all have some understanding of the Lord's temperament. Even if everyone in the world opposes it, he will still do it. He will not give up just because someone stops him. You can also inquire about what happened in the East Sea not long ago. We variant human Goo immortals have been moving all over Eastern Sea, slaughtering humans on the islands to gather resources and complete human sea. Have you seen any of the superpowers of the Eastern Sea's righteous path come out and openly resist? The Righteous Qi Alliance had a pseudo-venerable like Qi Sea ancestor, but they ignored him. Let alone your Southern Alliance? The Chai clan's immortals' wills wavered as they transmitted their voices. Eastern Sea's Goo immortal world has indeed experienced many tragedies. Indeed, even though these variant human Goo immortals are despicable, their words are not without reason. Eastern Sea's Righteous Qi Alliance has pseudo-venerable Qi Sea ancestor, but they are already in such a state. Furthermore, our Southern Alliance does not have such an expert. What's worse is that Wu Yong is secretly working with Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan's momentum is actually so strong. The enemy is strong while we are weak. It is better to preserve our strength for the future. That is the wisest move. Chai clan's immortals found out in grief and indignation that they were not Fong Yuan's match. They were not even the match of these 3 rank 8 variant humans. What made them feel even more despair was that even if they resisted, the Southern Alliance would not be able to provide them with any protection. Even if the Southern Alliance provided protection, it might not be able to protect them. Chai Clan's human smoke mountain had a vast number of humans. If they really fought, these humans were Chai Clan's weakness, they would not be able to protect them. In history, Ba Clan and Xia Clan made things difficult for Chai Clan because of this. As long as they threatened human smoke mountain, Chai Clan would not dare to attack them. At this point in the negotiations, Chai Clan was already leaning towards working with Fang Yuan. There was no other way. The enemy was too strong while they were too weak. Only one person, Chai Kaching, spoke. Everyone listened to me, shut up. Chai Gon could not bear it anymore. He waved his hand and sealed Chai Kaching, making her unable to move. Chai Kaching had a shocked expression. She had never expected her clan's first supreme elder to do this. This method also caused the 3 variant human immortals' pupils to shrink. Chai Gon's move did not leak the slightest bit of aura during the whole process. Without being able to sense the aura, the 3 variant human goo immortals could not determine what path this killer move was. Chai Clan was a super force of southern border after all. It had its foundation. Chai Gon's expression was cold as he stared at one of the Chai Clan goo immortals. Chai Dui Shan, take good care of this junior of yours. Chai Dui Shan immediately walked to Chai Kaching's side and placed his hand on the latter's shoulder. Instantly, the seal on Chai Kaching's body was strengthened again. Chai Kaching's heart shook, her face was filled with disbelief. She turned her eyes and looked at the ancestor who had once been so great in her heart. Soon her eyes turned red. Seeing this, the 3 variant human goo immortals had the same thought at the same time. The situation was set. One day later, human smoke mountain was suddenly attacked by a beast calamity that was rarely seen in 100 years. An earth path immemorial desolate beast drilled out of the ground, just when Chai Clan's headquarters were empty. At this time, Chai Clan's immortals were moving around, fighting for many blessed lands, inheritances and so on. Only a few rank 6 goo immortals were left in the headquarters. In order to protect the common people, Chai Clan's goo immortals, led by Chai Kaching, brazenly used a killer move without caring about Chai Clan's losses. This move dealt a heavy blow to the enemy. Although the immemorial desolate beast was eradicated, human smoke mountain suffered heavy damage, almost turning into a huge pit. Fortunately, a portion of the clansmen were saved. Although there is a difference between mortals and immortals, in the eyes of my Chai Clan, there is no difference. Human lives are of utmost importance. The lives of mortals and goo immortals are equally precious. In order to save as many lives as possible, no matter how many sacrifices we make, it is worth it. This is my Chai Clan's philosophy, our Chai Clan's moral integrity as a righteous path member. Chai Clan's first supreme elder Chai Gon gave his speech to Southern Border's goo immortal world afterwards. His words were filled with righteousness. The 3 variant human immortals secretly returned. Human Smoke Mountain was naturally done by them. According to the alliance agreement between the 3 variant human immortals and Chai Clan sold human Smoke Mountain and most of the common people on it, only keeping their own clansmen, as well as some scattered commoners who came to put on a show. Chai Clan's goo immortals did not make a move personally. The 3 variant human immortals dug human Smoke Mountain and slaughtered a vast number of mortals. Finally, the 3 immortals took away Chai Clan's human path research results, leaving behind a fire path true inheritance and 3 rank 8 immortal goo. Master, the bottom line for this mission was 5 rank 8 immortal goo. To think that we only used 3 to complete this mission. Shizong laughed loudly. Even if Chai Clan is a super clan that has been in Southern Border for a long time, they have not seen the world. 3 rank 8 immortal goo knocked them unconscious. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch also expressed his disdain. Right now, there were more than 20 rank 8 immortal goo on the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's exchange list. These rank 8 immortal goo could be exchanged for with contribution points of all the paths. Fang Yuan had helped many goo immortals undergo tribulations earlier. The number of rank 8 goo immortals in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture had increased sharply. Precisely so, Fang Yuan took out some rank 8 immortal goo and put them on the exchange list. This move stimulated all the rank 8 goo immortals like red-eyed bulls. They were all excited and even went crazy. Many goo immortals were clear. This was the carrot that Fang Yuan dangled in front of the immortals. He wanted these Gu immortals to run around like a mule. But this carrot was too thick and too big, the color was too bright, it was too tempting. Rank 8 immortal Gu were so rare and hard to refine. Gu immortals could not resist such temptation. Congratulations, Lady Bing Yuan. Master has saved 2 rank 8 immortal Gu. When we return, we will definitely reward you with a generous amount of contribution points. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch said respectfully. Fang Yuan's mission reward was not fixed, it would change according to the situation and increase or decrease the reward accordingly. Bing Yuan smiled reservedly. Actually, I don't care about the contribution points. I saved 2 rank 8 immortal Gu not because I want any contribution points, I purely want to help my own clansmen. You should know, my clan Shui heir is Lord Fang Yuan's fiancé. This again. Bing Yuan is showing off her relationship with Master again. Shi Zong and Golden Fur Immortal Monarch vaguely glanced at each other, seeing the complex expression in each other's eyes. Honestly speaking, they'd heard Bing Yuan mention this layer of relationship every few days, and their ears had long since grown calluses from hearing it. But even so, every time they heard this, Shi Zong and Golden Fur Immortal Monarch could not help but feel envy and jealousy. Not wanting Bing Yuan to linger on this topic, Shi Zong changed the topic. Tell me, our clan is clearly so powerful, why did Master still use huge benefits to tempt us and transact with Chai clan? Golden Fur Immortal Monarch immediately said, in my opinion, Master has transacted with Wu clan, Chai clan, and Fang clan. I'm afraid he wants to return to the righteous path. Shi Zong sighed. If I had Master's status and strength, I would have slaughtered everyone long ago. Who could stop me? Just a mere Chai clan, I can destroy them with a flick of my finger. And he still wants to transact with these people? Bing Yuan snorted coldly. So, Shi Zong, you will never become an existence like Master. His lord's considerations have always been far-sighted. How can we easily guess it? If we recklessly guess it, it will be no different from ants trying to guess the sun and moon. That's right. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch quickly added. Actually, even if we turn to the righteous path, our days are still very good. Look at those Chai clan Gu immortals. They are angry but do not dare to speak. It feels so good. I'm just a hairy man, but I've finally experienced what it feels like to be equal. Saying so, the 3 immortals looked at each other, smiles appearing on their faces. Bing Yuan concluded, regardless of whether Master walks the righteous path or the demonic path, we only need to understand one thing. That is, we must firmly follow Master's footsteps. If Master wants to negotiate and do business, then we will do business. Whoever Master wants to kill, whoever he wants to kill, we will go and kill that unlucky fellow. Of course, Golden Fur Immortal Monarch patted his chest with force. Shi Zong also nodded, sighing. Throughout the history of humanity, other than Rinzhu, I only admire Master. During this period of time, the Gu immortals under Fang Yuan had gone through huge changes. On the surface, the change was that their cultivation base and strength had increased rapidly. And the internal psychological change was that their loyalty towards Fang Yuan continued to rise. The might of an expert, the strict alliance agreement, the terrifying battle achievements, these Gu immortals felt fear and did not dare to resist. On this basis, Fang Yuan only needed to give them some benefits to make these Gu immortals deeply grateful. And now, the treatment given by Fang Yuan was something that other forces could not give them. Chapter 2158. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. A huge butterfly was fluttering in the sky. This butterfly was pure white. It emitted a beautiful cloud light. Its speed was sometimes fast and sometimes slow. When it was fast, it was like teleportation. When it was slow, it was leisurely like a leaf fluttering in the wind. This was a totem killer move, Cloud Light Butterfly. The totem killer move that Jean Budu dug out from Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven was extremely valuable. These totem killer moves were divided into basic totems, special totems, and super totems according to their grades. There were thousands of basic totems, Among them were Dark Capital's Strength Tiger Totem, Golden Bell Totem, Rain Eagle Totem, and others. After the Gu cultivators in Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven finished cultivating basic totems, they could continue to advance to a special totem that suited them. These totems were different for different Gu immortals. For example, Jean Budu fused Rain Eagle and Thunderfish into Kuan Prung Totem. It was his special totem, others could not learn it. Because this type of totem was closely related to Jean Budu's own Dao marks, the size and distribution. Above special totems, there were also super totems. These totems were very rare and few in number, they were almost like legends. In any case, Jean Budu had only heard of them, he had never seen them before. Many Gu cultivators in Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven also doubted the existence of such totems. But according to Fang Yuan's deductions, they should exist. According to the rumors, super totems can exist independently of the Gu cultivator. They can cultivate on their own and have full spirituality. Isn't this Qingqiu? Qingqiu was a killer move by itself, but after Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's arrangements, it turned into a legendary immemorial desolate beast. The great spectral soul died at Qingqiu's hands. All the great Dao led to the same destination in the end. When a totem killer move reached its limit, it would be like Qingqiu, it would turn from an inanimate object into a life form. From another perspective, Gu refinement was the same. Gu cultivators would refine many inanimate Gu materials into a Gu worm with life. And Gu worms and killer moves were the same in essence. Life, Gu worms, killer moves, and so on, they were only manifestations of Dao. Unfortunately, currently, totem killer moves cannot be modified into compound killer moves. Fang Yuan felt regret. When the totem killer move was released, it would leave the sovereign immortal body and would not be protected by the unrestrained heavenly marks. Maybe in the future, when my heaven path attainment level increases, I will be able to use heaven path Dao marks to construct totem killer moves and form compound totem killer moves. Fang Yuan had already made some calculations. He needed to improve his heavenly Dao. In fact, his heavenly Dao realm was constantly improving. He continued to refine the heaven Dao marks, turning them into Mahasvara heaven marks. After coming into contact with and using heaven's envy immortal Gu, these experiences gave him deep insights into the heaven Dao. It was just that his heavenly Dao realm was still a huge distance away from the Grandmaster realm. The heavenly Dao realm as a Grandmaster was the first point of qualitative change. Fang Yuan continued to cultivate totem killer moves. Up until now, he had been accumulating totem killer moves. These totems were carefully chosen by Fang Yuan from the basic totems. After they were perfected, they were all rank 8 killer moves. A piece of information was transmitted, disturbing Fang Yuan's current cultivation. Fang Yuan stopped cultivating and checked this information. This information came from Lu Wei-yin. It was the latter's reply. The letter emphasized on the method of creating artificial earth veins. My idea of modifying the sovereign immortal aperture is feasible after all. Fang Yuan looked at it and nodded with slight joy. Because during this period of time, Fang Yuan opened up the exchange list and invested a lot to nurture the Gu immortals under him. The strength of Fang Yuan's subordinates rose greatly. They became very active and took the initiative to attack everywhere. The sovereign immortal aperture's situation had already stabilized. Fang Yuan estimated that he could annex at least 3 more grotto heavens before reaching the brink of collapse again. But Fang Yuan was not satisfied with this situation. Because before the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, it was best for him to annex all the grotto heavens and raise his strength to the limit. In the future, when he goes to Crazed Demon Cave and faces the Venerables, he would be able to face strong enemies with ease. However, even if Fang Yuan sent all of the variant Human Alliance Gu Immortals into the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, and even sent Qi Si Ancestor inside, he could not annex all of the 2 Heavens Grotto Heavens. Even if he could, Fang Yuan would not do it. Because if he did, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's ecology would be chaotic. It would be on the brink of collapse if he was not careful. Right now, when Fang Yuan was stable, it was already so troublesome. Once he fought with a Venerable and the Venerable found out about this weakness, they might use special methods to exploit this weakness of Fang Yuan's. In fact, Fang Yuan's silver luck pillar was very loose and not solid. It was already hinting that this weakness of Fang Yuan's could be exploited by venerables. Manpower alone was not enough. Fang Yuan thought hard and finally thought of another method. That was to establish meridian. Heaven had heaven veins, earth had earth veins, and humans had human veins. The so-called meridian was very special. It was not only the accumulation of Tao marks, it also contained the nature of flow. Although heaven veins were formless, they contained abundant heaven path Tao marks. At the same time, these heaven path Tao marks were not constant, they were constantly flowing and changing. Thus, back then, when the Qi tides swept through the world, almost every time the Qi tides subsided, Qi harvest fruits would be produced. And in the two heavens, because these grotto heavens were almost all placed on heaven vein nodes, the production of Qi harvest fruits was even more obvious. It was a disaster. The same was true for earth veins. After the pursuit battle with Fang Yuan, earth veins appeared and spread across the 5 regions. Fang Yuan, Lu Weiyin, and the rest made use of this characteristic of the earth vein flow to escape successfully. Why were there so many strange things happening in Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture? What was the truth and source of this? What was the crux of the problem? After Fang Yuan investigated deeply, the answer he got was very thought-provoking. The answer was, the sovereign immortal aperture's Tao marks did not conflict. Different Tao marks were supposed to conflict with each other. But this was not the case in the sovereign immortal aperture. Tao marks of all paths could easily fuse together. Excessive harmony was not a good thing. There was no absolute good or bad in the world. Like the meteorite natural disaster that Anai clan faced. This meteorite natural disaster was of a high level. Fang Yuan had to personally take action to resolve it. And the source of this meteorite natural disaster was a fire rain in mini red heaven. Ever since Fang Yuan annexed Fire Plain and the other grotto heavens, his fire path Tao marks increased sharply, causing fire rain to occur frequently in mini red heaven. And among all the fire rain, there was one that kept growing and coincidentally pierced through a charcoal lake. The fire rain's Tao marks and charcoal lake's Tao marks easily fused together, forming a rank 6 killer move level meteorite fire rain. The meteorite fire rain entered mini orange heaven and fused with the Tao marks along the way. Its power rose to rank 7. It then penetrated mini yellow heaven and fused with the metal path Tao marks. Its power rose to rank 8. By the time it reached Anai clan's army, these meteorites had already expanded in scale. There were tens of thousands of them. The smallest one was an acre in size, some were as large as mountains. If the Tao marks conflicted, there would not be such a tribulation. It was likely that after the fire rain pierced through the charcoal lake, because of the earth path Tao marks in the lake, due to the conflict, the power of the fire rain fell sharply and stopped. And in the sovereign immortal aperture, because the Tao marks fused together, after the fire rain passed through the charcoal lake, it turned into a meteorite fire rain. After Fang Yuan understood this crucial point, he understood how to cure the sovereign immortal aperture. It was simple. That was to make the Tao marks in the sovereign immortal aperture conflict with each other. Once they did, the sovereign immortal aperture's biggest problem would be solved. It would be as stable as the 5 regions in the outside world. In Lu Weiyin's letter, he confirmed Fang Yuan's method of curing the root of the problem. He mentioned, back then, when Shadow Sect refined sovereign immortal fetus goo, Mushroom Man Paradise had secretly helped them. Spectral Soul might have noticed something, or he might not have. That was not important. Even though Spectral Soul and Paradise Earth opposed each other, on the matter of Fate Goo, they had reached a tacit agreement through Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Lu Weiyin analyzed. The reason Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo was rank 9 was because of the non-conflicting Tao marks. But to go further and raise it to rank 10, the Tao marks would have to conflict with each other. This conflict was not a step back. It was to make the Tao marks in the sovereign immortal body follow their master's will, fusing freely at times, or stably conflicting with each other at times. Letting the Tao marks freely conflict with each other would solve the sovereign immortal body's greatest flaw: strong offense but weak defense. However, to achieve this, Fang Yuan clearly did not have the ability. In fact, Even spectral soul demon Venerable might not be able to do this. After all, this was not a rank 9 sovereign immortal fetus Gu, it was a rank 10 Gu. Rank 9 immortal Gu were rare and powerful enough. Rank 10 immortal Gu were legends. Feng Yuan had lived for hundreds of years, but he had only heard rumors of 2 rank 10 immortal Gu. One was Destiny Gu, one of the main refinement materials of rank 10 Destiny Gu was rank 9 Fate Gu. The second was Eternal Gu. This rumor originated from the legends of Rinzhu. Right now, Feng Yuan learned from Lu Wei Yin's letter that there was a third immortal Gu that had hope of advancing to rank 10, Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. Feng Yuan could not achieve conflicting Dao marks. What could he do? Easy. Since he could not make Dao marks conflict, Feng Yuan went to the extreme and made the Dao marks more harmonious. But this kind of cohesion and harmony was selective. It had to be within Feng Yuan's control. What good method was there? Feng Yuan did not need to think too much. The method of establishing the vein rapidly appeared in his mind like water flowing into a pond. There were many types of Dao veins. Heaven veins, earth veins, human veins, fire veins, water veins, and so on. There were undercurrents at the bottom of the Eastern Sea. They were natural transportation resources. Many Eastern Sea caravans used Gu worms to drill into the bottom of the sea and use the undercurrents to move rapidly. In a short period of time, they could travel tens of thousands of li or even hundreds of thousands of li to carry out transactions. This was actually a manifestation of water veins. In Southern Borders Paradise Earth True Inheritance, there was a complete method to create artificial earth veins. But Feng Yuan still wanted to consult Lu Wei Yin's suggestion for the specific implementation method. Towards him and Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, Feng Yuan was always on guard. For example, Feng Yuan did not let Lu Wei Yin enter the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Or for example, Paradise Earth's Dream Realm and Mushroom Man Blessed Land, Feng Yuan did not touch them easily. Combined with Lu Wei Yin's suggestion, I will modify my original idea and the general implementation method will be ready. I can let those Gu immortals make arrangements first. I can also let Meng Qiuzhen explore Paradise Earth's Dream Realm and raise his Earth Path attainment level. This will be very beneficial for constructing the Earth Vein. Chapter 2159. Central Continent. Deep in the Earth Trench. In a dark and eerie cave, 2 cold lights suddenly shone. This was by Ningbing's gaze. She had ended her secluded cultivation. Not only did she cultivate an ice and snow killer move, she even gained some understanding of ice and snow path invisibility. I can clearly feel that my understanding of ice and snow has deepened. I am not far from Grandmaster Realm. Bai Ningbing muttered. It is a pity that ever since I turned into a dragon man, the efficiency of my ice and snow path comprehension has clearly fallen. My current master level attainment is mostly due to my previous accumulation. Bai Ningbing previously had the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. She had a great advantage in cultivating ice and snow path and soul path. Her attainment levels could rise rapidly. But after transforming into her body, this aspect was affected. Dragon men were skilled in enslavement path. If Bai Ningbing switched to cultivating enslavement path, she would have an advantage as well. But this advantage could not compare to the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique's help in ice and snow path and soul path cultivation. Man was the spirit of all living beings. The aptitude of the 10 extreme physiques was definitely stronger than the aptitude of variant human races. Bai Ningbing carefully left the cave. This cave was naturally formed. It was on one side of the mountain wall of the Earth Trench. Bai Ningbing quietly activated her killer move Aura Concealment Ice Pearl, and soon, a thin thread of ice appeared on her neck, coiling around her elegant neck. This move was created by Bai Ningbing. It did not originate from Bai Xiang's true inheritance. The killer moves that Bai Ningbing used after this would not leak any aura, because these auras were already stored, turning into tiny ice beads arranged on the ice thread. The weakness of this move was that it would sacrifice some of the killer move's power, and if there were too many of these ice beads, they would fuse into one and turn into a noose that would strangle Bai Ningbing's neck, injuring or even killing her. To explore this earth trench, I need a method to conceal my aura. Bai Ningbing had a calm expression. She quietly used an investigative killer move to look around. After she came out of Earth Treasury, she had been cultivating in the depths of the earth trench. She was chased by wild beasts and suffered a great loss. Fortunately, he had Bai Xiang. Even a fragment could make Bai Ningbing immortal, otherwise Bai Ningbing would not have survived until now. There are 3 primordial desolate beasts and an ancient desolate beast horde in a radius of 50 kilometers. Bai Ningbing quickly understood the situation. She only had rank 7 cultivation level, and the environment here was very dangerous. Even rank 8 Gu immortals would find it hard to explore. The other side of the huge risk was the huge reward. The cultivation resources here were at rank 8 level. Even if Bai Ningbing couldn't use it herself, she could sell it in jewel yellow skies and buy what she needed. Bai Ningbing was born to be adventurous. Most people would live such a life in fear, but she was immersed in it. She enjoyed the thrill of repeatedly going back and forth between life and death. Although it's dangerous to cultivate here, there's still a chance of survival. Returning to the 5 regions and 2 heavens would be even more dangerous. Whether it's Feng Yuan, the Shadow Sect, or the Celestial Court, they're all after me. Bai Ningbing also had a clear understanding of the situation. Just as Bai Ningbing was about to walk out of the cave, her expression changed. She sensed that most of the wild beasts in one area were like cats that smelled blood. They started to frantically move towards one direction. Although a portion of the wild beasts and beast groups were unmoved, they could not resist the will of most of the wild beasts. They were also swept away. Thereupon, a large-scale beast tide rapidly formed in front of Bai Ningbing's eyes. What's going on? These wild beasts seemed to be attracted by some mysterious object. They gave up on fighting and killing. They wanted to rush away in a frenzy. What is it? Bai Ningbing's curiosity was aroused. She did not hesitate. She immediately activated a movement killer move and entered the beast tide. The beast tide gradually gathered. Densely packed ancient desolate beasts with conspicuous immemorial desolate beasts were surrounding a corner from time to time. This corner was also on the cliff of Earth Trench. It slowly protruded like a grave mound. At this moment, it was emitting a yellowish-brown and bright red radiance. The radiance flowed like water. It was dazzling. And at the top of the grave mound, there was a tombstone. There seemed to be words on the tombstone, but they were covered by the radiance. Even when using killer moves to investigate, it could not be detected. Bai Ningbing had already turned into Bai Xiang. She was squeezed together with the beast group. What is this place? It has such dense earth path and fire path auras. What is hidden inside? Is it an immortal material? Or an immortal goo? But why is there a tombstone? There are words on the tombstone. Is that what you think? Who is buried here? Bai Ningbing looked at the wild beasts around her. She had a clear understanding. Most of these beasts are earth path and fire path beasts. No wonder they were attracted here. The beasts of other paths are only a small portion. They were all swept here. Boom. Right at this time, the 2-colored radiance covering the grave mound suddenly soared into the sky, turning into a huge yellow and red light pillar. The wild beasts roared together. They were extremely excited. Some wild beasts started to charge towards the light pillar, seemingly wanting to take the lead, but they were soon trampled by the wild beasts behind them. The beast group fell into chaos and madness. They started to kill each other, trying to charge into the light pillar. But even if some wild beasts charged at the front and collided with the light pillar, they could not get what they wanted. Because the light pillar did not budge, it was heavily guarded. The beast group collided with the light pillar. It was like moving a mountain. They could not advance an inch. Bai Ningbing was a Gu immortal after all. Her intelligence far surpassed wild beasts. She had been hiding at the periphery. Although she was implicated, she mainly observed the situation. As time passed, the beast group suffered heavy casualties. Corpses littered the ground. While the red and yellow light pillar shrunk, it seemed to have gone into the mound of graves. The fierce beasts became even more frenzied and bloodthirsty. Their roars, cries of pain, and gnawing sounds filled Bai Ningbing's ears. In the boundless world, nature is truly mysterious. There are endless mysteries to explore. I want to see what is going on. Bai Ningbing started to move deeper into the mound from the periphery. When there were no more than 100 wild beasts left, and the remaining ones were covered in injuries, the yellow and red light was completely absorbed by the mound. The tombstone on the mound also shrunk into the mound. The mound seemed to have reached a crucial point. It suddenly cracked open. Crack, crack. Thin cracks spread out rapidly, covering the entire mound. Next, with a loud sound, the mound exploded from within. The aura of a Gu immortal burst out. A naked male immortal opened his eyes. He looked around with a dazed expression. Who am I? But at the next moment he started to wake up. He recalled many things. I remember now, I am Fang Huan. The male immortal's pupils shrunk. He showed a shocked expression. Roar. The beast group roared. They seemed to be extremely angry as they attacked the naked male immortal. The male immortal opened his eyes wide. His body flew into the air as he shouted, I am alive again. I am Fang Huan. I am Lava Demon Lord. Rumble. With a loud sound, the male immortal's body suddenly emitted a red light wave. The light waves surged violently like the tide, rolling out in all directions. Everywhere it went, the red light wave incinerated everything. Most of the beast group was burned to death. The remaining beasts were already injured to begin with. They were now even more injured. Some were lying on the ground, half dead, while a small portion of them were completely enraged. They continued to attack the male immortal. The male immortal Fang Huan's expression turned grim. He sent out the red light wave again and again. The red light swept through the entire battlefield, causing a large number of casualties, but there were still several immemorial desolate beasts that reached Fang Huan. Fang Huan could no longer maintain his composure and yelled at Bai Ningbing. Fellow immortal, please lend me a hand quickly. I will reward you greatly after this is over. Bai Ningbing did not hesitate. She agreed and attacked at lightning speed. Soon, she easily killed these immemorial desolate beasts. They were already heavily injured to begin with. Thank you. Thankfully, with your help, I could. Fang Huan was suddenly cut in half at the waist. Bai Ningbing grabbed his head and his upper body. She smiled coldly. I thought about it. Soul searching is more direct and convenient. Fang Huan stared with wide eyes. He stared at Bai Ningbing. This female immortal had faint blue vertical dragon pupils, a pair of red coral dragon horns on her forehead. Her silver hair was translucent, like tassels, reaching her waist. Her skin was white as snow. Her peerless face was filled with insanity and coldness. Such a beauty! Fang Huan died with grievance. Bai Ningbing searched Fang Huan's soul, but did not obtain any valuable information. As the person involved, even though Fang Huan had revived from the mound, he was still muddle-headed. He did not know the inside story. Bai Ningbing landed on the shattered mound. She started to investigate the scene. She still found nothing. This place originally had large-scale earth path and fire path Dao marks, but now they have all disappeared. It is no different from normal ground. But Bai Ningbing looked at Fang Huan's body. No, more accurately speaking, these Dao marks have all condensed into the immortal body. Miraculous, truly miraculous. Bai Ningbing praised. Through soul-searching, she found out that this Fang Huan was a predecessor. He cultivated Earth Path, and because he inherited the Heart Fire True Inheritance, he also cultivated Fire Path. He managed the fire monster business, and was once one of the giants in Jewel Yellow Skies in this aspect. He had died long ago, but for some reason he revived here. This mound that looks like a grave seems to have the same effect as the immortal graveyard in Celestial Court. It can allow Gu immortals to revive? Bai Ningbing was excited about this discovery. This time, her gains were huge. Not only did she find the mysterious mound, she even captured Fang Huan's soul, obtaining his inheritance and all sorts of cultivation experiences. The most significant gains were the beast corpses that covered the entire battlefield. There were many rank 8 immortal materials here. There were even more rank 7 immortal materials. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Mini Southern Border. Rumble. With a loud bang, a famous mountain fell heavily onto the ground like a huge seal. The famous mountain was red in color. It was Fangjing. There was no trace of soil on the mountain. It was made up of all kinds of copper. It was Copper Seal Mountain. Originally, Copper Seal Mountain had suffered the tribulation of 3,000 heaven path Dao marks. It was struck by lightning until it was half shorter. It was pitch black and was emitting smoke and lightning. Moreover, the entire mountain had completely melted, emitting an intense burnt smell. Chapter 2160. Alright, we finally moved this Copper Seal Mountain over. The Gu Immortals let out a breath of air, feeling very tired. One of the Rockman Gu Immortals did not rest. He immediately started to prepare. After a long while, he successfully activated an Earth Path killer move. Under the effect of this killer move, Copper Seal Mountain seemed to tremble slightly. At the bottom of the mountain, a faint earthy yellow radiance was emitted. Threads of light quickly condensed together, forming a translucent Earth Path mountain root that was tinged with gold. The mountain root pierced into the ground and spread rapidly. The Rockman Gu Immortal maintained the killer move with a troubled expression. The immortal essence in his body fell rapidly. Finally, he could not hold on any longer. He stopped using the killer move. The mountain root also stopped spreading rapidly. It took root deep in the ground and started to grow slowly. For a long time to come, this mountain root would communicate with the surrounding Dao marks, maintaining and even boosting the Copper Seal Mountain. Trees had tree roots, mountains had mountain roots. If they were casually plucked, the roots would be destroyed. Thus, moving famous trees and mountains required specialized wood path and earth path methods. Otherwise, forcefully plucking would have more disadvantages than advantages. The Rockman Gu Immortal sat cross-legged on the ground and started to rest. He was extremely tired. His immortal essence expenditure was also the highest among the immortals. Of course, after the mission was completed, he would obtain more contribution points. As for the other Gu Immortals, they had finished resting and started to do the final inspection. After a while, the immortals gathered together again. Alright, this Copper Seal Mountain is in good condition. The mountain root is also in good condition. Such a famous mountain and mountain root can completely take on the responsibility of an earth vein node. Master is indeed majestic and magnanimous. He actually wants to plan and construct an earth vein in the mini 5 regions. This plan is too grand. It will take at least 10 years. I am truly in admiration. The immortals nodded. They had the same feeling. Alright, let's go. Let's continue to move the next famous mountain to the destination. There are not many Gu Immortals who can move mountains, but such missions are getting fewer and fewer. The contribution points are so high. Let's work harder and try to complete as many as possible. That's right. During this period of time, if anyone can't hold on, go to the liver life formation. Don't be stingy with those contribution points. I've already been there before participating in this operation. Is that so? I've also been there. The immortals discussed as they flew away from Copper Seal Mountain. If one looked down on the entire 5 regions, there were nearly 10 groups of people working hard to move mountains. Of course, it was not just the famous mountains. Other than the famed mountains, there were also the 10 lands that could serve as the nodes of the earth veins. In Southern Border Paradise, Earth's true inheritance, there was a detailed description of the 10 lands. The 10 lands were Earth Abyss, Earth Trench, Underground Tunnel, Crypt, Dungeon, Production, Enclave, Front, Treasury, and Cemetery. These 10 lands could all take on the responsibility of earth vein nodes. The first stage of Fang Yuan's man-made earth veins was to set up all kinds of earth vein nodes in the small 5 regions. Next, he used earth path methods to link the nodes together. Finally, adjustments were made on this basis. Currently, Fang Yuan could only create half of the 10 Earths. They were the Earth Abyss, Earth Trench, Earth Tunnel, Production, and Formation. As for the other 5, they were beyond his abilities. Case in point, cemeteries. Even Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable could not figure out the secret of this mysterious land's formation. Gu Immortals could use this to revive. The gravestones in the cemeteries were also very mystical. They had the power of information path. They seem to be condensed from the information of the Gu Immortal's entire life in the River of Time. The greater the reputation of the Gu Immortal, the more detailed the information on the gravestone, it seemed to be more helpful to the Gu Immortal's revival. The actual relationship had to be verified. Currently, Feng Yuan's subordinates were all moving mountains. Most of the Earth vein nodes were mountains, not the 10 Earths. These mountains were at least famed mountains. There are still too few famed mountains in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. In the first stage of the plan, I can only estimate 30% of the total number of Earth vein nodes. The artificial Earth vein plan was huge and required a lot of investment. Feng Yuan had devoured a large number of grotto heavens and obtained countless cultivation resources. He was finally starting to see his limits. Feng Yuan still had one famed mountain that he had not used. That was the newly obtained Human Smoke Mountain. I need to keep this mountain. My intuition tells me that if I follow Chai Clan's human path research, I will be able to condense the essence of Human Smoke Mountain and form the embryonic form of Human Mountain. Feng Yuan was a human path grandmaster. His intuition towards human path was far more accurate than human path masters. After slaughtering many of Chai Clan's people, Human Sea had been perfected, but Human Mountain had yet to form. The combination of Human Sea and Human Mountain would definitely be extremely powerful. Feng Yuan had not seen it in his 500 years of life. But this was a very long-term plan. Any secluded domain of heaven and earth would require a huge investment, even more than this artificial earth vein. The reason why the embryonic form of Human Sea was perfected was because of Eastern Sea's Xia clan's hard work. The final part of the road required human path resources. Eastern Sea's Xia clan had always been troubled by their righteous path identity. They could only gather resources secretly. How could they dare to openly slaughter like Feng Yuan? Feng Yuan first cleverly chose his targets and stepped on the edge of the bottom line, causing the entire Righteous Qi alliance to give up and feign ignorance. Next, he targeted Chai Clan's people. Feng Yuan decisively gave up a portion of the benefits and forcefully negotiated. This caused a super clan like Chai Clan to submit to Feng Yuan's demonic might, lowering their heads and taking the initiative to cooperate. We are starting to run out of resources. Feng Yuan frowned slightly. He had this idea of constructing Human Mountain, but it was definitely far away in the foreseeable future. In fact, the accumulation of embryonic refinement C was almost completely used up by Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan had invested too much in this recent period of time. He had actually plundered a vast amount of cultivation resources. Most of these resources came from the two heavens grotto heavens. And these grotto heavens had a long history. They had accumulated for hundreds of thousands or even millions of years. But they were still not enough. Feng Yuan had been refining rank 8 immortal Gu on a large scale. At the same time, he used those rank 6 and rank 7 cultivation resources to nurture his subordinates. Feng Yuan had a huge number of Gu immortals under him. Just Lang Ya sect alone had many hairy man Gu immortals, and the variant human alliance had even more Gu immortals, not to mention Bing Yuan, Shizong, and Emo Tansang, these variant human Gu immortals. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven had close to 10 human Gu immortals, led by Combat Beast King, Lady White Rabbit, Fairy Miao Yin, as well as Feng Yuan's clones Wu Shuai and Zhan Budu. Among the Mushroom Man Gu immortals who joined not long ago, the strongest was Ku Xen Hong. The number of Gu immortals under Feng Yuan far surpassed ordinary super forces. Even Longevity Heaven could not compare. Only Shadow Sect, which once had Zombie Alliance's lower sect, and Celestial Court, which now had the 10 great ancient sects' lower sects, could compare. If Wu Clan had such powerful Gu immortals, Wu Yong would probably wake up laughing in his dreams. Wu Yong was a formidable person who did not care about the difference in races, as long as they were practical. Of course, if they were all human Gu immortals, that would be even better. With Feng Yuan's huge expenditure, no matter how many cultivation resources he had, it would not be enough for him to use. Thankfully, his foundation was extremely solid. He could last for so long. But now, he was starting to feel tired. It seems that I need to plunder resources. Even though his foundation was still there, Feng Yuan had already started to prepare for a rainy day. I've basically plundered all the resources in the alliance of the outsiders. Only a portion of the grotto heaven is left. Mushroom Man Paradise is also in the same situation. The mushroom men inside are almost all gone, not to mention the accumulated resources. Feng Yuan thought. He had placed his hopes on Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven, but ever since Jean Budu returned and brought back crucial information, Feng Yuan knew that Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven also had the power of Longevity Heaven interfering. Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven itself was very powerful and hard to conquer. Behind the scenes, other than Longevity Heaven, there were bound to be other forces interfering. Thus, even though this place was rich in resources, Feng Yuan did not want to make a move on it for now. Eastern Sea's Blue Dragon Whale was also rich in resources. But it was not feasible. Ever since the last time he left, Feng Yuan could not find any traces of the Blue Dragon Whale. He used heaven and earth travel to directly enter the Blue Dragon Whale's immortal aperture, but he failed mysteriously without any hope of success. There is still a group of people in the two heavens grotto heavens that joined Qi-Si Ancestor. They are all humans. These grotto heavens also have rich cultivation resources. They might be able to cooperate with the Qi-Si clone. Feng Yuan did not want to invade super forces like Chai Clan and Wu Clan for the time being. This would damage his own luck. Any super force had a huge amount of luck. They had their own methods. Thus, the gains might not be high, but the risks were also high. Most importantly, even if he annexed the super forces, Feng Yuan did not want to take too much of the territories of the outside world. It would be better to develop the sovereign immortal aperture. The territories would always be with him. It would be so convenient. Other Gu immortals did not have the sovereign immortal aperture. To them, it was more beneficial to occupy territories. If they had the sovereign immortal aperture, they would probably make the same choice as Feng Yuan. A gust of wind suddenly flew out of 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool, charging towards the sky. He Chun Chiu sent good news. Wu Clan's Fan Wind Gu had been successfully refined, even though it had failed twice. Rank 8 Fan Wind Gu. In the recent process of using it, 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool had gone through some adjustments. Its power had become even stronger. Including Fan Wind Gu, the number of immortal Gu that were successfully refined to rank 8 through 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool had already surpassed 50. I can sell true inheritances in jewel yellow skies on a large scale to exchange for cultivation resources. Or I can directly engage in the Gu refinement business. The profits will definitely be considerable. Feng Yuan immediately thought of 2 ways to gather resources. According to Feng Yuan's current refinement path strength, he could only refine rank 10 and 9 immortal Gu. He could not refine other rank 8 immortal Gu either. Chapter 2161. You only have 7 days left to live. When Meng Qiuzhen entered Paradise Earth's dream realm, he was greeted with this sentence. What? Meng Qiuzhen was stunned, asking. Standing in front of him was an old mushroom man granny. She sighed and said guiltily, Little me, granny is too useless. I really have no way to cure your illness. Using this time, Meng Qiuzhen quickly looked around. He found that not only the mushroom man in front of him, he had also become a mushroom man. Right now, they were in a mushroom man thatched hut. This kind of thatched hut had dark green walls. It was built with special grass and mud. The roof was woven from golden straw. The furnishings in the house were simple, but it showed that this was the home of a doctor. Granny, is there really no hope for me? Is there really no other way? Meng Qiuzhen pretended to be unwilling as he tried to search for clues in this dream realm. The mushroom man granny hesitated for a moment before saying, There is another way. Meng Qiuzhen immediately asked, What way? The mushroom man granny shook her head. She turned around and walked to the table. The table was filled with medicine jars. Some were white, some were gray, but most were black. Some of these medicine jars were open, containing dried herbs or pitch-black medicinal liquids. Some medicine jars were tightly covered with lids. The mushroom man granny seemed to have a complex mood. She subconsciously moved these medicine jars and gradually calmed down. She turned her back to Meng Qiuzhen as she said, "The only way I can think of to save you is not one method. More accurately speaking, it is one person." One person? Meng Qiuzhen walked closer to the old granny. He saw that these medicine jars contained goo worms. The old granny sighed. "Sigh, you should know her." How would Meng Qiuzhen know? But he was experienced and had a way with words. He immediately said, "Is it her?" "That's right, it is her. My tribe's previous witch, Huangwan." The old granny said, "Every mushroom man tribe had a witch. Different from the mermaid tribe's saintess, witches did not have any authority, but they usually had high prestige. Because the witch had always been the most capable female doctor in the mushroom man tribe. Without the support and blessings of the witch, the next leader of the mushroom men would be doubted. Some of the leaders might not even be able to take the position. Only by finding the previous generation's witch, Huangwan, will you have any hope of surviving." The old granny emphasized. Meng Qiuzhen immediately asked, "Then where is she?" "Whip Mountain." The old granny looked at Meng Qiuzhen. "Xiaomi, you are a good child. Granny has watched you grow up. Right now, the plague is running rampant in the clan. Originally, you wouldn't have been infected, but because you took the initiative to help mother-in-law treat others, you got infected. You know a thing or two about Huangwan. Although she is very strong, she betrayed the tribe, so you can only go in your own name. The tribe will not help you." Meng Qiuzhen nodded. He acutely sensed that the old lady seemed to have another request. He suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He immediately followed the inspiration in his mind and said, "But Granny, with my strength, I can't reach there at all. I really want to see Huangwan and get her help. Not only do I want to live, I also want to bring the cure back to the tribe." "Good child, good child." The old granny was greatly comforted. "Your idea is exactly what I want you to do. Don't worry, this trip to Whip Mountain is not only dangerous, but Whip Mountain is also human territory. How can I let you take it so easily?" The old granny turned around and opened the containers on the table. "You can choose any 3 goo worms here. They will be of great help to you." "Thank you, Granny," Meng Qiuzhen said, as expected. He had explored dream realms many times. He had rich experience. With just a few words, he had already understood the structure of this dream realm. The most crucial hidden point of this dream realm is the goo selection segment. If I did not sense Granny's deep intention and suggested it, I might not have gotten the opportunity to choose goo. Choosing 3 goo worms will definitely lower the difficulty of the dream realm exploration. But which 3 should I choose? Meng Qiuzhen carefully analyzed the goo worms in front of him while secretly using Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo to investigate. With the help of Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo, Meng Qiuzhen quickly observed the things in the second stage of the dream realm. Choose quickly, don't waste time. Cherish every breath of time you have. The old granny urged. Meng Qiuzhen gritted his teeth. "Granny, let me think about it." The old granny had a cold expression. You are already in this situation. You cannot be overcautious. You need to be decisive. You need to immediately choose 3 goo worms, and then leave the valley through that hidden path. Once the time is up, that path will be closed for 7 days. Choose quickly. Meng Qiuzhen could not waste time. Fortunately, he had already obtained a lot of information in this short period of time. I choose these 3 goo. Meng Qiuzhen quickly picked 3 goo from the dozens of containers. They are all good choices. Huang Xiaomi, time is pressing. This is all I can do for you, go. The old granny had just finished speaking when Meng Qiuzhen's vision turned dark. The dream realm entered the second stage of the dream realm. He had rank 3 cultivation level, using his original goo worms as well as the 3 newly obtained goo worms. He moved quickly in the wilderness, trekking with great difficulty. He crossed the treacherous man-eating jungle, rushed through the layers of fog, crossed the swamp filled with death, and the last obstacle was a black bear of the 1000 Beast King level. Meng Qiuzhen and the black bear fought bitterly for a long time. Finally, the black bear fell to the ground with a loud thud. Its huge body shrunk in a few breaths of time, like a punctured balloon. In a short period of time, its flesh and organs turned into purple poisonous liquid, flowing out of its wounds and orifices. Meng Qiuzhen carefully squatted down and took out Tiger Poison Goo. This rank 3 Tiger Poison Goo was one of the 3 goo he chose in the first stage of the Dream Realm. Once it was activated, it could release Tiger Poison. Tiger Poison Goo was like a black scorpion, but there was a golden king character on its head. After it came out of the white-silver aperture, it landed on the ground and started to absorb the poisonous liquid. Soon, the poisonous liquid was completely absorbed, and its body expanded slightly. Meng Qiuzhen willed and Tiger Poison Goo obediently flew back into his aperture. In the first stage of the Dream Realm, there were many poisonous goo. For example, snake poison goo, dove poison goo, bee poison goo, and so on. Against 1,000 Beast King level black bear, bee poison goo is countered by the bear's body. It is not a good choice. Snake poison goo and dove poison goo are also slow to take effect. Only tiger poison goo is best at dealing with these large beasts. Its effect is very fast. Moreover, together with poison goo, the tiger poison can take human form. It is very useful in battle. In the battle between Meng Qiuzhen and the Black Bear King, he used poison goo and tiger poison goo to form a poison tiger. The battle between the poison tiger and the Black Bear King greatly made up for Meng Qiuzhen's weakness in direct combat. Meng Qiuzhen was at the back, constantly using poison path goo worms to help poison liquid tiger, finally obtaining this difficult victory. Of course, tiger poison goo had its drawbacks. It was a huge disadvantage. As the saying goes, even a vicious tiger does not eat its cubs. Tiger poison goo had no effect on young targets. According to Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo's investigation, Meng Qiuzhen already knew that the Black Bear King was the last and most difficult round in the first stage of the Dream Realm. He chose the most crucial tiger poison goo according to the situation. After this battle, tiger poison goo's toxicity and poison quantity have fallen by a lot, even after I collected the remaining poison after the battle. Tiger poison goo needs time to recuperate. Its overall strength has fallen by a lot. But thankfully, this is the final round. This is a dream realm and not the real wilderness. What's going on? Meng Qiuzhen's expression changed. The second stage of the dream realm was still very stable. It did not dissipate like he expected. Is there another difficulty? That was impossible. Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo has already investigated everything. Wait, when I investigated earlier, there was a mortal. This mortal did not have any goo master cultivation level. Meng Qiuzhen had thought that this was secondary. Or if tiger poison goo was not chosen, the mortal would provide some help to the goo cultivator exploring the dream realm. But now, Meng Qiuzhen felt that this mortal was a crucial factor. According to the information he gathered, Meng Qiuzhen naturally knew the location of that mortal. He immediately moved and got closer. But along the way, his strength started to weaken rapidly. What's going on? Meng Qiuzhen immediately inspected his body, his expression turning pale. The plague is acting up. There are still around 2 days left. Don't tell me, the battle with the black bear expended too much mental energy that my body could not bear it, causing the plague to act up early? This plague was unique to mushroom men. Once it acted up, mushrooms would grow from all parts of their bodies. The more mushrooms grew, the more life force would be extracted from the mushroom man. The plague was so intense, Meng Qiuzhen had only just discovered it when he lost all his strength and fell to the ground. Is this the end of this dream realm exploration? I have not even seen Paradise Earth. In order to cooperate with the main body's plan to construct the Earth vein, Meng Qiuzhen explored Paradise Earth's dream realm in advance. No, I still have some hope. Persevere. I need to persevere. This place is not far from that mortal's location. Even though Meng Qiuzhen had no strength left and could only fall to the ground, he was not at his limit yet. At least, he still had the strength to breathe and could use the goo worms in his aperture. He immediately activated healing goo worms to stall for time. Healing goo masters could only slow down the severity of the plague and not the root cause. But it was like a child trying to stop a car. The effect was minimal. Damn it, I expended most of my primeval essence in the battle with the Black Bear King. My primeval essence is about to run dry. Meng Qiuzhen was forced into a desperate situation again. But at that moment, he heard a rustling sound. It's that mortal's footsteps. Very good. Meng Qiuzhen's eyes shined as he shouted with all his strength, "Save me! Save me!" P.S. Congratulations to Cleansing Soul Extreme Frost for becoming the leader of this book. I owe you an update. This way, I owe you 6 updates. I need to use them at the climax. Chapter 2162. Even though he was calling with all his strength, Meng Qiuzhen's voice was still very weak. Who is calling for help? A mortal girl peeled away the brambles and arrived here. Here, look down. Meng Qiuzhen said. His voice was very weak, as if he was whispering. The mortal girl did not hear him, she muttered. Did I hear wrongly? Sigh, it is getting late, I need to quickly gather mushrooms and sell them in 2 clan village. There are so many mushrooms here. The mortal girl discovered Meng Qiuzhen. But right now, Meng Qiuzhen's body was covered in mushrooms, he was unrecognizable. The mortal girl squatted down and plucked the mushrooms off Meng Qiuzhen's body. With each mushroom she plucked, Meng Qiuzhen's life force would leak out 1 less channel. His condition was quickly alleviated, his strength was gradually recovering. That's right, there are still 2 days before my illness flares up. At least right now, my life is not fated to die. Meng Qiuzhen quickly realized. Then he said, "Little girl, the mushrooms on my body are very delicious. It is fine if you pluck them all." The mortal girl jumped in fright. Meng Qiuzhen said, "Don't be afraid, I am also human. I was the one who asked for help just now. Thank you, kind lady, you saved me. But I did not do anything." Meng Qiuzhen forced a smile. "You plucked all the mushrooms on my body, that is saving me. These mushrooms are only harmful to us mushroom men. They are harmless to other races, they are even beneficial." After the shock, the young girl smiled. "So you are a mushroom man, I have heard rumors about you since young, you are gentle and never harm people. Before meeting you, I have never seen a living mushroom man." Meng Qiuzhen quickly said, "Quickly pluck my mushrooms, I cannot hold on anymore." The young girl was very agile, she quickly plucked the mushrooms on Meng Qiuzhen's body. He escaped from the desperate situation, he was saved from the brink of failure. There is 1 last mushroom left. The young girl was very serious. Meng Qiuzhen's expression changed. "That mushroom does not need to be plucked, ah." The young girl blinked her large eyes, her face was a little red. "I can't pluck it, is it hurting you?" Meng Qiuzhen's face was pale, he took a deep breath and said with difficulty, "Don't pull any more." But the little girl shook her head and stubbornly said, "That won't do. Big brother mushroom man, you just said that I have to pull out all the mushrooms in your body to cure you. Don't know." The little girl rolled up her sleeves and revealed a very serious and adorable expression. "Humph, you haven't pulled it out yet. I don't believe it." Meng Qiuzhen, As Meng Qiuzhen screamed, the 2nd stage of the dream realm was finally cleared. His vision gradually changed from a chaotic swirl of colors to a clear view. This was a bustling market, and the people around were bustling with activity. This is 2 clan village? Behind Meng Qiuzhen, Mushroom Man Huang Xiaomi was wrapped tightly as he asked softly. Meng Qiuzhen took a glance and was slightly shocked. He was acting as the Mushroom Man Huang Xiaomi in the first 2 scenes, he did not expect to change his identity in the 3rd scene. This kind of situation was rare. Meng Qiuzhen quickly inspected himself. "Alright, I have become that little human girl." Meng Qiuzhen sighed internally. Huang Xiaomi's strength was already insufficient, now that Meng Qiuzhen had become a mortal, and a young girl at that. The change in identity made Meng Qiuzhen feel some doubts. What was the main plot of this Paradise Earth Dream realm? Originally, in the first 2 scenes, he was Huang Xiaomi, and his initial guess was that the main plot of the Dream Realm was to save the Mushroom Man tribe and cure the plague. But now that his identity had changed, Meng Qiuzhen's heart started to shake intensely. No matter what, since Huang Xiaomi followed the human girl into 2 clan village, I should still help Huang Xiaomi find the shaman of the Mushroom Man tribe. Meng Qiuzhen decided to continue following the previous clues. Fong Tu girl, you are here? Quick, uncle, the stall next to me is also very good, quickly occupy it. The evening market is not the same as the morning market, the duration is very short. A middle-aged uncle took the initiative to greet Meng Qiuzhen. Thank you, uncle. Meng Qiuzhen thought about it and placed his basket full of mushrooms at the stall next to the uncle. Huang Xiaomi silently helped Meng Qiuzhen place the mushrooms. The middle-aged uncle took a glance and praised, "These mushrooms are really fresh." Of course. Huang Xiaomi said proudly. The middle-aged uncle's gaze stopped on him. This is my distant relative, he came to help me. Meng Qiuzhen quickly answered. The middle-aged uncle did not ask any more. The evening market had already started, people were moving about, everyone was busy. Some were buying, some were selling. The things being bought and sold were basically mortal goods, like mushrooms, vegetables, bean cakes, and so on. This was a mortal market, it was used to satisfy daily needs. What goo worms were sold, unless it was a caravan that passed by Tu clan village. After a few minutes, the number of people in the market started to thin out. At this time, there was a commotion ahead. Move aside, move aside. Move aside, can't you see Lord Green Beast is here? A group of youths shouted, there were 5 to 6 of them, they were walking on the narrow walkway. Everywhere they went, the passers-by gave way, showing fear, nervousness, or even disdain and disgust. Girl Fong Tu, quickly hide. Don't let that beast see you again. The middle-aged uncle quickly reminded. Meng Qiuzhen was stunned. Lady Fong Tu. At the next moment, the leader of those 5 to 6 people, the bald youngster walking at the front, shouted, his eyes shined as he saw Meng Qiuzhen from afar. What's going on? Meng Qiuzhen narrowed his eyes as he saw the bald youngster walking over quickly. The bald youngster had thick eyebrows and big eyes, but there was no hair on his head, there was even a tattoo of a green beast's head. The bald youngster touched the green beast tattoo on his head as he grinned at Meng Qiuzhen. Lady Fong Tu, you are here to sell mushrooms again. I want to buy them. Meng Qiuzhen was vigilant, he asked, how much do you want to buy? The bald youngster raised 2 fingers, just 1 kilogram. Help me pick some big ones that look good. Meng Qiuzhen started to choose. This is good, that is good, I want them too. The bald youngster nicknamed Green Beast gestured with his hands. Sigh, I said this one and that one. The bald youngster spoke again and again. Which one is it? Meng Qiuzhen frowned, feeling that the other party was toying with him. The bald youngster grinned. Never mind, Sister Fong, let me help you, let's pick together. The bald youngster said as he started. Tender, so tender. He picked a few and said. Meng Qiuzhen answered, these are all fresh, I just picked them today. Slippery, it's really slippery, the bald youth praised again. Meng Qiuzhen slowly looked up at him with a frown. You are touching my hand. Sorry. The bald youngster quickly laughed. Meng Qiuzhen stared. Then why did you touch? It was an accident. The bald youngster quickly said. Meng Qiuzhen was speechless. He found that he was being teased. A shameless scoundrel, you dare to tease an innocent girl in broad daylight. The mushroom man Huang Xiaomi could not take it anymore, he shouted. Why are you standing beside my Lady Fong? The bald youngster was furious, he had been staring at Huang Xiaomi for a long time. The two started to argue, anger was rising. This is the limitation of Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo. Meng Qiuzhen sighed internally. Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo could inspect the following scene and objects in the dream realm, but it could not inspect what the owner of the dream butterfly would encounter in the dream realm. Because the changes in the dream realm would only occur when the goo cultivator enters the dream realm for them to interact with the dream realm and produce changes. Before Meng Qiuzhen came here, he had already inspected the bald youngster and 2 clan villages market in the previous scene of the dream realm. But he could not predict what would happen in advance. The two argued intensely in front of Meng Qiuzhen. They were on the verge of fighting. Meng Qiuzhen was about to persuade them, but he suddenly had a thought and shut his mouth. Oh my, look at my bad temper. Brat, you are asking for a beating. The bald youngster rubbed his head as he gritted his teeth and attacked. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Huang Xiaomi did not back down, he also attacked. The two started to fight. Stop fighting, stop fighting. Meng Qiuzhen shouted as he retreated rapidly. He was immortal now, he could not resist a Gu master's battle. But thankfully, be it Huang Xiaomi or the bald youngster, they cared about Meng Qiuzhen. When Meng Qiuzhen retreated to a safe distance, they used their Gu cultivation methods. After a few rounds, Huang Xiaomi fell into a disadvantage. He was not the bald youngster's match. This ruffian is so strong. Meng Qiuzhen was slightly surprised. He knew Huang Xiaomi's strength. After all, he had impersonated him in the first and second scenes of the Dream Realm. But to think that the bald youngster was so strong, he was already suppressing Huang Xiaomi. Wait, you are not a human, you are a variant human. The bald youngster suddenly shouted. The battle was too intense. Huang Xiaomi's identity was exposed. Great, you spy, why did you sneak into my two-clan village? You must be up to no good. Haha, I am going to make a huge contribution this time. The bald youngster continued to shout, all of you, attack, he is a mushroom man, there is no need to talk about human morality with him. Shameless and despicable. If you are a man, fight me alone. Huang Xiaomi was outnumbered. After being captured, he shouted unwillingly. If you capture me, I will be two clans' hero. The bald youngster laughed as he kicked the immobile Huang Xiaomi. You variant human, just lie there obediently. Chapter 2163. Meng Qiuzhen shook his head, purposely saying anxiously, Brother Xiaomi is a good person. Before he finished, the bald youngster interrupted him, shouting in a hurry, it was indeed the mushroom man that threatened Lady Xiaofang. We will go to the village now and report to the elders. Let's go. Under everyone's gazes, Meng Qiuzhen went with the flow, going deep into two-clan village with the bald youngster and Huang Xiaomi. Along the way, the bald youngster whispered to Meng Qiuzhen, Sister Xiaofang, you have to report later, otherwise, even you will be implicated. The mushroom man is not a good person, he is dead for sure. Meng Qiuzhen did not speak. Huang Xiaomi, who was tied up and unable to move, shouted, That's right, I lied to Fang too and forced her. If you capture me, it will bring huge trouble to your two clan. Someone will definitely come and save me. Huang Xiaomi was saved by Fang Tu. He clearly did not want to implicate his benefactor, thus he purposely said this. The bald youngster eventually sent Huang Xiaomi to two clan villages' prison, receiving praise and encouragement from two clans' elders. After everyone dispersed, the bald youngster invited Meng Qiuzhen to his house. It is late, Sister Xiaofang, come to our house for dinner and stay here temporarily. When we were neighbors, we often played together. Also, if my mother sees you, she will definitely be very happy. So this green beast has such a relationship with Fang Tu? Meng Qiuzhen nodded, following the development of the plot. Soon, Meng Qiuzhen followed the bald youngster to his house. This was an ordinary two-storied bamboo house. Only the bald youngster and his mother lived here. Pushing open the kitchen door, the bald youngster shouted, Mother, who did I bring back for you? It's you, Lady Xiaofang. It has been many days. Are your parents well? The bald youngster's mother was very enthusiastic. They are doing well, thank you, Auntie. Meng Qiuzhen said perfunctorily. The bald youngster's mother nodded, smiling brightly. Since Xiaofang is here, you can go and have a seat, I will cook some dishes. The bald youngster could not wait to show off. Mother, you have to cook more delicious food today. This is your son's celebration feast. You stinking brat, what are you up to now? The bald youth's mother frowned. The bald youth patted his chest. Mother, I, your son, have really made a great contribution this time. I caught a mushroom man on the streets and sent him to the clan's prison. What? The bald youth's mother paused. The bald youth hurriedly recounted the incident. The bald youngster's mother frowned as she looked at Meng Qiuzhen. Little Fang, this rascal likes to talk nonsense, is what he said true? It is true. Meng Qiuzhen nodded before adding. But Big Brother Mushroom Man Huang Xiaomi is really a good person. She hadn't finished speaking when she was interrupted by the bald young man once more. Oh, Feng, I've already warned you many times. You can say this at home, but don't whisper it outside. All right. The bald youth's mother waved her hand. Brat, we've run out of soy sauce. Go to the shop on the corner and buy some soy sauce. Ah. Go quickly, how can we cook without soy sauce? Oh, all right. After the bald youngster left, Aunt walked to Meng Qiuzhen. Come, Xiaofang, tell Aunt what is going on? Thus, the Dream Realm's third scene passed like this. The fourth scene arrived. Late at night, in the underground prison. Changed identities again? Meng Qiuzhen regained his senses and immediately discovered this abnormality. He broke away from his mortal Fang Tu identity and became a Gu master again. Moreover, his cultivation had reached rank 4. You are actually the bald youth's mother? Meng Qiuzhen soon discovered that the bald youth's mother was a mushroom man. Meng Qiuzhen immediately guessed, I'm afraid my current identity is that Huang Wan. This dream realm came from Paradise Earth. The unique thing was that the identities in each scene were not fixed. Maybe I can even act as Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable in the following dream realms. Meng Qiuzhen smiled. Until now, he had not seen Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable in the dream realm. In the first scene, Meng Qiuzhen learned that Huang Xiaomi's Mushroom Man tribe had a former witch, Huang Wan. She was very strong and was the only doctor who had hope of curing the Mushroom Man plague. However, he learned from the Mushroom Man granny that this former witch, Huang Wan, seemed to have been expelled from the tribe for some reason. This Mushroom Man Huang Wan concealed her identity and lived in a human force, clan village. To conceal her identity perfectly, she even adopted a human youngster. If that bald youth knew that his mother was also a mushroom man, I wonder what expression he would have? Meng Qiuzhen smiled. He used a short period of time to familiarize himself with the goo worms on him. He had a complete set of goo worms. They covered offense, defense, movement, healing, and other aspects. From some of the supplementary goo worms, Meng Qiuzhen acutely sensed that these goo worms could be used together to form mortal killer moves. Unfortunately, the current situation did not allow it. Meng Qiuzhen could not test the combination of killer moves. The third scene has already given us a clear clue. Even though this Mushroom Man Huang Wan was expelled from the tribe, she clearly cares about the Mushroom Man tribe. She came to save Huang Xiaomi that night. I need to act quickly. Meng Qiuzhen immediately set off, entering the underground prison. The structure of the underground prison was very simple. It could be seen at a glance. Soon, he found Huang Xiaomi, who was chained to the wall at the deepest part of the prison. Meng Qiuzhen activated his goo worms and silently melted the lock on the door. Huang Xiaomi, wake up. Meng Qiuzhen quickly arrived in front of Huang Xiaomi, wanting to check his condition. Suddenly, Huang Xiaomi self-detonated, turning into dust that covered Meng Qiuzhen's body. Soon after, the clanging of the alarm bell caused the guards to shout out. Moreover, the entire prison started to shine with dark yellow light. A concealed goo formation activated, sealing the surroundings. Oh no, it is a trap. Meng Qiuzhen helplessly found that Huang Xiaomi had already vanished. He quickly retreated and used poison goo to corrode the goo formation, but there was little effect. Audacious! You dare to break into my clan village. Just like that captive said, someone will definitely come to save him. Surrender obediently, and I can spare your life. The two elders had similar faces. They were twins. They moved along the goo formation and arrived in front of Meng Qiuzhen. Meng Qiuzhen smiled coldly and started fighting. After fighting for 60 rounds, he was defeated and captured by the two elders. The dream realm dissipated at this point. I failed. Meng Qiuzhen's soul returned to his body as he sighed. Paradise Earth's dream realm was not easy to explore, but Meng Qiuzhen was very experienced. He only failed when he reached the 4th stage. His soul was heavily injured. Meng Qiuzhen healed his injuries as he reflected. Those two elders are very strong. Not only do they have rank 4 cultivation level, they also have great coordination when fighting. It is like they are one person. Not only do I have to fight these two elders, I also have to deal with the goo formation. I am at a disadvantage. Of course, there is another reason. I am not familiar with the poison path goo worms in my hands. Using this chance, I might as well deduce it and find the hidden poison path killer move. There is another reason. Meng Qiuzhen reflected deeply. He realized his restlessness in the dream realm. Although that fake Huang Xiaomi had managed to hide from his preliminary detection method, but if he had a normal mentality, he would not have rashly entered the cell. He would have used goo worms to investigate the situation. Back then, Huangwan must have been very restless. Thus, I was unknowingly infected by this restlessness and lost my usual judgment. The previous 3 stages of the dream realm also had emotional disturbances, but Meng Qiuzhen suppressed them. At the 4th stage, the dream realm's emotions were far more natural than the previous 3 stages. This was also one of the difficulties in exploring dream realms. Using this time to rest, Meng Qiuzhen quickly deduced 5 poison path killer moves. Most of them used Bee poison goo as the core. After entering the dream realm again, Meng Qiuzhen inspected patiently. He was surprised to find that not only was Huang Xiaomi fake, the entire underground prison was fake as well. This is a fake prison. The real cell is 1 floor below. The main part of the goo formation is also 1 floor below. Meng Qiuzhen carefully entered the real prison. Two Clan Village's true prison was unexpectedly complex. It had a grand aura to it. The prison was like an ant's nest. There were countless tunnels that intersected with each other. Meng Qiuzhen felt like he was in a fog. He was dazzled. The entire mountain seems to have been penetrated. It has turned into a prison. This Two Clan Village is clearly an ordinary force. How could they do this? No, there are traces of a tunnel here. Meng Qiuzhen explored carefully. He soon found traces of a tunnel in one of the 10 earths. This mountain is definitely a famous mountain. It actually contains a natural tunnel. Two Clan Village made use of the tunnel to develop it slightly and gain a lot of resources. No wonder they could nurture 2 rank 4 elders. Meng Qiuzhen wandered around Two Clan's underground prison. 9 out of 10 rooms in the underground prison were empty. There were far more beasts than mortals. After spending some time, Meng Qiuzhen still could not find any clues. During this process, the dream realm expended a lot of his soul foundation. It's those 2 goo masters. Meng Qiuzhen suddenly heard the sounds of goo cultivators moving through the tunnel ahead. He quickly dodged to the side, hiding. Swoosh, swoosh. 2 goo masters flew out of the tunnel. It's those 2 rank 4 elders. Meng Qiuzhen was observing secretly. He immediately recognized them. It turned out that they had been in the underground prison all along. That was why they were the first to arrive at the fake prison. The 2 elders talked as they walked. This Mushroom Man prisoner is quite tight-lipped. He actually endured so much torture. Even if he did not say it, we already knew that there was a Mushroom Man tribe around Two Clan Village. It is just that we did not know their exact location. Right? We must get the exact location of the Mushroom Man tribe from this prisoner and eliminate them. Chapter 2164. The 2 elders gradually stopped, and both of them went into another tunnel. Swoosh, swoosh, the 2 quickly left this place. Meng Qiuzhen's eyes flickered. The scene in front of him made him recall a scene in his mind. In the 500 years of my previous life, during the 5 regions chaotic war, a super clan had appeared in southern border. They were called Two Clan. This clan's goo immortals were most skilled at digging tunnels and using them to roam around and fight. Is it related to this Two Clan Village? There were several possibilities. Firstly, Two Clan Village's inheritance was excavated by someone. Secondly, Two Clan Village's descendant bloodline was passed down. They ascended during the era of dream realms, or they already had goo immortals who were living in seclusion. Thirdly, someone from Two Clan Village revived in the graveyard. Meng Qiuzhen followed the 2 rank 4 elders and successfully found Huang Xiaomi. Huang Xiaomi was curled up in a corner of the cell. He had already fallen asleep. This time, Meng Qiuzhen was still vigilant. After finding no signs of traps, he quietly entered the cell. He immediately found that Huang Xiaomi was in a terrible state. He was on the verge of death. Huang Xiaomi had the mushroom man plague to begin with. It was very fatal. If his resistance was not strong enough, he would die from the disease. Today, he fought with the bald youngster and was interrogated by the two elders. His body was already covered in mushrooms. If Meng Qiuzhen had not arrived in time, Huang Xiaomi would have died in a few breaths of time. Meng Qiuzhen thought to himself, it was a close shave. If he had been any later, his dream realm exploration might have ended in failure again. He immediately tried to save him. Thankfully, he was prepared. The mushrooms on Huang Xiaomi's body shrunk until they all went back into Huang Xiaomi's body. Who are you? Huang Xiaomi opened his eyes with difficulty. His vision was still blurry. Meng Qiuzhen answered directly, I am Huang Wan. I have already used a killer move to suppress the mushroom man plague in your body. Your situation is too bad. Your vitality is almost depleted. You cannot rashly pluck out the mushrooms. It will cost you your life. Huang Xiaomi quickly thanked, Thank you, Senior, for saving my life. Sigh, it is still too early to say this. Let's go out first. I will research this plague. You do not have much time. Meng Qiuzhen said. Currently, he had not developed a poison path killer move that could cure Huang Xiaomi's illness. Maybe the next scene would be him curing the mushroom man plague. Of course, this was only his guess. Earlier, he had been searching for Huang Xiaomi. Meng Qiuzhen did not have the chance to use Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo, thus he did not know about the following dream realm. You have to persevere, let's go. Meng Qiuzhen immediately helped Huang Xiaomi up and left stealthily. Who would have thought that he would bump into the bald young man on his way? Stop right there. Just as I expected, someone has come to save you. The bald youth roared. The two clan elders followed behind him, both shocked and furious. How dare you? Despicable thief, you actually dare to break into a prison. Quickly activate the formation and capture this person as well. The moment he said that, the goo formation activated. The two elders attacked while the bald youngster assisted from the side. Meng Qiuzhen sighed. He could only fight. He had many poison path killer moves this time. He could fight evenly with the other party. But very quickly, the bald young man saw through Huang Xiaomi's weakness and attacked Huang Xiaomi. Huang Xiaomi could not resist at all. He became a huge burden to Meng Qiuzhen. Meng Qiuzhen could only grit his teeth and continue to help Huang Xiaomi, but he lost the initiative and was suppressed by the two elders. Eventually, Huang Xiaomi was killed by the bald young man. He breathed his last. Variant human mushroommen, everyone has the right to kill them. The bald young man shouted. He was filled with righteousness and excitement. At the next moment, the dream realm shattered. Meng Qiuzhen returned to the sovereign immortal aperture, healing his injuries as he summarized. I used Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo earlier to investigate this dream realm, but I did not find the bald young man. To think that when I explored this dream realm to a certain stage, the dream realm would change and form a new person. Why did the bald young man come to the underground prison? Judging from his tone, it seems like he has discovered my tracks. What method did he use to find me? Don't tell me he already discovered the secret of his birth, that his mother is a mushroom man variant human? So he played along with me? After his soul injuries healed, Meng Qiuzhen explored the dream realm again with doubts. The route did not change. Meng Qiuzhen arrived at the prison cell very early. He hid in a corner, listening to Huang Xiaomi's screams and curses as he was tortured. These two rank 4 elders had great strength, and most importantly, they had the help of a goo formation. Meng Qiuzhen did not intend to use force. After the previous 2 failures, after accumulating experience, his strength was probably even higher than the main character, Huang Wan. But his greatest weakness was still Huang Xiaomi. The previous failures had proven that as long as Huang Xiaomi died, the dream realm exploration would fail. It seemed that this dream realm wanted him to rescue Huang Xiaomi. Meng Qiuzhen waited patiently. After the 2 elders left, he went to Huang Xiaomi's side. Without waking him up, Meng Qiuzhen directly used a poison path killer move to get rid of the mushroom man plague in Huang Xiaomi. Next, Meng Qiuzhen woke Huang Xiaomi up. Huang Xiaomi learned that he was cured. He was overjoyed. Thank you, Senior. Senior, please save the Mushroom Man tribe. Many tribesmen are infected with this plague. Meng Qiuzhen nodded. He gave Huang Xiaomi some poison goo so that he could fight. Huang Xiaomi did not need Meng Qiuzhen's help. He managed to sneak away with Meng Qiuzhen. But this time, he was still discovered by the bald youngster. As I expected, someone is here to save you. The bald youngster was very excited. Meng Qiuzhen had a strange expression. He asked, I used many methods to conceal my traces. How did you find out? The bald youngster chuckled. I'm not afraid to tell you, I have great talent. I created a move called Rustic Chi. After this Mushroom Man was captured by me, I secretly used this tracking killer move. How could you unravel it in such a short time? Not bad, not bad. Even though you have an outsider surname, you have talent. Very good. It's all thanks to you today that we brothers discovered this dangerous situation. We will remember your great merit. The two rank 4 elders had a whole new level of respect for the bald youngster. Thank you, lords. The bald youngster was extremely excited. He acted like a lackey. I will definitely perform well. Meng Qiuzhen. After a huge battle, Huang Xiaomi still died. Meng Qiuzhen's third exploration failed again. After a deep reflection, he went for the fourth exploration. This time, he sneaked in ahead of time and hid in a corner. After the two elders left, he immediately entered the prison cell and cured Huang Xiaomi of the plague. He even gave him a healing goo worm. Stay here and heal yourself. Remember not to step out of the prison cell. There is a tracking method on you. If you move carelessly, the enemy will find out. Meng Qiuzhen said, after I get rid of the crucial goo master and you see this healing goo worm flying in the air, immediately leave. Huang Xiaomi was very obedient. He quickly nodded. I will listen to senior's arrangements. Meng Qiuzhen made the necessary arrangements and immediately left the prison cell. On the other side, the dream realm changed. A bald youngster appeared. The bald youngster was summoned by the two elders. He was on his way when Meng Qiuzhen suddenly attacked him. Even though the bald youngster had high strength, he was not Meng Qiuzhen's match. Not to mention this was a sneak attack that Meng Qiuzhen had planned for a long time. The bald youngster died on the spot. But Meng Qiuzhen found that he could not move. An intense feeling of sorrow, guilt, and regret filled his heart. He could not control himself. What is going on? It seems that the bald youngster cannot be killed. Maybe because they have been together for a long time, this Mushroom Man Huang Wan has already treated her fake son as her real son. This emotion was so intense that even with Meng Qiuzhen's nature, he could not suppress it. Mushroom Man Huang Wan's body was shaking, tears were flowing down her face. She could not stop them. Clang, 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 clang. The alarm suddenly rang. The goo formation activated again. The two elders charged towards Meng Qiuzhen. They definitely did not see the bald youngster. They became suspicious after a long time, thus they rushed over to investigate. Eventually, Meng Qiuzhen's exploration also ended in failure. So, this son cannot be killed? Meng Qiuzhen was troubled. Because Meng Qiuzhen could not unravel that earthy chi killer move. Even though this killer move was a mortal killer move, Meng Qiuzhen did not know what goo worms were used. And most importantly, even if he knew, would the goo worms he had be effective against it? If only I knew how many goo worms the bald youngster has. Unfortunately, I have already missed the best time to investigate. In the third scene, Feng Yuan was Feng Tu's identity. If he tried to probe around, since the bald youngster was interested in Feng Tu, he should be able to get some clues. Earlier, when Feng Tu was selling mushrooms, the bald youngster was teasing her. It was a good opportunity. But back then, Meng Qiuzhen did not realize this. Because through Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo, he could not see this scene. After all, the bald youngster did not exist beforehand. It was only after Meng Qiuzhen successfully rescued Huang Xiaomi that the dream realm changed and the bald youngster appeared. Right now, Meng Qiuzhen had already probed this scene. The previous few scenes had already disappeared. After careful consideration, Meng Qiuzhen stepped into the dream realm again. This time, he did not get close to the prison cell. He hid at the side. It was useless even if he got there in advance. because Meng Qiuzhen had to wait for the two elders to leave before he could enter and save Huang Xiaomi. Meng Qiuzhen made arrangements on the path that the two elders had to pass. He used Create Dream Immortal Goo to create a new complex tunnel along the way. After making the arrangements, Meng Qiuzhen came to the prison cell the two elders had just left. He immediately saved Huang Xiaomi, but he did not leave him in the cell, he brought him away. The two elders were about to meet the bald youngster, but they lost their way. With this crucial buffer time, Meng Qiuzhen successfully brought Huang Xiaomi away. During this period, the bald youngster chased after them and wanted to stop them. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.